Look at that. It says, it says, please stand by. How professional is that? We haven't started yet. All right. What am I doing here? Okay. I got that. Ready, Danny boy?
Do it. You hit record already, I think.
I'm gonna hit record right now. This is still, it says please stand by, so we're good. It looks professional now. Oh, Jesus. Jesus Christ. Let's see what we can kill here. All right. All right. Hi, we haven't started yet. And it's this good, and we haven't even started yet. How about that, folks? Okay, now that was the pre show. People pay extra for that. Now we're starting.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Thank you so much, Professor Mike Steinel, who will be joining us a little later on tonight. I got a residual today. This is very exciting. I got a residual. I hold in my hand a residual from Comedy Central for the Donald Trump roast, which we did, I guess, 10 years ago. $1.56. I got $1.56 residual from Comedy Central for the Donald Trump roast. So, and by the way, $1.56 is more than he gave to charity for that roast. If you watch the Comedy Central roast, Trump said he was giving his entire salary to a charity, and apparently that charity was Donald Trump. He never gave. That's what I heard from people high up, that they made the check out to him and not the charity he claimed he was giving it to. Surprising, isn't it? That's odd that that would happen. Welcome to the Mop Up for January 3rd, 2021. Wow. This is episode 1301. Today we start our 13th season, and this is the first episode. Hence, therefore, and ergo, it's episode 1301. By the way, it's pronounced ergo. If you're going to say ergo, say ergo. I'm David Feldman, coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in Manhattan, where the temperature is a snowy 27 degrees. New cases of COVID in America are up 204% over 2 weeks ago, but fatalities are down 3%. Fatalities are down because vaccinations lessen the severity of the virus. Also, we're discovering that the new Omicron variant is said to be less fatal than the Delta variant. It doesn't seem to attack the lungs. That's according to the CDC. And according to reporting that's being done in New York City hospitals, which seems to be the epicenter so far for the Omicron outbreak, all the hospitalizations from this virus are unvaccinated. Anybody who contracts Omicron and needs to be hospitalized is either unvaccinated or got a breakthrough case, and that sent them to the hospital because they have an underlying precondition. They had to go to the hospital because of an underlying precondition, like being over the age of 65 or having diabetes or having a compromised immune system. But if you're under 65 and you don't have any comorbidities and you're vaccinated, you will not die or get too sick from the virus. Ergo, get vaccinated and wear a mask. I really want to get this going, to have people say ergo, not ergo, ergo. If you're going to be an effete intellectual snob, it's not just the words you use, it's how you say them. Ergo is fine. That doesn't annoy people. Ergo, that really gets under people's skin. And that's my goal in life, to get under people's skin. The Wall Street Journal reports that America spent $14 trillion since 9/11 to fight 2 wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. Now, there's no draft, right? And Dick Cheney, he was vice president, he introduced a policy over at the Pentagon when he was the first Bush's Pentagon chief. He introduced this outsourcing policy over at the Pentagon, where ordinary military tasks are farmed out to private contractors like Halliburton or Blackwater. And they have now reported that the lion's share of the $14 trillion that was spent since 9/11 to fight 2 wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, $14 trillion were spent on Iraq and Afghanistan. $14 trillion were spent. The lion's share of that money, as much as half, according to the Wall Street Journal, went to private contractors who, according to the Wall Street Journal, jacked up prices and failed to deliver what they promised. Ergo, we lost both wars. We privatized both wars. Half the money went to Halliburton, Blackwater, Raytheon, and we lost. Like I will keep on reminding you, when you turn government services over to for-profit corporations, they jack up prices, pay themselves enormous salaries, and fail to deliver. That is always the case. There is not one example of a private corporation that took on a government service and delivered it more efficiently and cheaper. That's just not the way it works. We've tried this for 40 years all over the world. I talked about Britain privatizing their water. It's an ecological disaster. It doesn't work. As much as $7 trillion of the $14 trillion we spent on the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, as much as $7 trillion, according to the Wall Street Journal, found its way into defense contractors, construction firms, as well as, and this is where it gets personal, as well as paid mercenaries, soldiers for hire. It is estimated that by 2008, there were more paid contractors fighting the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan than there were military soldiers. In 2008, that's when we were at the height of both wars. The U.S. had 187,900 troops in Afghanistan and Iraq. That was the height of the wars over there. We had 187,900 troops in Afghanistan. There were 203,660 contractor personnel over there fighting the war. We had more mercenaries fighting the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq than we had soldiers. Ergo, we lost both wars. When you depend on mercenaries, when you depend on for-profit corporations to fight your wars, you are going to lose. By the time President Trump left office, we had 18,000 contractors in Afghanistan and only 2,500 troops. We privatized the war in Afghanistan and we lost. We lost. If you look at the casualties, 7,000 American service members died during the 2 decades of war. We know that 3,500 U.S. contractors died in Afghanistan and Iraq. We don't have the exact number of mercenary soldiers who died in Iraq and Afghanistan because our military doesn't keep track of U.S. contractors who died fighting for us. Believe it or not, the Labor Department keeps track of all our mercenaries who die overseas. And the Labor Department says its numbers are incomplete. Unbelievable. We send mercenaries to fight these wars. They get 6 figures, and we don't even keep track of their casualties or their deaths. We lost Afghanistan. We lost Iraq because it was a war for profit. We hired mercenaries. This is the same reason the British lost the Revolutionary War. They hired Hessians. They had to outsource the fighting. The CIA outsourced the interrogation of armed combatants. And so we waterboarded. The reason we were torturing and waterboarding is because we outsourced the interrogation of enemy combatants. Our 2 wars were fought by our soldiers, as well as Erik Prince and Blackwater. And our soldiers, in the heat of battle, our soldiers, not the mercenaries, our soldiers had to make decisions based on the needs and the safety of the mercenaries who were earning 6 figures a year. They couldn't go into villages without clearing it through the for-profit contractors. They couldn't save lives or take lives often until they consulted with the for-profit contractors. Americans working in Iraq and Afghanistan made billions. Read this Wall Street Journal article. Read how Americans went overseas and saw an opportunity to make billions subcontracting interpreters for the State Department, for the CIA, and for the Pentagon, subcontracting. And according to the Wall Street Journal, they paid their Iraqi and Afghan interpreters crap wages to interpret the intelligence that the CIA and the Pentagon was gathering. And then our generals, Petraeus wonders why we weren't getting the right intelligence during the surge, why we couldn't figure out what the Iraqi tribal warlords were really planning. We couldn't get the right intelligence because loyalty is a 2-way street. And when you subcontract out the job of interpreter so that Americans make billions and the actual interpreters get paid what Americans get paid, crap wages, you're going to get shoddy. At best, you're going to get shoddy work. And then, of course, interpreters who take a gun and shoot at our own soldiers, which was also the case. Our soldiers, the ones who enlisted in our all-volunteer army, $14 trillion to fight 2 wars, but our soldiers went off to fight with the army we had, not the army we wish we had, as Donald Rumsfeld told the soldiers who were complaining that they didn't have enough protective gear or ammunition. They didn't have the right communication devices. $14 trillion, half of that going to Blackwater, Halliburton, the defense contractors. There was plenty of money to be had setting up $1 billion industry in Iraq and Afghanistan, subcontracting out interpreters and paying them shit wages. But our soldiers didn't have protective gears for the improvised explosive devices, and they came home wounded and dead. They were asked to fight. Our soldiers were asked to fight these two wars on the cheap, while the contractors gouged taxpayers, you and me, in the name of profit. Not freedom or democracy, profit. It was for profit. They went to war for profit. It used to be we fought wars for profit, like to protect our financial interests. Now the actual fighting of the war is for profit. The war is the end, not the means. It's pretty heinous, and it makes all of us complicit. It makes all of us complicit in this. It makes America not just a failed state, but a bad state. We're bad people. We allow this to happen because we're more concerned about our Netflix queue than we are the plight of our soldiers who are lied to and sent off to fight wars for profit. We're bad that we allow this. And the only way we can redeem ourselves is to bring back the draft. And everybody is against bringing back the draft. I want to bring back the draft, not just because I hate my kids, that's part of it, but I also hate my future grandchildren. I hate all our kids. And in all seriousness, the solution is bring back the draft. So much of our nation's ills could be solved if we simply brought back the draft, because we would pivot away from a war economy if every kid had skin in the game. If a war is worth fighting, then everyone should fight it. Otherwise, we don't fight the war. We have had an all-volunteer army since the Nixon administration, and the results are in. When you don't have enough soldiers, you privatize our military. Ergo, we lose all our wars. Americans are suffering because we don't have a draft. We have become intellectual isolationists. We have no idea what is going on in the world because we don't have to. There's no fear of our being sent to fight in some police action overseas. No, only 1% of this country passes through our military. 1%. The rest of us, we care more about our Netflix queues than we do about any of the potential hot spots for American soldiers overseas. So we don't question anything. We don't question why we're flying drones over Ethiopia. We don't question it because we have no skin in the game. In 2008, at the height of Afghanistan and Iraq, nobody in America could tell you who the leaders of Afghanistan and Iraq were. Nobody could tell you who we were propping up in Afghanistan and Iraq while we were at the height of those two wars. Why? Because there's no draft. Only 1% of this country ever had to worry about fighting there. So it's easy to call yourself the world's policeman if you don't have to walk the beat. We have become the world's policeman because there's profit in the policing. And as long as we don't have to send our kids or our grandkids, as long as we're sending more and more contractors who get six figures, as long as it's for profit, or armed drones, if we have armed drones killing innocent civilians, or contractors killing innocent civilians, thousands upon thousands of innocent civilians were killed by armed drones during the past 20 years. Read the New York Times 3 weeks ago. that we know of. We know of maybe 6,000 civilians who were killed by armed drones. That doesn't include the innocent civilians who were killed by Apache helicopters, by soldiers who were laughing while they killed innocent Iraqis. That's why Julian Assange is being extradited, because he released that footage showing American soldiers laughing while they were killing innocent Iraqis. So Julian Assange must be put on trial for treason, even though he's not an American citizen. And the soldiers operating the Apache helicopters, never prosecuted. As long as only 1% of this country has to even worry about serving overseas, we will continue to kill innocent civilians overseas needlessly. And they, the people who profit, we're talking about $14 trillion during the past 20 years. As long as none of us have to fight these wars, just pay our taxes, they will continue scaring us into these wars for profit. And so long as corporate America benefits by convincing us we're safe from imaginary enemies, it will continue and continue and continue. And they're still ginning up these imaginary enemies like China, like Russia on the border with Ukraine, keep us scared, keep us convinced that there's a war that we don't want to fight. So how much do I have to pay? How much of my taxes, what percentage of my federal budget has to go towards the illusion of safety? $780 billion, that's what we just signed. It's about $1 trillion a year that goes to the Pentagon that we know of. They've never been able to audit the Pentagon. We pull out of Afghanistan and somehow the spending on the military goes up. That's to tide the military industrial complex over until we decide whether or not we're going to war with China or Russia. This will not happen if we bring back the draft. Suddenly, if everybody has to serve, our enemies won't be as menacing as they are right now. Brown University's Cost a War project, you should go to this website. This is where the Wall Street Journal is getting its information. Go to Brown University's Cost a War project. It's a group of scholars, lawyers, good lawyers, there are some, and professors who are drawing attention to the hidden costs of America's permanent war economy. We're not in a permanent state of war. We are a war economy, and we will continue to fight these wars. Our economy will continue to be a war economy until we bring back the draft. Otherwise, we are doomed as a nation because we do not have a sense of public service. And a sense of public service for a war economy is serving in the military and cleaning it out. When you serve in the military, you have a healthy distrust of generals and contractors. The more people who get exposed to the bullshit of our military, the less likely we are to support foreign interventions. You can only achieve that by the sacrifice of a draft. Transgender adults were 3 times as likely as cisgender people to experience starvation in America this year. That's according to UCLA. The UCLA Williams Institute says people are poor, and that's why they don't have enough food. It's important to consider how stigma and discrimination impact economic resources across someone's life. Bullying, harassment, and discrimination can make it difficult to complete high school, pursue higher education, and secure better paying jobs. And that's why so many transgender Americans are starving because of persecution. The Equality Act would lift transgender people, LGBTQ people out of poverty. And Congress passed the Federal Equality Act, and Joe Biden, to his credit, has said it's a priority for his administration. It would ban discrimination against people based on their sexual orientation or gender identity. Like I said, the House passed the bill in February of last year. It stalled in the Senate, and President Biden has called this bill a priority for his administration, which is why he hasn't been able to sign it into law, because he has no priorities. He just has branding exercises. Everything gets stalled in the Senate because it's the Republicans' fault. There are no executive orders to sign. No, everything is Mitch McConnell's fault. Betty White passed away a few weeks short of her centennial. I remember sitting in a control room at CBS when I was a young comedy writer and getting scolded by Robert Sherman. He was a producer. He scolded me for laughing out loud at Betty White's witticisms. He whispered, he said, standards and practices, those are the censors, standards and practices is with us in the control room. And if you laugh at Betty White, then they realize she just said something incredibly filthy. Betty White was a genius and had one of the filthiest minds without ever saying a dirty word. She was a gift. I knew her tangentially. Betty White played in a poker game that was down the hall from me when I first moved to Los Angeles. And through mutual acquaintances, I got to be introduced to her repeatedly throughout the years. I was always, she wouldn't know who I was, but I got to get reintroduced to Betty White several times. And the conversation was always about my cats and dogs. She would always ask about my cats and dogs and their names, and asked if they were rescues. And I always gave the correct answer, that they were rescues. They weren't purchased at a pet store. And when I said, they are rescues, she said the same thing over and over again, and it bears repeating. She said, they rescued you. They found you. So that has always stuck with me throughout the years. I've had more cats than I choose to remember, and 5 dogs who I do choose to remember, because cats are better than dogs. But I do know even the cats rescued me. They found me. Pets have psychic power to divine who will make an appropriate companion. And then they turn on the charm, especially cats. So you can honor Betty's life by rescuing a cat or a dog and then getting their genitals mutilated by a professional. Remember to mutilate your cat or dog's genitals by a professional. Make sure they can't reproduce. I know a tiny, tiny bit about Betty White, and I know her politics weren't as progressive as people right now are ascribing to her. I know that she wasn't the progressive that we like to think she is. I know that she dedicated her life to protecting animals, but I also know that she believed in zoos. She probably, this is hearsay, she probably supported Obama, but she was not the progressive that we want to think she was. The point is, we can love someone, and we do love Betty White, whether we agree with their politics or not. We must, going forward in 2022, stop defining each other by our politics, because politics in America means nothing. It's not who you are. This has been, we can no longer discriminate against race or sexuality or religion. We have to hate. So it's politically correct to hate somebody because of their politics. And that gives our politicians license to just be members of a tribe. They don't have to do anything. It's either team blue or team red. And it's the same thing as being a Mets fan versus a Yankees fan. And if they deliver, we're still loyal. The Mets suck, you're still a Mets fan. we have to stop identifying with Team Red and Team Blue. That's one of the problems with our government. In America, politics is like religion. There's blind allegiance. The leaders don't practice what they preach, and the followers will remain faithful as long as they're kept stupid. And the reason Betty White is so beloved and aspirational is because of what she did, not what she said about the supposed big issues of the day. She wasn't Rob Reiner on Twitter trying to convince us that Joe Biden is the most transformative president since Roosevelt. She just did what she did. She comes from a time when politics and religion were personal. Ballots are secret. Right now, you have to tell people if you're red or blue. And I say, if it's not your business to discuss politics, then your politics is nobody's business. And so Betty White was pretty much apolitical, at least as far as we know. We don't know how she voted. We don't know who she donated money to. And the world would be much better off. America would be much better off. Washington, D.C. would be much better off if Hollywood took a page from Betty White and refrained from speaking out on politics. There's the Johnson Amendment that forbids religious figures from endorsing candidates. The same should apply to celebrities, Hollywood celebrities, because they have more sway, unfortunately, than our religious leaders. It would be great to punish somebody like Rob Reiner if he speaks out on politics. Celebrities, for the most part, are stupid. They don't read. They get things told to them. They don't have time to read because the pursuit of fame it dulls your senses. You don't have time to read. And if you're not reading, you're ill-informed. If you're making movies, you're an ignoramus. That's all you know. It's a 20-hour day. You're not reading. So celebrities, people in Hollywood, should keep their mouths shut on politics. In the 60s, Tony Bennett, Paul Newman, even Charlton Heston. Charlton Heston supported Bobby Kennedy before Charlton Heston supported the thing that killed Bobby Kennedy. But they all marched with Dr. King or protested to end the Vietnam War. They spoke out on the environment. The lesson that mere mortal celebrities took from that is they must use their fame to speak out on the important issues of the day, to which I say, shut your effing mouth. Just shut your mouth. You make it worse by speaking out, by drawing attention to specific candidates. That's, I understand why so many Hollywood celebrities want to speak out, because they no longer make art that is political. They no longer make music that is political. Singers, actors, writers, performers need to speak out, because 99% of what passes off as culture doesn't really challenge the status quo. We need more movies like Don't Look Up. Don't Look Up doesn't both sides the issue. What's passed off as political is both sides. Both sides are bad. We need more movies like Don't Look Up and fewer idiots like Rob Reiner telling us what they think. Most of what comes out of Hollywood says nothing. So the people who live and work there feel compelled to say something on their own, and it's just annoying. Never before have so many self-important, empty-headed celebrities felt the need to identify with a specific party instead of, a cause. Find a cause and rise above Democrats versus Republicans. That's why Bono was so great when he went to Washington lobbying for aid to Africa for AIDS. he was successful because he couldn't vote in America. And a lot of people on the left criticized Bono for meeting with Republican Senator, bigot, horrible human being Jesse Helms. And Bono met with horrible Republican George W. Bush to push for getting AIDS medicine to Africa. But they moved on it. They moved on it. And the only single thing that George W. Bush can point to is he is partly responsible for the increase in funding for AIDS relief in Africa. And that was because Bono didn't care which party got the credit for it. He met with the evil Republicans. So if you want to speak out on a cause, if you're a celebrity, but don't endorse, don't get involved in politics. It accomplishes nothing. When Rob Reiner endorses Joe Biden, it pushes most people away from Joe Biden. When Barbara Streisand speaks out against Bush, it pushes people towards Bush. Barbara Streisand should concern herself with unions. Then maybe she would pay all her debts to her workers, which she doesn't. You know, it's easy to not pay your workers what they're owed when you're fighting globally with Clinton. I'm a good person. Look how much I care about the world, just not the people who work for me. Well, the midterms are upon us, and we are in a permanent campaign here in America because it's easier to make promises than it is to deliver. Most democracies, most civilized democracies, start their elections anywhere between 3 months to 6 weeks before the voting begins. But here in America, the minute you're elected to office, you're on the phone raising cash for the next campaign. And all anyone covers is the politics, who's up, who's down, because it's the promise. That's what people love, the promise. There are billions to be made by the promise of government, not by the actual governing. Millions, billions to be made in the media, television advertising, radio advertising. Entire networks thrive off the game of politics. Political consultants make hundreds of millions of dollars selling ads to these networks and radio stations, advising candidates. Lobbying firms, most of their money comes from campaign donations and getting involved in issue campaigns that are super PACs, that are endorsements of candidates. It's a permanent campaign, and everyone benefits except the voters. Elected officials prefer campaigning to governing because it's easier to make promises than it is to deliver on them, right? Biden gets elected. We have the Oval Office, we have the Senate, and we have the House, but nothing can get done. We have to focus on the midterms now. The minute they had the House, the Senate, and the White House, the Democrats immediately said, if only we had more. We can't do anything until we have a filibuster-proof majority in the Senate. I mean, we could get rid of the filibuster, but that would mean we'd have to deliver instead of making promises. Going into the new year, I have not given up on the Democratic Party. I know most of my listeners, or a good number of them, and my guests have given up on the Democratic Party. I have given up on the people running it. I still believe in institutions, and I think the people running the Democratic Party should be institutionalized. I think they should either be put in a mental health facility or preferably prison. So I believe in taking over the Democratic Party and changing the party from within by responding to the challenges from outside. There's room for everybody. There's room for David Cobb from the Green Party to make the Democratic Party do it. And there's room for people in the Democratic Party to change it from within and clean house. Personally, I believe, Marianne Cummings, Professor Marianne Cummings, we need everybody. I think she would prefer creating a third party. I say go ahead. For me, it doesn't seem to be worth trying quite yet, because let's try finishing the transformation of the Democrats. We talk about the sweep of history and how Reagan changed American politics and how we view government. But we don't really talk about how Clinton changed the Democratic Party. We don't have a Democratic Party to fight Reagan's transformation of our economy. We need a Democratic Party that hasn't been transformed by Reagan. Reagan transformed, or the Democrats allowed Reagan to transform our party. There's a slow transformation swinging back to what the Democratic Party used to be. It was never perfect, but now this is the worst Democratic Party in my lifetime and in the history of the Democratic Party. This is a failed party. But if you go back to 2016, there was Bernie, maybe Congressman Barbara Lee. Was that it? I think that was it. You had some pretenders like Sherwood Brown, but you didn't have real leftists. Sherwood Brown is against Medicare for all. Now look at what we're seeing, thanks to Bernie. AOC from New York, Ilhan Omar from Minnesota, Ayanna Pressley from Massachusetts, Rashida Tlaib from Michigan, Jamal Bowman, Cori Bush. So we're seeing more and more real leftists, people who identify with the Democratic Socialists of America, caucusing with the Democrats and working to change it from within. Let's finish that job. Let's finish transforming the Democratic Party, because we can't transform this country until we have one party that offers something to the American people. The clock is ticking, and I think that causes people to give up. They think we don't have enough time. We don't have time to be patient. Yes, there is a climate emergency, and there is also a crisis of democracy. That should not paralyze the people who want to transform the Democratic Party. There are always going to be emergencies. I'm not discounting the end of our democracy, which I think happened a couple of years ago, but I'm not discounting how bad things can get. And I'm also not discounting the climate emergency, which has started. But humans do not perform well. We do not think clearly when our pituitary glands are squirting out all this adrenaline and creating a permanent emergency state with all of us in a permanent panic attack. That's how we ended up with the Patriot Act. That's how we ended up with TARP. That's how we ended up with the invasion of Afghanistan. That's how we ended up with the invasion of Iraq. We were terrorized and terrified. We don't think clearly when we are terrified, when we are cowards. See, if we brought back a draft, citizens would learn how to think clearly in a crisis. None of us can keep our head in a crisis, so we panic. There's a climate emergency, and people are third party, or I'm not voting, I'm a prepper. The reason we have a climate emergency is because there's a shortage of long-term thinking. And we're told that the planet has 10 years. So why think long term about the Democratic Party? That's what they want. Exxon wants us not to think long term. As long as we keep thinking the planet only has 10 years, we're going to make short-term decisions which benefit nobody. Our side, the left, you need to take a deep breath and not be scared. This is battle. This is war. If there were a draft, we would be trained to think clearly while the enemy is attacking us. Yes, the earth is about to die. So I choose to think of Apollo 13. These were all soldiers who went off to join NASA. And Apollo 13, the capsule was leaking oxygen. They were running out of oxygen, but Mission Control worked the problem because they knew exactly what they wanted: to land those 3 astronauts safely on Earth. This is our Apollo 13 moment, and we need to think long term and clearly. Yes, there is a climate emergency. There are going to be refugees from Florida making their way up the coast. But there will be a planet in 50 years. There will be some kind of civilization, and there will be a government, and there will be something resembling a democracy. Even when Chile was under the iron grip of Pinochet, there was something resembling a democracy. There were institutions that after 17 years were able to weaken Pinochet and usher in a democracy. Not everything is Nazi Germany. You know, whatever the right has in store for us, it doesn't necessarily mean concentration camps and every major city in America razed. We don't have to go right to Nazi Germany. Things can get a lot worse. Things could end up like Nazi Germany, even worse since we have nuclear weapons and crazy Christians who want to welcome the second coming. Yes, things can get a lot worse. That means you have to fight to make sure they don't. A Republican takeover doesn't mean some apocalyptic death sentence with concentration camps and sea levels rising and only those with artificial gills sold to us by Elon Musk. Only the people with Elon Musk's artificial gills will survive the rising sea levels. That's not in the foreseeable future. It's coming if we don't do anything, but it doesn't help to catastrophize that way. We need to fight and think long term. And that means even if Republicans gain control of the House and the Senate in November, that means the fight continues. The Democrats from within, the leftists, can win, even with the Republicans controlling the House and the Senate in November, starting in January of 2023. If we think long term and the Democrats, the leftists and the Democrats replace the corporatists with representatives from Bernie's wing of the party, the Squad's wing of the party. The truth is, before we transform the country, you need to either create a third party, which I don't think is reasonable, or transform the Democratic Party. We need a revolution in this country, and it starts within the Democratic Party. I believe it must be the People's Party. The Democratic Party has to be the People's Party. Howie Klein is going to bring on another candidate. Howie Klein introduces us to all the great candidates who are progressive, left, many are DSA, and they're all doing it within the Democratic Party. We need to prop up the good Democrats and get rid of Rob Reiner and David Geffen. David Geffen picked Obama. He decided, and he poured enough money and got enough money for Obama that he beat Hillary. He was right, but he was right about Hillary, wrong about Obama. David Geffen doesn't care about you getting free health care or free daycare, free tuition. Rob Reiner isn't talking about slicing up state budgets to make sure all public schools are funded equally. If you don't wake up every morning worrying about the eviction crisis, homelessness, infant mortality, world hunger, getting medicine to everyone who needs it, if you don't wake up every morning thinking about human dignity for everyone, unions, ending endless wars, unraveling the military-industrial complex, getting all the guns off our streets, enforcing antitrust laws that are already on the books, and making sure our prisons are filled to the rafters with white male, white-collar criminals. If you don't wake up every morning thinking about that, you're not a bad person. You're just not a Democrat. You're not a Democrat. And we need to make that clear, that Rob Reiner is not welcome inside the Democratic Party. You know how the left has made Joe Manchin's life miserable? And they show up outside his yacht, and when he's trying to drive his Maserati out of the parking garage, they block it. And he's gotten really angry. We're afraid he's going to go to the Republicans. I'll get to that in a second. I want Rob Reiner to go be a Republican. Let him go be a Republican. They could use somebody like Rob Reiner. We don't want him, and we should kick him out, as well as David Geffen. Take all these rich Hollywood liberals and let them go be Republicans so that there's a Rockefeller wing once again in the Republican Party. Let's make the Democratic Party inhospitable to anybody who is not a leftist. Now, you do that by listening to Howie Klein, listening to how he vets his candidates. And what we need to make sure is that the squad takes over the Progressive Caucus. And Pramila Jayapal is sort of the squad, but, she got screwed by the Congressional Black Caucus, the Democratic Congressional Black Caucus, on Build Back Better. So they outflanked her on Build Back Better, and that's why she agreed to the bipartisan infrastructure vote without the one on Build Back Better. So we need more African Americans in the Congressional Black Caucus who are also members of the squad to prevent neoliberal hacks like Congressman James Clyburn from pushing the infrastructure, the bipartisan infrastructure bill, without also a vote on Build Back Better. See, Clyburn is a Democrat. He's African American, but he pushed Biden down our throats. And he did it. He helped orchestrate an end run on bringing the bipartisan infrastructure bill to a vote without a vote on Build Back Better. He's also stripping police reform bills of getting rid of qualified immunity. You can't reform the police unless you get rid of qualified immunity for police officers. In other words, if a police officer, like what happened in Los Angeles last week, what happens every day in America when a police officer shoots somebody in the back because the police officer is too fat to chase after somebody he thinks is a suspect, that officer should be allowed to sue that officer. But with qualified immunity, you cannot sue a police officer. James Clyburn is part of the old guard. We need to elect more African American Democrats who side with the squad. Congresswoman Val Demings is an African American woman running for the Democratic nomination for Senate in Florida. She's not the African American woman we want. If you say you want a revolution, start within the Democratic Party. That's where it starts. All parties are empty vessels until they're taken over. All parties are ripe for a takeover. They are empty shells by their very nature. Newt Gingrich took over the Republican Party in 1994, and he was just the speaker. He was just the speaker. Then it became George W. Bush's party, and now it's Donald Trump's. And the Democratic Party is ripe for a takeover. It was FDR's party, then it became Lyndon Johnson's party, and it stood for something until it became Bill Clinton's party. And it's been Bill Clinton's party ever since. This party is lousy with third-way bullshit artists. You know, Tony Blair third-wayed the Labor Party into becoming acolytes of Thatcher, and Bill Clinton third-wayed the Democratic Party, and now you cannot tell the difference between Pelosi, Schumer, and McCarthy, and Gingrich. There's no difference between the Democratic leadership and the Republican leadership. They're both answering to the same paymaster. Reclaim the Democratic Party. That's the job of the left. If the left cannot reclaim the Democratic Party, we had it. Foley, Tip O'Neill, these were left of center speakers. If the left can't figure out the levers of power within the Democratic Party, then it's not going to figure out the levers of power with a third party. There's an empty shell ready to be taken over. If you can't figure out how to take over the Democratic Party, then you don't deserve the levers of power in our government. It's that simple. I don't believe it's time for a third party quite yet. It's time for a second party. Let's transform the party into what it once was before Clinton and Carter. It started with Jimmy Carter, a failed president because he abandoned the left, he abandoned unions. And as Harvey J.K. was talking on Thursday's show, he was a member of the Trilateral Commission who believed in less democracy, not more. Clinton and Carter transformed the Democratic Party and made it about less government. Carter said, government can't solve all your problems. Bill Clinton, during his inaugural speech, said, the days of big government are over. So we need to be a little patient, even though the clock is ticking on the climate. You need to understand the sweeps of history. And it's the Democrats that changed. First, the Democrats changed, then the country changed. The Democrats became Reagan Democrats. And really started in 92 when Clinton got elected. And it was no longer the party that spoke for the 99%. Clinton destroyed the party. He deregulated Wall Street. He overthrew Glass-Steagall. He got rid of welfare. And he passed NAFTA. He turned his back on everything the Democratic Party used to stand for. Unions, the working poor, and regulating the financiers. Clinton destroyed the Democratic Party. He transformed it. He turned the Democrats into Reagan Democrats. He took Wall Street money and he paid them back, just like Obama, just like Pelosi, just like Schumer. We need Lyndon Johnson. We need Hubert Humphrey. We need Walter Mondale. We need what we once had, Tip O'Neill. And we have to fight for it starting now. Biden, Harris, Buttigieg, they're not the Democratic Party. And this is the year where we measure success not by whether the Dems keep the House or the Senate. Nothing will change in the Democratic Party until we support all the primary challenges from the left and start replacing the Gottheimers with the AOCs. That's how you measure success in November. How many corporate Democrats got replaced with leftists, anti-corporate Democrats? Assume we're going to lose the Senate. Assume we're going to lose the House. How many leftists got elected in the Democratic Party? Don't tell me the party, the Democratic Party, is too entrenched to be changed. Fight. Forget which party wins in November. The left needs to put more numbers on the board. More numbers. In 2016, it was inconceivable that there would be such a thing as the squad. In 2016, it was inconceivable that people would talk about Medicare for all, or forgiving student debt, or free tuition at all public universities, or income inequality. Things change slowly and then very quickly if you think long term. So don't let them trick you into being in a permanent state of crisis mode. They want you terrified. They want you unable to think clearly. They want you to think that the planet only has 10 years left, which it does and it doesn't. It does and it doesn't. The neoliberals understand that crisis is an opportunity. Milton Friedman said that in Chile, and then he said, exacerbate the crisis, make it worse, so we can implement Straussian Chicago school economics and have Allende disposed of. Rahm Emanuel, who was a neoliberal, said after 2008, when he became Obama's chief of staff, about the economic crisis, crisis is an opportunity. But they use it as an opportunity to make corporate America more influential in Washington, richer and more powerful. Crisis is an opportunity. And it's either an opportunity for the neoliberals and the fascists, not so sure there's much sunlight between neoliberals and fascists these days, or it's an opportunity for the left. Crisis, and we are in a crisis, is an opportunity to offer alternative solutions to what is not working. We know neoliberal policies not only don't work, they're destroying the planet. They're killing us. The Democratic Party is ripe for a takeover. Debate the issues. Let the left debate the neoliberals running the party. They will lose. It's why Nancy Pelosi did not debate Shahid Buttar. She didn't debate him because she can't win that debate. It's why Bernie didn't get to speak during the debates. It's why Perez, who was head of the Democratic Party, insisted that everybody run for president in 2020 so that the debate stage would be flooded and Bernie couldn't be heard. Because when you hear Bernie, when he goes on Fox, people say, I would vote for him or Trump. So crisis is an opportunity. The Democratic Party is ripe for a takeover, as is corporate America. Before we go to a third party, fight within the Democratic Party, and before we give up on capitalism, let's see if we can fight corporate America. They want us to believe you can't win. But maybe maybe we could try capitalism. Maybe we need to fight corporate America. Maybe corporate America is not synonymous with capitalism. Maybe corporate America is a kleptocracy, is some kind of other form of economics. Maybe capitalism, maybe we should try it. Capitalism is not fascism. And fascism is when corporations and the military run our government. So maybe we should spend some time speaking out against corporate Democrats, but also speaking out against the corporations, the specific corporations who control them. There is a left-right alliance. There's a Democratic Party, Republican Party alliance speaking out against corporations. You have Josh Hawley. You have Republicans who hate Apple, Google, Amazon, Raytheon, Boeing, ExxonMobil, maybe not ExxonMobil. Both sides of the aisle, there are politicians who recognize we all have a common enemy, and that is corporations. Corporations are not synonymous with capitalism. They are the enemies of capitalism. Your enemy isn't Marjorie Taylor Greene or Matt Gaetz. Your enemy is corporate America. Corporate America is destroying this planet and our democracy, and nothing will fundamentally change until we, as consumers, start holding corporate America responsible for the destruction of our democracy, our planet, and our lives. It starts with taking over the Democratic Party, but also taking over our economy. Stop watching and believing advertisements. Everything you see on television is a lie. Every advertisement for a politician is a lie. Stop believing it. Stop watching this crap. Corporations lie. That's their job. They hire ad men to lie. And why should you believe them? Why should you believe any corporation? All they want is to maximize profits. All they want is to pay their employees less and trick you into spending more on their useless products, right? There's a marinara sauce that has a label on it that says, Frank Sinatra, right? And then it sells for $8. And then they take the label off the very same marinara sauce and put Costco on it, and it costs half. It's a lie. It's just a label. This is what corporate America does. They trick you. It's all about marketing a feeling or a story. And stories are lies. So don't believe them. A product, they'll try to tell you that a product is a feeling. No, it's either a useful good or it isn't. The marinara sauce either tastes good or it doesn't, not because they slapped a 5-cent Sinatra label on it instead of a Costco label on it. Pay attention to the corporations. They are your enemy. Support local businesses. Support bookstores, local bookstores. It's good for your health. to leave your apartment and walk and find a local bookstore and support it. Support local businesses, support bookshops, local pharmacies, support local supermarkets. Corporations lie, and so do their candidates. That's the truth. If you're a corporate Democrat, you are a liar. And we can fix this economy and our government if we fix the Democratic Party by purging the party of corporate Democrats. Look who donates to the candidates. If the candidate takes corporate funding, they are a liar. No corporate Democrat is ever going to give us Medicare for all or a public option. They're not going to do it. They're going to say they're going to give us a public option, but they're lying. Joe Biden is a product of corporate America. He gets his financing from corporate America. So is Vice President Harris. And so when they ran for office, their campaigns were nothing but corporate advertisements with false promises. Get rid of the corporate Democrats. Get rid of the Democrats who take corporate money. If a Democrat says to you, we have to overturn Citizens United for me to stop taking corporate funding, he or she is a corporate Democrat and a liar. You can get elected without taking corporate funding. Let your opponent take corporate funding and run on that, because your enemy is corporations. And America knows that. America knows that. We don't need to overturn Citizens United. We don't need to get the money out of politics. We need to get the politicians who are obsessed with money out of politics. The money that is spent to get these candidates elected doesn't work. It's immaterial. They did a postmortem on the 2020 elections, and the Democrats discovered that something like 2/3 of the money raised and spent was wasted, had nothing to do with getting results. They were buying advertising time for congressional candidates in television and radio markets where they weren't even running. This money just gets spent to be spent. It has nothing to do with winning. Bernie didn't take corporate funding, and look how far he got. Look how far Trump got before he started taking money. So when you look at who is supporting these candidates, if they're supported by corporations, they're liars, and call them out on that and make it settled law that corporate America is your enemy and that corporate America is not synonymous with capitalism. If you take corporate money, you're a liar, you're compromised. Biden took corporate money. So he ran promising to be the most pro-labor president in history. So far, one Starbucks in Buffalo has gone union. One, I think. They voted to unionize. Let's see if it sticks. That's it. That's it. One Starbucks in union. And people point to the Kellogg strike or John Deere. That's not because of Biden. That's unions exercising what little muscles they still have left. Biden doesn't get credit for Kellogg or a John Deere strike. One union shop at Starbucks, like 25 people in Buffalo went union. That's all Biden has to show for being the most pro-union president since Roosevelt. He promised to raise the minimum wage to $15. Nothing, not even voting on it. They didn't even vote on it. They just took it out. He thinks that saying what he stands for is good enough. He thinks if he says he's for the $15 minimum wage, that should be good enough, because he's a corporate Democrat, and corporations use Madison Avenue to surround their product with a feeling, with a tribe, with a story. So you look at Biden, and his story is he's pro-union and for raising the minimum wage to $15. It doesn't matter if he doesn't deliver. That's what his product stands for. The same way ExxonMobil says it stands for renewable energy. If you only watched television advertising, if you only read print advertising, you would be utterly convinced that ExxonMobil was the world's biggest champion of renewable energy and that Joe Biden was to the left of Bernie. If all you did was watch television advertising and hear Biden's speeches, you would believe that he was to the left of Bernie. Biden promised to relieve at least $10,000 of student debt, which he could do right now through executive order. Didn't do it. Why would he tackle debt? He's the senator from debt. Delaware was founded on debt. His entire political career was funded by the credit card industry. He wants you in debt. You think credit card companies want Americans to get into the habit of having less debt, tasting the freedom of a debt-free life? And you think corporate America doesn't want all our graduates crushed by the weight of debt? That's how you get a more compliant working class. Debt. This country was founded on indentured servants. Slavery came later. This country was founded by pliable and frightened servants who were working off their debt. The crushing weight of debt returns America to its economic roots. Biden wants you in debt. Biden promised a public option on Obamacare. He said he was against Medicare for all, but he would introduce a public option. He promised a public option 1 year into office. He hasn't even mentioned it. He hasn't even floated it to have Manchin kill it. He promised to speed up the phasing out of fossil fuels. American consumption of coal, the biggest contributor to greenhouse gases, America's consumption of coal is up something like 8%. It's up 8% in 2021, with no sign of it going down in 2022. Forget phasing coal out. He can't even phase it down. Most of his failures, and they're legion, I think pulling out of Afghanistan, he can run for re-election on that, but even that, I'll talk about that later. Most of his failures are attributed to one man, a deeply compromised senator from West Virginia, Joe Manchin. Somehow one man is holding up the entire domestic agenda of the Democratic Party, and we're supposed to believe that lie. Joe Manchin's daughter should be behind bars for price fixing the EpiPen. We've been over this. I don't need to go over Joe Manchin's daughter or his wife. They're criminals. Joe Manchin collects at least $500,000 a year in dividends from a coal company he founded and then transferred to his idiot son. So he's getting $500,000 a year in dividends from a coal company. So if Joe Biden, if the Democratic leadership really stood for what's in Build Back Better, Joe Manchin would be on board. There are ways to get Joe Manchin on board Build Back Better and terrified of going over to the Republicans. You can get Joe Manchin. First off, you don't even need to, you flatter him first. You put into Build Back Better, you load the bill with enough pork to guarantee that West Virginia goes from being the poorest state in the union to one of the most educated and vibrant. You start building university, you start building Joe Manchin Community College, the Joe Manchin University, the Joe Manchin Bridge, the Joe Manchin Museum. You go all Keynesian on Joe Manchin, and West Virginia, and you promise that Build Back Better will pump billions of federal aid and assistance into West Virginia. That's the first step. You buy Manchin's vote. Anybody got a problem with that? That's how it's done. Pork. Then you go to West Virginia with or without Joe Manchin, and you sell Build Back Better to the West Virginians, and you move the polling up on Build Back Better, right? If you're the president, you go to West Virginia. You got a problem with Manchin, he won't budge. You take it right to his voters, and you embarrass him. You're the president. You have a bully pulpit. You carpet bomb the state of West Virginia with radio and television ads and interviews and rallies and promises, real concrete promises to get the West Virginia voters on board. You sell it to Manchin's voters, not to Manchin. You move the polls to convince Manchin that it is in his interests to be in favor of this. When Joe Manchin lies and says, I can't go back to my voters in West Virginia with Build Back Better, say, yes, you can. Look at the polling on this. You're a liar, and you do it publicly. Did Biden or Harris, did anybody in the administration go to West Virginia to campaign for Build Back Better? No, Biden worked the phones. That's what he did. He claims he wants Build Back Better, and that the best way to get it passed was to negotiate with Manchin, because I'm an old senator. I know how to work the phones. So let's just bring him in, keep it all inside the loop. It would be unseemly for Joe Biden to bring the American people, the voters of West Virginia, into the negotiations, because Biden and the Democrats couldn't care less what the voters want or what we think. Princeton came out with the results of a study back in 2014 showing that the American people do not get what they want from government, and that the government doesn't listen to the American people. Princeton collected data on 1,800 pieces of legislation that were passed over a 20-year period. And then they looked at the polling on these pieces of legislation, and it was irrelevant. It didn't matter what a majority of Americans wanted passed and what they didn't want passed. What mattered is what the richest 10% of America wanted. That moved politicians to vote accordingly. Politicians ignore the 99%. They listen to the richest 10%. And this study coming out of Princeton concluded that we're an oligarchy, that this country is run by oligarchs. We have politicians who only answer to the richest 1%, at best the richest 10%. Imagine a president, a Democratic Party, moving the polls by selling their policies to the 99%, not picking up a phone and calling Joe Manchin. Imagine a president who shamed Joe Manchin into voting for Build Back Better. Because if the people of West Virginia understood what's in Build Back Better, they would poll overwhelmingly in favor of it. And quite frankly, if a president can't move the polling on Build Back Better in West Virginia, he or she should not be president. If you can't carpet bomb the people of West Virginia and talk them into Build Back Better and explain how it will transform their lives for the better, you shouldn't be president. But Biden wouldn't even try. He shouldn't be president. Biden couldn't be bothered. He wanted to pass Build Back Better, so he claims, through backroom deals, because that's how he got the Democratic nomination, through backroom deals. Nobody wanted Biden or Harris to be nominated. They worked the phones. And that's how Biden governs, by working the phones, calling the very same people who got him the nomination. He's trying to pass legislation on the phone with the same people who fixed the nomination for him. And that's why he's even more unpopular than Donald Trump. Look at the polling. He is more unpopular than Donald Trump. Why? Because Donald Trump, who is going to get us all killed, he at least took it to the people. Trump had the support of a base because he went out and took it to the people. Remember 2016? Remember how the Republicans, the Bush Republicans, worked the phones to stop Trump? While they were working the phones, Trump worked the people. And he got the nomination and he won. Because when you have the people, you have the power. You want a revolution in the Democratic Party? Work the people. Get somebody like Bernie or AOC. Work the people. All right. Forget which party wins in November. Keep track of how many corporate Democrats we can crush in the primaries. Find the challenger on the left and fight for that candidate in the primaries. A leftist, a president who knew Build Back Better was the safety net the American people desperately needed, would have fought for Build Back Better. And you're not going to get that from a corporate Democrat. I got to wrap it up. I could keep going. Is Mark Breslin here yet? He's not here yet. I'll have to save this for Friday. Look, wars should not benefit corporate America. Wars shouldn't be fought, and if they are fought, they should benefit the people who are being oppressed. Healthcare should benefit the patient, not the health insurance corporations. Educating our children should benefit children, not corporate America. Providing paid sick and family leave should help families, not insurance companies. That's what Nancy Pelosi wants. She wants the paid sick and family leave, the benefits to be administered by private health insurance companies. Providing daycare should benefit parents, not corporations who are too cheap to provide daycare. Corporations who run for-profit childcare centers, which care more about the bottom line than paying their employees a livable wage. So the midterms start now. It's 2022. I don't care if the Democrats win more in the House or lose the House or the Senate. I care that corporate America loses in November. That's what I care about. Corporate America needs to be the loser in November. Stop supporting corporations. Do not buy what they're selling, and that includes their politicians. Thank you for that fake, manufactured applause. I didn't have enough time. There was so much I wanted to talk about. Hey, Dan in the newsroom? Dan, are you here? You want to go over community billboard before Mark Breslin arrives? All right. You're listening to the David Feldman Show. This is like a Twilight Zone episode where I'm just talking and nobody's really out there. It's just some solipsistic exercise in futility. This is the David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Friend me on Facebook. Follow me on Twitter. I can take calls from our Zoom room as we're waiting for Mark Breslin. Raise your hand if there's anything you want to talk about. If you would like to join me in the virtual studio audience, you can do it by going to the website and signing up. And then we do office hours every Friday night at 8 p.m. Why is everybody saying congratulations, Nick? What did I got my first negative test result today, so no more COVID for now. It's good. Professor John, that was the best Twilight Zone episode you've shown so far. Friday night, Professor John showed an episode of the Twilight Zone. That was amazing.
Oh, I'm glad you liked that one. That was called On Thursday We Leave for Home.
That was amazing. James Whitmore?
James Whitmore, yes.
Yeah.
Good
Pretty
acting.
amazing.
Yeah.
How was your New Year's?
Nice. Yes, we actually had 2 people over that we hadn't seen in 2 years or more. And it was a nice little
Is it going to be
celebration.
another 2 years? Is it going to be another 2 years?
Could be. Could be from the looks of things with Omicron. I don't know. Who knows?
What is on your mind, sir? You always have something interesting.
Well, yeah. So you said we need to try capitalism, David.
Yes.
What have we been doing for the last, I don't know, 3-4 centuries?
Well, is that, we talk a lot about this. Is this capitalism? Is this what Adam Smith talked about? Was it Professor Marianne who said she read the part of Wealth of Nations where he talks about labor? Is this capitalism?
I think it is. I think it's what capitalism devolves into, because one of the things that capitalism does, even in its best form, as practiced in, say, Scandinavia, or practiced in the United States since, roughly between the late 40s to the early 70s. That's sort of the best we've seen. But what happens is that it devolves into, if you leave the power of production and making all decisions associated with production in the hands of a few people, and they're called capitalists because they control capital, they own capital, they make the decisions. Over time, they accumulate more and more wealth, and they use that wealth to take over the political system. And no matter which country you look at in the world, look at the Scandinavian countries, they have been going in the opposite direction since the 1990s.
Right. But that doesn't mean capitalism in the Scandinavian countries can't be saved through some hybrid of capitalism and socialism. Right?
Sure. I mean, I'm all for that. But the question is, why is it going in the other direction? And why are so many people, even in those countries, disillusioned with their political system?
And so that means those countries are ripe for some kind of nationalization of industries and more government and less concentration of wealth, more taxation. I'm not saying, here's what my question for the left is, you can blame capitalism the same way you can blame the Democrats or the Republicans. It's a label, and I'm not sure this is capitalism, and I'm not sure the Scandinavian countries ever had socialism, and I'm not sure Russia ever had communism. But to just chalk something up to this mythological economic system that doesn't exist doesn't address the solutions. So that's my criticism of the left. Is it's easy to just say it's capitalism's fault. The same way the Democrats say it's easy, the Democrats say it's the Republicans' fault. So it lets you off the hook and you don't have to govern. This is the problem I think the left has.
Well, I think it's, it goes beyond just the label. It goes to what specifically is wrong with the economic system. Is it a problem that the workplace is a dictatorship? I think it is. That's the norm in capitalism. So we've seen workplaces that are more democratic, and they function at least as well as those that are autocratic or totalitarian, even, where people are observing your every move, your every keystroke, your every, when you go to the bathroom, how long you're in the bathroom. We've seen that, and we compare it to other forms that are more democratic, co-ops, et cetera. And we see that's better. Now, if you want to call an economy based on cooperatives capitalism, then let's call it, that's fine. I'm all for capitalism. But it gets down to the specifics of what it is you mean. But I see your guest is here, so I won't take up any more.
Thank you. Let's continue this. I really appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Right.
Let's go to a civilized country that doesn't kill innocent civilians, thousands of innocent civilians with armed drones. Mark Breslin is up in Canada, Toronto. He is the founder and president of Yuk Yuk's, the largest comedy chain in North America. We were discussing socialism and capitalism, and is that conversation had in Canada? Do they blame your economic system for your nation's ills?
No, David, they mostly blame me. And very, very unfair, I have to tell you. And as far as you say in our country, thousands of people are not killed by drones. You're absolutely correct, but there's always hope. Because frankly, not everyone should live. But that's a controversial, and then maybe I don't want to take that position today.
And this is why when you do run for office, you run for office running like a boutique kind of candidate. Like you're not for everybody. You're very select few.
I've always said I should not be running for office. I should be running from office.
Do they do?
I have a very complex and contradictory political position. I consider myself, and I have for a long time, a Warhol Republican, which means I'm pro-business and pro-orgy. Those rarely go together.
If Yuk Yuk's
Yes.
were a worker-owned business, I suspect it would not work.
Well,
because it doesn't reflect your taste.
No, but there's all kinds of taste issues and things, and you want a company like Yuk Yuk's to have a kind of an attitude towards things. You want there to be a consistency of product rather than people arguing about what the product should be all the time. But the real problem is that these people are not full-time employees. They're only part-time workers. I think when people are full-time employees, full-time workers in a place, they have a much better reason to say, hey, I want to say in how things run. But when you work maybe a total of 6 hours a week for a company, I'm not sure that really gives you the right or the insight of how to make things run.
Now, I believe in democracy.
Well, that makes
I
one.
believe, right. I believe in an Athenian democracy. I believe that is the idea of America. We're a republic barely, but it would be great if all of us could vote and the majority, within reason, gets to dictate our direction. But as a comedian, I do not believe in democracy. I believe the customer, and you've said this, is always
In the way.
the customer is in the way. Now, this is why I've never really made it as a stand-up comic, but I think the best comics are undemocratic. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't just say comics. I mean, I would say that's true for musicians. I would say that's true for just about anybody in the arts. You only have to be on a movie set to see that the director cannot be challenged or nothing would ever get done. And time is money. And these are highly speculative ventures as businesses, any artistic venture. So you have to kind of have somebody be responsible, and they have to have reasonably autocratic powers. Now, I say reasonably because obviously you don't want like sexual harassment happening unless I'm in charge, in which case it's fine, because I would do it tastefully. And the like, you know. But
I'm sorry, you broke up. You would do it tastefully, and what?
The lighting would be low, so it would
The
be
lighting.
it would not be
Right.
pornographic. It would be erotic. So and that would be all right. But you don't want everybody arguing about which direction there should be an ending. I don't know if you ever saw any of those Czechoslovakian black box theater experiments where the seats were wired for the audience, and then they could all choose what happens next. Did you ever see any of that?
No.
Big thing in the 60s and the 70s, the Czechoslovakian theater companies did this, and I went to one. And all that happened was the audience wound up choosing the most boring and the most obvious choices. They didn't go out on a limb of where they wanted the scene to go. So,
Does that say more about Czechoslovakia than it does about the idea? I mean, suppose it was in America.
Well, I don't think that would be true. It'd probably be even worse in America, frankly. The Czechs are I know a lot of Czech people, and the Czechs are actually very interesting and very unusual. They make unusual choices in a lot of things. So
I know that. Have you ever played Flight Simulator?
No, I played Fight Simulator, which is a completely different thing.
I mean, whenever I play Flight Simulator, I always make sure to occasionally crash into a building. I don't think people in Czechoslovakia would do that. So I think I would, if I could vote on the direction of a play or a movie, I would probably invite more conflict and shame and hurt.
Yeah, the piece that I saw was kind of lightweight to begin with. It wasn't Hamlet, but no, I don't think there's a lot of room for anything but autocracy in the arts, except to protect people who are working there from abuse. But I don't think everybody should all the actors should sit around in a movie production and say to Mr. Spielberg, well, I think the ending should be this. Well, I think the ending should be that. There's just no room for that.
Well, they actually do, though.
They don't work again.
Well, they test the movie. They'll take it out to pass it.
That decides, not the actors.
I'm sorry?
That's the audience that decides, not the actors.
In many ways,
the workers don't decide at a screening what's right or wrong with the movie, but the audience does. I'm not sure I even like that particularly, but when millions of dollars are at stake, I guess you have no choice.
So there is something. Let me retract what I just said.
I'm glad you do that.
There is something democratic about comedy, because if you're not getting laughs, you're David Feldman.
Yeah, if you're not getting laughs, you're doing it
You're
wrong.
You're doing it wrong.
Or
Right.
you're doing it wrong from a marketing point of view, from the marketplace point of view. You might be doing it right. But
So if we elected people based on laughs,
I'm sorry?
if we elected our politicians based on how big a laugh they got.
Well, there have been examples of comedians who've become leaders in their country, right? There was
Right.
somewhere in South America, there was a comic. Somewhere in Europe, there was a comic. What about, was it not Hungary?
Iceland.
Sorry?
Didn't Iceland elect a comedian?
I think Iceland elected a comedian. That's true.
Ukraine, Zelensky is a comedian.
That's what I was thinking of. And they've done well in terms of their relationship with Russia. Obviously the comic knows what they're doing. But yeah.
He's not negotiating with Yakov Smirnov. That's the problem. But based on what makes people laugh the hardest, if you campaigned, if we voted based on what makes people laugh the hardest, then America would be a deeply segregated, misogynistic, war-filled, gun-toting. America would be what America is.
Wow, you just described America. Very good, Dave. I think that's fantastic. No, but when you bring this up, I just start to get nostalgic and think how much I wanted to see Al Franken debate Donald Trump, and what an amazing debate that would have been, because he alone was the only person even close to running who had that kind of sense of humor. And I think a guy like Trump can only be dealt with a sense of humor, because Trump ironically sees himself as a funny guy.
He is.
Yeah.
Oh, I think, honestly, I'm not trying to say this because we're doing a show. This is my heart. I mean this from I swear to you, I believe this. I watch his rallies, and I think he is as entertaining as any comedian who can fill an auditorium.
Maybe he's as entertaining, but that doesn't mean he's as funny. Those are two different things. So?
I think he's funny. He acts out the bits. He does voices.
That's right. He does all those things. But when you work with a young comedian, what you always have to tell that young comedian is the most important thing is your likability. And because he comes across as such a self-satisfied, smug prick, it's very hard for him to have that vulnerability that will sell any real comedy.
May I disagree with you? May I disagree?
Okay.
I believe that if I worked with him and he weren't Donald Trump, he was just the mentally ill Donald Trump, but with no, and he had that demeanor. And if I said to him, even if you're bombing, act as if you're killing. Don't let them get to you.
Yeah.
That he could, in a year, he would be one of the best comics who ever did it. As long as he never admitted defeat.
He's out of a job. He's probably looking for something. Why don't you and I make an approach? We could, we could turn him into something.
We'll start him off in the smaller clubs in Canada.
Start him off in the smaller countries. And he'll get a reputation there, and then we can bring him up to play the big room, which is America.
You could get a lot of publicity. He's not selling well with Bill O'Reilly. He's going around the country, and ticket sales aren't good. You should make him an offer to give up his American citizenship, do America a favor, come to Canada. I can arrange it, and I will manage you will work forever. You'll work all my clubs, and anyway.
We've seen non-comics do comedy, and usually it doesn't work very well. You remember I was Timothy Leary's agent up here in Canada when he was doing comedy clubs, and he was fascinating, but I wouldn't exactly call it stand-up comedy. I did the same thing with Wadey Gravy. Do you remember Wadey Gravy?
Sure.
Hugh Romney had an amazing charity that he was doing. He was doing it all for a charity, which was the Eyeball Project, where he was, I think, buying glasses for people in Africa who could not afford glasses. And also, he was really interesting, but was he funny? you know, and there's lots of other examples of that.
Did you do LSD with Timothy Leary?
Of course, how could I not?
And was he a good, what do they call them? Sherpas? What do you call somebody who guides you through a trip?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, it was a good guide. We can just say, was he a good guide? And the answer is yes, he was fabulous. I remember everything seemed like a cartoon. We went, it was a hot summer night, and we went for the longest walk. And we walked into a friend was having a dinner party. And we walked into her dinner party, and first of all, she freaked out that, obviously Timothy Leary was there. And we could not stop laughing. We couldn't even have a conversation with anybody because we were just laughing so hard. And at one point, I remember I was lying on the carpet of the of the dining room, rolling around, laughing. I couldn't stop laughing.
Wow. That was like the first time I ever smoked pot. Could not stop laughing.
I don't remember that. I just remember I felt a little dizzy, so somebody gave me a sponge to put on my forehead, and I thought it was a piece of bread, and I tried to eat it. And then I actually got in my car, my parents' car, because I was still living at home, and I drove home like at 4 miles an hour. I got home, and we lived with my brother-in-law, and my brother-in-law was the accountant for Sara Lee Cheesecakes, and he would often he would get free cheesecakes if they printed the label wrong or something. So our freezer was stuffed with cheesecakes. So I took the cheesecake and I ate the entire cheesecake. Right? The next morning, my mother said to me, Mark, there was a cheesecake I was going to defrost. Where is it? I said, well, I had it. She said, you had the whole cheesecake? And I said, no, I had friends over. She said, one fork?
You have a son.
Yes.
What is your terror? Do you have the same terror we have in the United States about climate change, democracy? I mean, you're not losing your democracy. You're worried about America losing its democracy, right? But you're not.
No, we're not worried about that. My fears for my son are much more prosaic. Will he become a good student? Will he find something that he loves to do with his life? How much struggle will he have in his life? To have no struggle is not good. Have too much, it's also not good. You have to have some kind of, there's a strike zone for struggle. I feel my life has been full of struggle. And if I had to sum up my life, it would be struggle, triumph, repeat. Repeat. Because for most people, it's struggle, fail, repeat. So I think at least in my life, I've had that as a positive thing. But to think that there's no struggle in my life, I've always struggled, and I've always been aware of my struggles ever since I was, 5 years old.
Right.
It didn't come easy. Some people, life is like applesauce. Some people, you just have that applesauce that just goes down so easy, and for other people, it's kind of chunky, and it gets stuck. And you choke.
I always say life is like applesauce. Sometimes you can spread it on your genitalia and get to see another side of your dog.
Yes, that's so true.
You can really get to know your dog in a much closer way.
As Roman Polanski once said to me, life is just a bowl of cherries. But
and that bowl is Jack Nicholson's hot tub. Was it Jack Nicholson's hot tub?
Yeah, I believe it was. Oh, maybe it was Robert Evans. I think it was Robert Evans.
Nicholson. You sure?
No.
Or was Nicholson and Evans?
They were friends. Yeah. Evans made Chinatown, for one thing, so they must have been.
Right. Well, any resolutions?
Yeah, not really. I I'm going to work out. I'm not going to work out. I'm going to be
Right.
nice. I'm going to be nicer to homeless people I meet on the street. I'm not going to be nicer. Whatever I would come up with, I would not follow anyway. So what is the point? And what is
I was
the point?
talking to my friend.
What is the point of New Year's anyway? I've never really understood it. And until I started working New Year's when I became a comic, I hated it. I hated it. I hated it. This false frivolity based on some calendar change, as if we're all going to be different because we flipped the calendar over, is ridiculous. Just ridiculous.
Well, Humbert College teaches comedy, and you've given lectures to potential club owners, and you've given the best advice anybody has ever given club owners.
I have the drink machine in the room.
I'm sorry?
No blender drinks in the room. Yes, you're right. That's the best.
No, you say every New Year's Eve, make sure you hand out the noisemakers before the show starts.
Yes.
That's the
Yes,
that's-
so do it all night long and drive people
Yes.
just crazy.
that's
No, I really don't. I really don't like New Year's. I think life is an aesthetic continuum, and the worst part of New Year's is that it actually provides hope. And if there's anything I can't stand, David, you know me, it's hope.
yes. Here's an idea. I was talking to my friend Andy Breckman last night, and I said the problem with New Year's resolutions is you have to keep them for a year. What if we just had New Day resolutions, or a resolution for I resolve for an hour that I'm not going to smoke cigarettes.
Yeah.
I resolve for an hour that I'm going to exercise.
It's an excellent idea, but I think it should be expanded to more things like marriage. Like, I think all marriages would work if they were only for a day.
Yeah,
Of 100% success rate.
maybe for you. I don't think a woman could stay married to me for an entire day with me.
Or even a day?
I'm
No, David, you can sleep in. There, right away. Now you're up to like 3 p.m. You're halfway there.
yeah, but I would cheat on her I'm just making a joke. I don't want to go there. Hey, why don't we do this? Why don't we ask our audience in the Zoom room to
Yes.
make a resolution for the next hour? Put it in the chat room, make a resolution, then I'll check in with you later and you can tell me how your resolution is going. Instead of it being a year, it should just be, a day.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Tell me about comedy in Canada. What's happened?
The worst day of my life. I had the worst day today. They've shut everything down again. We're in complete and total lockdown as of Wednesday for 3 weeks. No restaurants, no shows, no comedy clubs, nothing.
Everything is shut down.
Everything is shut. Pretty much everything is shut down. You can go grocery shopping.
Wow.
Closed. And the weather's cruddy. It's really cold out. And, our day was exciting. We went and we drove to PetSmart and got cat food for our cat. That was our exciting day. The schools are closed for 2 weeks. Jackson has to go on online learning, and we know that doesn't work. So it's rough. It's going to be rough for another while.
How many years do you think it's going to take before something eclipses this?
I don't know, but it's really weird when you look back at 9/11 and think wistfully about how wonderful a day that was.
It's a nice autumn day. Mark Breslin is the founder and president of Yuck Yucks, the largest comedy club in North America, and it'll reopen soon, and everybody should support live comedy. And I look forward to talking to you next week, sir.
Sounds good, David. Have a good one.
This too shall pass. I remember my father said that on his deathbed, and then he died. He said, "This too shall pass," and then that was the last. Those were his dying words.
My father used to say that when he was constipated.
You mean every day of his life?
Pretty much.
Thank you, Mark.
Welcome.
Let's go to Los Angeles, where Howie Klein is standing by. He is the founder and treasurer of the Blue America PAC, which raises money for progressive candidates here in New York City. We're going to meet somebody who's running for New York's 3rd congressional district, I believe. Is that correct, Howie?
Unfortunately, you were breaking up while you were speaking, so I couldn't hear all your words.
Oh,
I don't know what you're asking is correct. Are you asking me about where Melanie is from?
Is it the 3rd congressional district here in New York?
Right. So so the district is the North Shore of Long Island, and it goes from Suffolk County right through Nassau and into Queens. Now, the district is being redrawn right now, so no one is positive, but it's likely that it's going to move further into Queens and maybe less into Suffolk. But it's people think of it as the North Shore of Long Island, and even though there's a lot of people in Queens, a lot of people in Suffolk, a lot of people think it's a Nassau County district, which is not. Tom Suozzi is the current congressman, a very conservative Democrat, and he's going to run for governor, so he's not running for the seat again, so it makes it an open seat. And Melanie, who's going to be our guest now, is currently the front runner in that race.
Great.
So we actually have a progressive front runner, which is extremely rare.
Great.
And is Melanie with us?
She's with us. Yes, she is. And we're going to raise money for her today.
I hope so.
We're going to raise a lot of money for Melanie.
Good. Let's do it.
Yes.
And I think the best way to do it is for Melanie to come on and tell us a little bit about herself and why she's running.
And the best way, while she's talking, she needs to unmute herself. Go to, how do you pronounce Dorigo? Is that how it's
Dorigo.
pronounced?
Yeah, Dorigo2022.com.
Dorigo2022.com, DARRIGO 2022.com, and give her money. If you heard the first 90 minutes of my show, this is what you need to do. You need to give her money. Fighting for the families of Queens, Nassau, and Suffolk. Thank you, future Congresswoman Melanie Dorigo. Go ahead, Howie.
Hey, Melanie, how you doing?
Hey, Howie, how's it going? Hi, David. Thanks for having me here tonight.
Yes, well, thanks for coming. We appreciate it. And, we are eager to make sure that our listeners get a feel for who you are and what's going to be the difference between you and just another person who's trying to say, hey, vote for me, vote for me. So why don't you tell us a little bit about what's in store for the families in the 3rd district if they elect you?
Yeah, well, again, thanks so much for having me. I'm really excited to be here. My name is Melanie Dorigo. I am running for Congress in New York's 3rd district. I spent my career as an allied health professional, which means I built health improvement strategies for families, for patients, and later organizations to produce better health outcomes. So healthcare is very important to me. I'm also a nonprofit co-founder and a community organizer and a mom of 3. I've been organizing for issues like universal health care, climate action, social justice issues, common sense gun safety legislation, repro rights, and I've made getting corporate money out of politics a central issue of my campaign. We need to look no further than the newspaper or the TV to realize the outsized influence of corporate money in our political system and how it's always working against us. So I'm a grassroots funded candidate. We've been doing really well organizing in the district. For the listeners, I did run for this seat last cycle. We got a little under 30% of the vote for a first-time candidate. That's actually exceptional. So we're back to finish what we started, to finish the job and start putting people first and fighting for our families.
Okay, and last time you ran, you were running against an incumbent. This time you're running for an open seat. And this time people have heard your name and know who you are. Last time they didn't.
Right. Right. And I think, look, in the last election, we were able to build what I think is a pretty impressive coalition of support. And I think this time, relaunching the campaign, it has given us this advantage because when we relaunched, all that support came back and we've been able to really build on that support. So at this point in the race, I have 15 endorsements and we're, getting more endorsements, it seems like every single week, which is wonderful. I'm actually the first candidate of the cycle to be endorsed by Brand New Congress, by excuse me. I don't know why I just had a little bit of a blank out there. By the National Organization for Women Moms in Office, Progressive Women of New York, the New York Progressive Action Network, and a slew of others. I was recently endorsed by National, Indivisible, and Blue America. So we're very excited, and we're just going to keep on building until we not only win in June, but win in November. And then we're going to keep on fighting and make sure that we can pass progressive policies that help all of us.
Well, speaking of progressive policies that help all of us, one question that I've asked some candidates in the past that people like, and I've gotten a lot of feedback saying, "Oh, that's a good question. Ask other people that." So I'm going to ask you now. Okay. Not long ago, there was a contentious battle over strategy in Congress about how to hold the line or not hold the line, and passing Joe Manchin's hard transportation bill or hold it up until he agreed to pass the social infrastructure bill. Now, I know from the stuff I've heard from you that you're a big fan of the social infrastructure bill and and the stuff that's in that bill. But in terms of strategy, there were only 6 Democrats who voted against going forward. Would you have been one of those 6? Do you know? Do you have any inkling of that?
I would have been, and I had been saying as much for months and months. I think that obviously, listen, Donald Trump traumatized a lot of Americans, and I think that there was this craving to return to some type of normalcy. And I think, some of what we're combating right now is trying to figure out, well, wait, what was normal? Because Donald Trump was against voting rights, but yet we can't seem to pass any voting rights. Donald Trump didn't want to pass paid leave, but we can't seem to pass paid leave now, right? So I think we're struggling with what that looks like. But I think for many Democrats in particular, they put all their faith and fought and did what they could. They wrote postcards. Some knocked doors. Some made a lot of phone calls. They donated money to make sure that we won the House, we won the Senate, and we won the White House. And here we are, and we're not able to pass anything. I have to say, and as easy as it is to Monday morning quarterback, I think that the 6 were absolutely right to hold the line. And of course, it's easy to say that now that we've seen Joe Manchin go back on his word, which is, what I think most of us who were paying attention thought would happen.
Right. I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that your district and AOC's district share a common border in Queens.
Yes, we have a little intersecting point as it stands today. We'll see if that changes or shifts, but either way, we're very, geographically quite close.
Right. And she was one of the 6, of course, who refused to vote for the hard infrastructure bill without
Can I ask you a question, Howie?
Sure. Oh.
So, and Melanie, I made the mistake of not having AOC on the show when she was a candidate. Howie, looking at this race, Melanie has a very good chance of winning, doesn't she?
Yes, like I said, I when I look at the race, I see that Melanie is a front runner, is the front runner in the race, both in the primary and in the general election.
I from what I read over the weekend, it looked like, wow, she's a year from now. Go ahead, please.
So that just means you have to have me back once I win, David.
Yeah, well, we'll see if you want to come back.
Oh, I
Usually
make
when
a
they're
point.
elected.
No, I recognize that it's all the supporters along the way. You know, winning an election is never about a single candidate, right? It's always about the entirety of all the supporters. It's every phone call, it's every door knock, it's every donation, it's every interaction where we can reach out to voters, right? It's all of us that get us there. It's never about one single person, and I never ever forget that, because I think it's just very important for the movement, at least for a sustainable movement, right?
All right, go ahead, Howie.
You said you were going to ask me a question, but I didn't.
Oh, no,
hear.
the question was, this is somebody who is going to Congress. There's no question.
Yes. We certainly hope so. Now, that doesn't mean that people should slack off. She's going to go to Congress if she keeps getting the kind of support that she needs to win this election. So, that's not just donating. Donating is very important, but she needs volunteers as well. She needs people to do everything that makes a campaign tick. And Melanie, is there a volunteer page on your website?
Yes, absolutely. If you go to the regular homepage, there's a little menu bar. So Darrigo 2022, DARRIGO 2022.com, and you can sign up to volunteer.
Great. And what would someone volunteering do? I mean, like, take someone who lives in the district first. Tell us what you would want them to do, and then tell us what people from around the country would do if they were to volunteer.
Right. Well, yeah. So in district, obviously, Omicron is throwing a little bit of a wrench in our plans, but hopefully in a couple of weeks, we'll be out knocking on doors, talking to voters. That's very, very important. Hosting events, whether it's via Zoom, and actually that's something you can do from anywhere in the country. But in district, we can certainly do it in home or in a backyard. In terms of, broader volunteers, there's always a job. I always tell everyone, if you want to get involved in a campaign, I promise I have a job for you, because we can always use more folks, and it can manifest in a variety of ways. Folks can help out in particular aspects, whether it's with data work, it's potentially with comms, it's writing letters to the editor. It could be phone banking volunteers. It could be helping outreach to voters over the phone. There's always jobs to do. So it's sort of what we like to do on the campaign. Like, we certainly have needs, but we also, for our folks who really want to volunteer and become ongoing volunteers, we like to find out what they like to do, and then we'll sort of place them in an area of the campaign where they can get something out of it, and we're getting something out of it as well.
Great. I know that Biden won your district, right? He beat Trump there?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
By like 10 points or something?
It was a little less, but here's the thing about this district, right? I think there was, it can be tumultuous, but mostly what we found, and I've knocked, over the years, tens of thousands of doors in this district, our voters are craving a representative or leadership that is going to fight for them and prioritize their needs. And we just really haven't had a strong representative to do that. And of course, with the presidential election, I think there was a bit of burnout. But yeah, I mean, definitely it's a blue district. It's been a blue district for over 20 years. And, we're waiting for redistricting at the moment. We do anticipate it likely getting bluer, but, regardless if it gets bluer or not, we feel really confident about where we are and the work that we've done already at this point. And we know we're about to really enter that, home stretch of the primary now, where it's just, nonstop voter outreach. We're feeling very good about it.
So I've lived in both Nassau and Suffolk County. Suffolk County when I was in college, but I lived there for 4 years. And I was younger when I lived in Nassau County. But I don't know the people who I know some, but I don't know the people the way you know them who do live in your district now. And I want to ask you, when something is brought up that's like a contentious issue, like, I don't know, take Medicare for all. What kind of response do you get from that? Do people say, yes, we really need that? Or do they say, yeah, it's too expensive, leave me alone?
Well, I think one thing that we have done really well and consistently as a campaign, and this is both in the 2020 cycle and now in the 2022 cycle, is that we have had a very strong voter education model. We have always worked to bring, supporters and voters in as opposed to ostracizing them, right? Just because we think one way and they think another, let's have a real conversation and let's meet them where they're at. And so, yeah, I think, if you're not in the room with someone and someone hears a snippet from the news that tells them that they should think one way about something like, for example, Medicare for All, and I think this has really shifted. The first time I started running, it was pre-pandemic, and I think it was a little bit harder on an issue like Medicare for All. But I'll tell you, we have had so much success. And what I have done is not walk in with the buzzwords, right? So the Medicare for All, that phrase can be triggering for folks. I don't know why, but it can be. And so I would go into a room and I would say, let's talk about healthcare. What if we had a system where there were no deductibles and there were no copays, and it included long-term care and hearing aids and dental? What if we had a system like that? And then I would talk about it and I would go into depth, and then I would get everyone in the room shaking their head like, yeah, well, that sounds great. And then I would tell them, well, we actually do have a proposed piece of legislation that would do just that. And then I would say it's Medicare for All, and you would see almost, the total shock. And that's how we would bring folks in, because we would sort of disarm any preconceived notions they had about a particular policy. And we did this across the board for a variety of policies. And then we'd have folks come and ask us questions. And believe it or not, over the course of the years, we've had supporters who said, I support you because I like what you're doing, but I don't support Medicare for All. And then over time, after having several conversations with me and with the campaign, they changed their mind because all their questions were answered. And we create this safe environment to allow people to learn without ostracizing them. And I'll tell you, it's a very successful model.
Yeah, well, that's a good way to do campaigning instead of just sitting on the phone calling donors all the time. But do you? I mean, I feel like. Correct me if I'm wrong. Are most of the people who live in your district homeowners?
Yes, it's a very high home ownership district, but we do have a lot of renters as well. But it is primarily homeowners.
And the reason I'm asking that is because homeowners always seem to be a little bit more adverse to programs that they fear will make their taxes go up.
Yeah, well, I think, listen, nobody wants to pay more taxes, right? If we did a survey, I don't think there's a person, well, there are a few now there are, but maybe 10 years ago, they would say, no, I don't want to pay taxes. But I go back to, if you can educate a voter base and tell them exactly where their money is going. And look, there are proposed models for how we pay for Medicare for All. There's tons of studies now at this point that would show that not only would we save $450 billion a year, we'd save 68,000 lives a year. And I think when we talk to folks like that and show them, well, look, you pay a deductible every month. And I think we tend to not remember our deductible that we're paying because it comes out of, most of us, it comes out of our paycheck. So we don't even think about it as an actual cost, right? But it is. And I think once we're able to educate folks on that and show them exactly how it works, it makes a lot of sense because frankly, universal healthcare, Medicare for All is not a radical proposition. In my opinion, it is the most pragmatic policy. It's fiscally and morally responsible. And frankly, if we were a corporation and someone pitched this idea and said, hey, we're going to save lives and we're going to save all this money, it would be heralded as a huge success, right? So I think our biggest challenge is really just trying to break through the misinformation and the noise.
Right. And a lot of people get their information from Fox News, right? Large numbers of people. Is that the case in your district? Is that where are people getting their information from Fox?
I don't know too many Democrats these days that's getting their information from that particular source. But certainly there are a fair amount of Republicans that are, and that I think is unfortunate. I think Nielsen Ratings doesn't even classify Fox News as a news source; it's classified as entertainment, and I wish more folks knew that.
I didn't know that either. That's pretty funny.
Mm-hmm. But I'll tell you, Howie, we've knocked doors, and I think I may have mentioned this to you, and this is not uncommon. When we're out in the field knocking doors, it's fairly common for someone to answer the door, not be the person you're looking for, it's their spouse, and they're a Republican. And when we have conversations and you're meeting them where they're, well, tell me about your issues. Well, I wouldn't vote for a Democrat. Okay, well, what do you care about? And you start to have a real substantive conversation. We've flipped voters at the door. We've had Republicans change their registration to support us. And I think it's because most people truly want the same things. We want good schools. We want a livable planet. We want good health care. We want jobs, right? I think there's a lot more in common than we realize. And right now, media is very divisive, and it's really tearing us apart. But I think it's really that work, and it's hard because it's grinding work to be out there every day knocking those doors, but it works.
Do you mind if I'd like to ask you a question? The incumbent who's running for governors, how do you pronounce it?
Swazi.
Has he endorsed you?
No,
he's very, very conservative. Not to endorse anybody.
So I go to capitaltrades.com and I keep track of Democratic congressmen and Republicans, but it's mostly Democratic Congress people who are trading on the New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ. Should he be trading close to $7 million? He made 155 trades in 2021, totaling $6,500,000 going in and out of.
A question that's more of a general question than just about Swazi. He's one of many. I mean, why don't we make it about Pelosi, who's trading hundreds of millions of dollars between her and her husband? I don't know if I'm right about that, hundreds of millions, but many millions of dollars in on the stock market. So the question that I think you want to ask, David, is should members of Congress be trading on the stock market? Especially if they're in committees or even an ability to vote on the floor of the House that has some influence on the value of those stocks. Is that something that you've thought about at all, Melanie?
Absolutely. The incumbent is currently on the House Ways and Means Committee, and quite literally is writing tax laws for the corporations that fund him. And there's something fundamentally flawed about that. And I certainly don't want to make this conversation about him. He's no longer my opponent, but he and several other congressional representatives were just found in violation of the Stock Act for not reporting their trades. And I think that is, I don't know how that happens at that level, but clearly it has been happening. So that's being investigated. It's my personal opinion that I don't believe that congressional members should be trading. I mean, certainly they're allowed to have an account, but put it in a blind trust and let someone do it. But I do not think with the information that they're receiving, they should be allowed to continue in this manner. And I mean, you look at Congress and look what happens, right? You look at my incumbent, this is his third cycle, and you've seen his wealth balloon 3 or 4 times in the amount of time he's been in Congress. Now, I'm not saying, for sure that is what he's done, but it's just, I don't think that I don't think we should be doing that. I don't think we should be trading while we're getting all of this information, and certainly writing laws that could potentially benefit the companies that we're trading or buying stocks in.
Should we know what candidates are worth? And in the Democratic Party, should it be a detriment if they're worth too much?
It's a good question. I think when we look at Congress, and particularly a couple of cycles ago, it's gotten a little bit better, but when you look at Congress, there are a few characteristics that stick out, right? It's mostly old white men with nice ties, right? Who have tremendous wealth. And I do think that that's a perspective that sure deserves a seat at the table, but it definitely does not deserve all the seats at the table, right? So we certainly need a more diverse Congress. And I think we have seen, I mean, look at the world that we live in. We have seen what a Congress looks like when they legislate for those at the very, very top. And, you know, we see it over and over and over again. And I think it's why we are unable to pass this reconciliation bill. There's no real substantive reason why Joe Manchin would vote against this reconciliation bill. It's not about helping the people of West Virginia who rank nearly at the bottom of nearly every list in this country with healthcare, education, economic development, all of it, right? But he's a coal baron and it goes against his personal interests, right? So I do think that there has to be some sort of checks and balance system. Now, again, I'm not saying that there should be no wealthy people in Congress. There should be a mix. It should be diverse.
But
We're a
the
diverse
Democratic
country.
Party, this is something I feel very passionate about because character does count, and we judge a person's character in politics on whether or not they cheat on their wives. That seems to be what bring Democrats down. Shouldn't their character be measured by their net worth? Wouldn't voters be better informed? I'm being serious, Howie. Wouldn't we do?
Well, you're being very, very general as well. I mean, I agree with you. You know, most rich people that I've come in contact with tend to be very greedy. The richer they are, the greedier they are. But it's not all of them aren't like that. I mean, we certainly wouldn't have had FDR as president if you had the David Feldman rule in place.
Well, I think that's true. If I could just real quick,
Personally, he was poor. He had to borrow money from his mother, Sarah. He did not have money. He lived in his mother. I'm serious. He was personally impoverished. Go ahead.
I live in one of the wealthiest congressional districts in the country. And what I can tell you is that, yeah, look, I don't think that there's one key factor that influences who you are as a person. In fact, one of the election districts in 2020, very close to where I live, there's a wealthy area. And I had done some events and I spoke to folks and I spoke to them about a Green New Deal and Medicare for all and very progressive, policy. And I ended up winning that election district. And these are very, very wealthy people, wealth beyond what I could imagine. And so I think it's important not to just judge, based on that one factor. But I think to your point, in Congress, there has to be a checks and balance system when their wealth is growing tremendously.
And we should pay attention to that. We
Absolutely.
should know what our representatives, what they're worth when they take office and what they're worth as they're about to leave office. Go ahead, Howie.
You're right. We should, and that's why those records are publicly available.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Right. It's I think it can be difficult to sleuth through, right? I mean, all the information is there, but I don't think the process is very clear to the average constituent how one would, uncover what their congressional representative is worth and how their wealth grew and what did they invest in, right? And I think that can be problematic. And I think we're seeing that, with Joe Manchin right now.
You're right. Congress writes those rules, and they write them for their own benefit. So, even when you come to the definition of bribery, they take their own behavior and they write around that. So that what they do isn't part of bribery, whereas everybody who looks at what they do knows exactly what it is. It's bribery.
Mm-hmm. It may be legal, but that does not mean it's ethical.
We're almost out of time. I have 3 questions that I ask all the candidates.
Okay.
Okay. Did the Taliban attack us on 9/11?
No.
Does Medicare for all mean putting health insurance companies out of business? Can we have Medicare for all and still have health insurance companies?
No.
Okay, forget it. You got my vote. Go to That's it.
Do you live in the district?
No, but I'm moving there. Those are, I think, the two most difficult questions for a politician to answer, and most don't answer it that
Give you a
quickly.
much more difficult one, especially in a district like Melanie's. But there's no time to go into the whole situation in Israel, so we'll have to do this another time.
Go to darrigo2022.com, DARRIGO 2022.com. Give her money. She's going to Congress. So give her money, DARRIGO 2022.com. Melanie's going to win. She's endorsed by Howie Klein. That's all you need to know. She's endorsed by Howie. Give her money. Do you take corporate donations?
No,
Are you a multimillionaire?
no, no. Things would be a lot easier if I was, but no.
Okay.
The mother of three, but not a multimillionaire. So a millionaire in a different kind of way.
That is true. I get a million kisses.
You're going to win.
I believe so. I believe so. We're very excited. We have to continue to grow the Progressive Caucus. We need to get folks who are fighting for us in office. It's the only way we're going to save our democracy. It's the only way we're going to create a future for us, our children, and our grandchildren.
Right. And well said. Howie, you get the last word. Thank you for Melanie.
Last word is just, I wanted just to ask Melanie if she'll come back to celebrate with us when she wins the primary.
Let's do it.
The election is November 8th. When is the New York primary?
June 28th.
June 28th. You're going to win. I mean, I've gone over, you can win this thing.
We can win this thing. We absolutely can win this thing. We're going to continue to work hard. So thank you to everyone who listened to me tonight. And if you can support us however you can, whether it's a donation or you can volunteer, it would really go a long way with a campaign like ours. I'm a grassroots candidate, and it's really about the people. So come on and join us and build with us.
Thank you. Go
Thank
to
you so much.
DARRIGO 2022.com. Give her money. Now, go. Howie Klein endorses her. That's all you need to know. Thank you, Melanie. Please come back. Thank you, Howie.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. I'll see you next.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye, Mel.
Follow Howie on Twitter at Down with Tyranny and read Down with Tyranny. And to find other candidates to support, go to the Blue America PAC or read Howie Klein. And right now, go to darrigo2022.com, DARRIGO 2022.com. $5, $500. Give her money. It's what I talked about at the top of the show, that the revolution starts, and David Cobb will disagree with me on this, or maybe not. I was saying at the top of the show that the revolution starts within the Democratic Party, that we need people pissing into the tent. But if you go in the tent, and if the left cannot take back the Democratic Party, then they don't deserve to govern. If the left can't present to the American people a plan and a platform and work the levers of power and seize control of the Democratic Party, they don't deserve to seize control of the Senate, the White House, Congress, and the Supreme Court. David Cobb, welcome. David Cobb ran for president on the Green Party ticket, and he managed Ralph Nader's presidential campaign in Texas. Welcome back. We didn't have you last week.
That's true. So I want to say, David, Happy New Year. And I loved the 3 questions that you boiled down to just 2 with Melanie.
Right, that was the speed.
Like you, I noticed the immediacy of her answers, the unflinchingness of her answers. And that went a long way. I saw the same thing you did.
Thank you. Yes, it was like that was it. The speed. She knew the answer, and yes, it's the speed. There was nothing political about that or
there
politics.
wasn't.
She knew the answer. Yeah. So
That's
what
right.
about that? You're. I want to talk about whatever you want to talk about, but some of the things I talked about at the top of the show was if we believe that the planet has 10 years, then why do any long-term planning? That there's something crippling about being told the planet has 10 years. That's not really helpful because if we're in a state of emergency, we don't think clearly.
Some of us do, some of us don't, right? Like, let's just be clear about that. Like, there are some folks, and look, like, I'm not telling you these anecdotes to pat myself on the head. I don't think it makes me better. I didn't do anything for it, but I can tell you, I have sank on a shrimp boat where it looked like I might die. I have been in a very severe earthquake coming from Texas to California, and a 6.5 that made me think, like I could die right here. And I've had a gun pointed up against my temple, a revolver right up against my temple. So there are 3 occasions where I have been faced with my imminent demise, death. And I can tell you, David, like in each one of those times, I wasn't courageous. I want to be really clear about this. I'm not saying I was courageous. I'm saying I was laser focused, tunnel vision. Each time I just completely, my mind just immediately went to, I could die right here. Here's what I should do. And again, not courage, not nothing else, but just here's what I should do to survive. And I think that there are some folks who just sort of have that tendency. So I can just tell you, for me, the knowledge of the ecological crisis and the economic crisis and the political crisis, which all together are creating literally civilization-wide collapse, has got me just laser focused on what I think that we and I should be doing. And to be clear, I have come to the conclusion that I have very little agency about the global or even the national level stuff. So that's the reason that I focus so much of my time at the local level, because I feel like there is agency and I feel like there are things that I can do to actually impact the result. So, like, for me, I'll just answer your question. I actually find it helpful to have the clarity of the climate crisis and have scientists explaining what our window is. I have clarity that capitalism as an economic system of how to organize the political economy is collapsing and being replaced with a version of crypto-fascism. And I have clarity about why the political system is collapsing, because it can't maintain order between these competing worldviews. Because again, David, you've heard me say
Hence fascism.
it is fascism. Look, to be
you
very
need
clear,
fascism to maintain order. The neoliberals have to turn to fascism to maintain order.
Or some version of socialism, like that, and that's the reason that I think that the center cannot hold. There's a great poem, right, that talks about it, but it really is true. Again, I'm not in any way gleeful about this. I am simply assessing what I believe.
Okay, so here I've hold on to your thought. Here is my critique of the people who have a critique for capitalism. Objectively listening to the conversations that we have on this show, the center cannot hold. There's going to be chaos. There's going to be rioting in the streets. There's going to be a complete loss of control. From from most Americans' perspective, a majority of Americans, fascism promises order, at least temporarily. You could make a case for even the ancient Romans who gave us our democracy, our republic, had dictators. They built into the Roman democracy. Republic was a dictator during a time of crisis. Fascism was baked in to Roman democracy. What does socialism have to offer in terms of chaos and rioting in the streets?
So it's a fair question, and I want to be.
How do the American people buy into socialism to calm the waters, as a way to calm the waters?
So what I would say is this: like, to answer the question, we have to come to terms with the existential nature of the crisis that we're in. Like, the center cannot hold. So one of the two ways to organize society are going to actually become not just dominant, but the way we organize society. So my appeal to ordinary Americans is not to get caught up in labels, or not to get caught up into like what the left loves to do, which is sort of endless debate over precision of words, but to simply say what we are talking about is creating a society where everyone's basic needs are met, that we not just survive, but we genuinely thrive, rich and meaningful lives organized around the principle that we're all in this together. Everybody's needs have got to be met. And here's the kicker, everyone has the right and responsibility to offer their gifts as labor. We all have skills, we all have talents, and the right hates to acknowledge it, but most people want to give labor and they want to give those gifts. What it means is to give up the illusion of a kind of power that somehow your success comes from exploiting or oppressing others. It is a reminder that the human impulse, I mean, we exist as a species, David. We have survived as a species basically as collaborators. You know, it's pretty clear that Homo sapiens sapiens, like us, have been around for 200 to 300,000 years, right? Like, that's just more or less it. We would not have survived as a species if we did not collaborate, if we had not engaged in some version of power with dynamics. This way that we are currently organized society, in this very clear top-down power over way that we've been trained and taught and lied to, and that too many of us believe, in fact, are the quote natural order, is actually unnatural. It's only at best of our 200,000 to 300,000 years. At most, it's probably 1,000 years old or so. It is absolutely, positively at the anomaly, and our job is to break it down without dumbing it down, right? To speak plainly and clearly about the fact that we are in an existential crisis. There is still time to act, where your children and grandchildren can have a wonderful life, but it's going to require us to give up the billionaires. It's going to require us to give up the hoarding of money, power, wealth, and decision-making authority. And so that's, to me, ultimately, socialism is just economic democracy.
I was reading about evolution about 2 weeks ago, about how once we started cooking our food, our energy went from our stomach. We didn't have to chew all day, so then it made our brains bigger and we became smart. Fire made our brains bigger because the food, the energy went to growing out our brains. We didn't need big stomachs.
That's
anymore.
so interesting.
Let me just finish. Let me just finish. Hang on for 1 second, because it speaks to what you were just saying. Our brains grew larger. Our heads grew larger. which means that childbirth became more difficult to pass through a woman's whatever they call it. And so a woman, a female human, cannot give birth alone. We're one of the few animals that needs help birthing a child. So as we got smarter, it necessitated collaboration. Otherwise, the woman would die during childbirth or the baby would die during childbirth because of our bigger brains. So the answer, I think, is if we're going to continue with hyper-individualism, women need to have bigger openings to accommodate our skulls.
As a comedian, I saw you ask yourself if you should tell that joke.
Well, I was thinking, but according to evolution, but here's the beauty of evolution. We evolved into a more collaborative society instead of giving women wider openings to accommodate the head. Isn't that evolution decided, well, the culture will evolve, will be more collaborative than give women wider openings for bigger skulls.
So I don't know the study that you're describing, right?
I make most of this stuff up, but it's good.
No, it's good stuff. And honestly, David, I enjoy these conversations because they challenge me. So one thing that I would ask you for real is to drop me an email with whatever you were reading about this around food, because that's a very intriguing idea. And I'll ask you, have you ever heard of the stoned ape hypothesis?
The ape smoking dope?
Not smoking dope, actually psilocybin mushrooms. Terence McKenna, who wrote a book called Food of the Gods, had this idea that the evolution is that it was the consumption of psychedelic funguses that played a crucial role in the development of both the human mind and culture. And it's just a very interesting idea.
What it is I haven't heard about psilocybin. I've heard about it with grain alcohol, that once they began fermenting, once somebody mixed water with wheat, it created bread and beer.
Mm.
And
right. So I'm going to interrupt you because I know about how beer was developed, but remember what's interesting about both the fire theory that you just described, and I'm going to call it McKenna's theory because it's not mine, but the one on psilocybin is tied to when the human brain really had that big explosion because
of consciousness.
Because one thing that we do know is that it was like hominids, right? Before Homo sapiens sapiens, but hominids, the brain tripled in size, more or less. And I think, and I'm really rough on the numbers, but 1 million years or so ago, when hominids really began. So it could be either the cooking of food, or it could be the use of mushrooms that actually did that. And we do know that there was a creative explosion that happened about 40,000 years ago. That was just prior to the migration from Africa to Europe. And that could either be, again, psilocybin or beer or some other thing. But to me, these are all incredibly interesting things.
I think the beer, I go with the beer. I think you get beer and you say, I'm not wandering anymore. I'm just sitting back. I'm good. No more nomad for me. I'm just staying put. Let's raise some animals and grow this crap right here.
And figure out a way to play sports. So look,
right, and beat people up.
So one thing that I do want to sort of circle back to is the fascism, and I did see that that got a lot of conversation going on your comment section. And I know you always warn me not to read it, but I can't help myself. I find a lot of oftentimes I go back and reread these comments after I
Good.
come up there. It's
Yeah.
good stuff. But the thing that I really want to underscore, David, is that fascism as a political ideology is emerging, not just in the United States, but around the entire world. And it's emerging for a reason, because fascism is not merely totalitarianism. It's not just jackbooted thugs. It's not just racist cops killing people of color. I mean, these are all horrific things, right? But fascism is a particular hyper-nationalism associated with how to organize the political economy. And it is, it appeals at certain times when there is chaos. And we are in, just like in the 1930s, the entire global economy was more or less evolving or morphing from agrarian society to some version of what we now know as industrialism, right? And it wasn't clear, what would that be? Oh my God. And everybody was sort of feeling chaotic. And the fascist and the hyper-nationalist had a plan, and they asserted that plan, right? Remember, and they appealed to people around that nationalism. By the way, the same thing that Trump and other like neo-Confederates and outright fascists are outlining today, because we know that society is in a sense of chaos. And here's the thing, David, I don't know if you caught this. Let me finish this because it's really, to me, it's super important. NPR had retired 2-star U.S. Major General Paul Eaton on to talk about a recent op-ed where he feared an actual military coup after the 2024 election.
Right, he wrote that with Taguba, General Taguba, who looked into Abu Ghraib.
Correct.
And they're worried about soldiers taking arms against other soldiers.
So, like, I just want to say, when NPR has a 2-star major general opining about this, we have to take this very, very seriously. And what gets me, like, what terrifies me is I see what we're talking about is fascism coming about not as a result of a successful coup, a la the January 6th insurrection, which is what it was, but actually using the electoral process to have fascists actually get elected, quote, legally. I'm not going to call it democratic elections because our electoral system is so profoundly flawed. We could get into that on another show. But I would say that using the legal process, we have a distinct possibility that like a fascist element of the Republican Party will have control of the US Congress by November of this year. And the presidency in 2024. And what terrifies me is that the leadership of the Democratic Party and the neoliberals are not rising to the challenge, not one damn bit. They don't either understand the challenge. They are certainly not acting commiserate to the degree of the crisis that is being faced. And I don't know if it's because they don't have a plan or they would really rather side with fascists than with socialists. But
can I address that for a second?
Yeah, please.
I think it's pretty apparent that the Democratic leadership lacks the vocabulary to address the rise of fascism in America, because they are the reason people are turning to fascism. They have created the vacuum in this country, the Democrats, not the Republicans. The Republicans are fascists. They've gone full bore fascist. The Democrats have created the vacuum. They offer no alternative to fascism because they are the problem. In order for them to...
And so yeah, I think that's exactly right. And that's why you hear me say it all the time. I engage in electoral politics, but I'm not an electoral fetishist, because here is, and hello, Dr. Fraud. Such a pleasure. Hi. Happy New Year. Because here's what I think, David, is that as fascism is emerging, the solution to fascism is actually not going to be found merely at the ballot box. I do think that voting is a tactic that should be used. But I think the real way that you combat fascists, and by the way, it's not to punch a Nazi, right? And to be very clear, I'm pro punch a Nazi. I know that there are other people on the left who are not. I believe that Nazis will kill people that I love and cherish. Fuck those people, right? I have literally there may be some people who can find the humanity that's left in such a person. I'm not that person, and I'm not going to waste my time doing it. So
I have a rotator cuff. I would break my rotator cuff if I punched a Nazi. So you go ahead.
I'm not getting into the punch a Nazi pro or con, because I think that's an irrelevant conversation. I think the real relevant conversation is, how do we actually combat and ultimately overcome fascism? And I genuinely, sincerely believe the only way to do that is to create a society in which the seeds of hate and fascism cannot flourish, right? And that's the reason that you constantly hear me talking about what we're doing at Cooperation Humboldt, the solidarity economy work, the work that we're doing to actually give people meaningful work to do that actually makes them feel good about themselves and their community, and that meets people's needs. That's how we combat fascism, by there are always going to be some cockroaches that are just hate-filled whatevers, right? But that's a distinct minority. It grows in periods of desperation and crisis, and people are looking for what the answer is. And honestly, the neoliberal Democratic Party does not have an answer. That's part of the problem.
So before we bring it, I see Dr. Harriet Fraud. Let me ask this of Dr. Harriet Fraud. I'll give her a proper introduction in a second. If you are lucky enough not to be, evicted right now, we have an eviction crisis. If you're lucky enough not to be homeless. If you're lucky enough not to be a member of the LGBTQ community and fearing for your life and unable to find work because of how you were born. If you are, let's say, a vast preponderance of America, which is unable to come up with $500 for a medical emergency, but somewhat secure. Chaos can seem manufactured. This chaos, if you turn off the TV, if you don't listen to my show, if you don't read what's going on, chaos can seem manufactured. Is there an illusion of chaos that both sides create for their own benefit? Does the left scream of chaos because it moves the needle in its direction? Do the neoliberals scream chaos because it moves the needle in their direction? How chaotic is America right now?
Well, in my opinion, it is chaotic because, look, it's a failing empire. And the basic promise for white people who are headed in a family headed by a male was that each generation could do better than the previous one, and that people would have a decent standard of living and a home. That has failed, even with two people who are lucky enough to get work, working full-time at minimum wage. You can't afford a 2-bedroom apartment in any state, city, or county in the United States. It's failed. It has failed its people. And it becomes more unequal every day. And people are desperate, terribly desperate, which is
that chaos? Isn't there a difference between desperation and chaos? Are we seeing
chaos? It's
desperation.
Sorry? Because it isn't chaos. I mean, there isn't a corporate order in this society. It's breaking. Everything is breaking down, though. Nothing works. It's like a third world country. Nothing works right.
But it's orderly.
Believe in it. Look, in France, when you want to go on strike in the university, you don't pick it outside. You just do only what's on your job description, and nothing works. People have to care. They have to be invested. They're not. There's no point anymore. 5 million people have decided to just drop out and do something else. 250,000 minimum are on strike, and others are organizing to strike because it isn't working. And it isn't chaos, it's despair. And the people at the top are prospering. 400 billion was earned by manufacturers of armaments alone during the recession. People are desperate and unhappy. But it isn't chaos, it's just indifference and sadness and dysfunction. And
does that make it ripe for can fascism rise?
Yes, it could, and so could
just from desperation, or don't you need disorder? Don't you need the streets erupting?
You need a sense that you need law and order to hold things together because they're falling apart. And that sense can be given by a movement that's an alternative, by a plan like Cooperation Humboldt, that's an alternative. Americans don't have alternatives. They don't have alternative visions. The anti-communist crusades of the 50s really smashed the left here, and class consciousness is just coming back. If Americans had a vast mass movement that held together all the disparate outrages of Black Lives Matter, of the sexual rights movement, of the Me Too movement, and basically of the right to a decent life and not indecent profiteering, I think the massive movement would be galvanized. And I don't think it's chaos, it's despair and dysfunction. But,
right.
And there is crime, that's true, but there was crime before. There aren't more murders that much than there were before.
Shootings are up.
One thing that's really worth pointing out, Dr. Fraud, is that every time there has been a massive disruption, people automatically actually try to care for each other, right? Like that's and
right.
Again, like it tells me that most humans are actually decent. Most people are actually wanting to do the right thing. And I do believe that one of the real just heartbreaking realities of that anti-communist crusade of the 1950s has been the blunting of the revolutionary vision and imagination. And I see it honestly, David, in your comment threads. I mean, the number of folks who immediately, when somebody like myself or Dr. Fraud try to raise up that bigger, like we could actually win the whole enchilada, the number of people who are like almost like the crabs in a bucket, right? Like, no, like get back into play the small ball of the Democratic Party and just electoral politics. And it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, it is heartbreaking because that fails them again and again and again. Failed Bernie twice, that's who stabbed him in the back. We have to understand that. And we don't have an alternative vision. One of the reasons that workers are doing better in Europe and that they have fewer COVID cases and many fewer deaths from overdoses is because they do have an alternative to believe in. Overdoses and addiction went down by 75% when they legalized drugs in Portugal with its socialist, communist, and green connection for the last 12 to 15 years. It's become a much gentler, more civilized society. People have something to believe in. And I think that the United States now is in just a sad state. But there's still so much kindness when people need it. There really is. I was walking up 14th Street and there was a very dark-skinned Black woman leaning against one of the buildings. And there were 5 cops surrounding her. And they weren't a predatory cop energy. They were on their cell phones. I could see that something happened. She might have collapsed. and they were trying to get her help. And I felt so bad for her that I waved to her with my caring expression that I felt, and she blew me a kiss. That's there, that kindness. And it's there in so many ways. The little gentlenesses between people, the kindness. If somebody stumbles, they help them stand up. But there is
So the question I have,
kindness.
right. This was an interesting weekend for me because New Year's Eve was Friday night, and we really got like a full, everybody just said, that's it. New Year's Day and Sunday. I think everybody I know just took time off. And I thought about the way I depict the world to my listeners and what the truth is, that I have an agenda. I think I have a moral imperative to point out all the suffering that's going on, and nothing is good enough in this country. And if you don't wake up every morning thinking about the suffering, then you're not helping anybody. I don't need anybody celebrating how great America is. That doesn't help anybody. Then I thought, well, what is the actual truth? Well, what is the weather? I can find out what temperature it is, and they can tell me it's cloudy, it's sunny, climate change is real. What is the weather here in America? And what are we looking for? What kind of storm is coming in November? Because both sides are guilty of warning of a big storm, like the end of democracy, the flooding in the streets, chaos. And then you turn off the TV and you stop thinking. And like you said, you go outside and you're on 14th Street and this woman throws you a kiss. What is the weather? Are we dealing with reality and the truth? Is America really about to turn into the 60s?
No, not the 60s yet. Look, it's not about to be fascist immediately. The January 5th people, many are going to jail. They're in disgrace in a lot of areas. That there are different possibilities. The United States is falling. And whether we can catch it with the left movement, whether the right will catch it, most people are not hateful fascists. New York City is a city of many people of many colors. People basically get along and are kind to each other. There are occasional predators, but it's when I was on the subway, some woman she was actually an Asian woman. She was in a big rush and she was pushing her way and pushing everyone. And she knocked down a guy who had a hunchback and a big shoe. And I went to pick him up, and so did another man. And I said, oh, she was an asshole. And people around said, yeah, she was an asshole. And we lifted him up and he walked up the stairs. Look, some people are pushy and cruel, and there's nurturers out there too. When people are pushed onto the tracks, people jump onto the tracks to try to save them.
Right.
That there is a lot of different energy now. And what we lack is a unifying movement that could celebrate Cooperation Humboldt and Cooperation Jackson and the unity of all of us with our identity as human, not our separate identities as different people, but our
unity
separate identities of a united people with all different identities.
That's how we ended up with Hitler, a united movement.
Aryans that were united.
Right.
And this is the thing.
And
I'm so sorry that our time just flew by, but I will just share this. Dr. Fraud's point, I think, is profound. A unifying vision. And if we actually learn to just talk about love and compassion and kindness and sharing, and insist on that being how we organize our political economy, we've got a winning frame. It really is that simple. That's what I mean when I say we have to break it down without dumbing it down. And I really do believe that. And I want to thank you, Dr. Fraud, for the incredibly kind words about Cooperation Humboldt and Cooperation Jackson. And to say, David Feldman, and to your listeners and viewers, this movement is happening all across the country. I have the great privilege, because of the work that I do and the people that I'm connecting with, it's happening everywhere. It doesn't get talked about very much, but there is a new economy rising up out of need. And what Dr. Fraud and I think would talk about organic intellectuals. These are people who may not have actually studied Das Kapital. They may not have an understanding of what an interstitial space is or what a historic conjuncture is. They don't need to, because they're living a kind of desperation and they're realizing the only way forward is together. And those are the people that I want to work with.
And those are people all over who we need to reach with a mass movement. And people are dismembered from each other. And that's, you need a unifying socialistic vision that allows people to have their vision of equality for African Americans and Latinx and gay and Hispanic and anyone else and all sexualities together, because we need each other and we can win. And it's a very straightforward message. And I can see it. I can see it because I have people calling me from, Oklahoma, places I wouldn't imagine. The Columbia University is organizing under the Machinists Union, all the teachers, assistants, and so on. Some undergraduates, some graduates, perfectly sophisticated and smart, really brilliant people. And the girls and boys who walked out of Tompkins Square Middle School against sexual assault, and all the other middle schools that are walking, they're walking out because they have a common vision. We're in this together. We'll change it. And I think that's a compelling message. And it's more compelling than Marjorie Taylor thinks that Jews are killing Santa Claus with space lasers. I really do think that's more appealing to most.
Right.
And so
it does speak to the hypocrisy of the so-called liberal elite when Harvard and Yale refused to. Did Harvard recognize the PhDs, the adjunct professors?
They even tried to organize, but I know that they achieved that. 17,000 workers across the University of California system, including students who are underpaid and many of whom are homeless.
Columbia won't recognize the union, though. Right?
Not yet, but they're getting ready to strike, and they are brilliant. They're brilliant, and they're together. And the young undergraduate woman who's a leader there is amazing. These are amazing people, and they have a vision. And look, strikes are happening across this whole country. People are saying, it's interesting, as they're saying, okay, 5 days to recover, 5 days before, because you have to get back to work. The message is the workers make the money. Hello, they're getting the message. You have to get back to work so you can make money, because we're the ones who make the money for you. People are catching on.
Plus, there's an NLRB that's a little more favorable, They're
more favorable, and that helps enormously. But people all over are catching on, but what they don't have is a broader organization. In the 30s, the communist and the two socialist parties were there. When you were evicted, they moved your furniture back in. They were there. They were everywhere. 1 in every 4 families had an active communist member. That's why they had to have an outrageous campaign against that communism meant violence and overthrow of the government. And so the Ethel and Julius Rosenbergs were killed for conspiracy to commit espionage, not even to doing it. These people in the Capitol were trying to overthrow the government. They were doing it. Eve Moskowitz and Brothman for conspiracy to lie. What? And people were convicted on contradictory testimony, but the Judge Kaufman, who was responsible for the killing of the Rosenbergs, let it through. Contradictory statements, things testifying. David Greenglass testified against his sister, Ethel Rosenberg, even though he was a mental patient and also was facing a life sentence and only got 15 years after testifying against her. There was a massive government push to make leftism a conspiracy so that they could push a Cold War against our World War II ally who lost 30 million lives against the fascists. We've lost more people to addiction than we lost in World War II. 400,000 in World War II, over 600, no, now it's 700,000 on ODs. So, that was a hysteria.
The Sackler family killed more Americans than Hitler.
That's right. And they're still they've had to pay a couple of billion out in settlements, and they're still walking away with the 37 billion that they made, or a lot more, because they've invested it and now have more. So, they're untouched. They have not served a moment's time. And neither have the people who fomented the real overthrow, the real attempt to overthrow, not the conspiracy, not some kind of discussion, but the attempt to overthrow the election. Sorry, David.
No, I've got to jump, but I'm going to say this, David. Like next week, let's please talk about the business plot and General Smedley Butler and what we can learn about the fascist attempt in this country immediately after World War II, because that's what's coming now, right? And
there's a new book out about Smedley Butler.
Really?
You should have the author. Yeah.
Oh, well, like a great unsung American hero, the most decorated Marine in U.S. Marine Corps history, Dr. Smedley Butler. There's a reason that we're not taught about Smedley Butler in our sanitized U.S. history textbooks. But I do have to jump. But I do want to talk about this. Rising fascism is real, and we've got to get over the kind of like we've got to have. What is our plan? What is the American people's plan? And that's what I want to talk about next week.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you, David Cobb. Thank you. Dr. Fraud, Smedley Butler said he looked back at his career and he was a gangster for capitalism. Some people say there was a coup when Roosevelt first took office that was orchestrated by General Motors, the Bush family, Harriman brothers, to place Smedley Butler in the Oval Office to remove FDR. A fascist coup was in the offering. The jury, some people believe that, some people don't. Bernie, had he won, because we don't have a leftist infrastructure yet, because we basically have the squad, nobody else.
The city council, and look, there's a progressive movement growing up there too, but we don't really have a big progressive movement behind them.
So had Bernie been elected president, there would have been no infrastructure in place, no leftist infrastructure in place to protect him.
That's right. And if Bernie had had the courage to then start creating one, even before they stabbed him in the back and disqualified him, and said, I've been stabbed in the back and disqualified, we need another movement. He wanted to protect the country from Trump because he felt Trump was fascism. And so he compromised. And also he's been in electoral politics all his life. But you need to have a movement. And we don't. And, a glaring example of what's happening here is that the United States is the leading place of death from the coronavirus, over 800,000 people. Now, I added up the deaths in Germany, France, Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. And it was 254,000 who died. China has 3.7 something billion people. China we have 4% of the world's population. We have 15% of the COVID in the world. China, with its billions, has inoculated 86% of its people. Actually, it's 85.64%, about 86% of its population.
I think they have about 1.2 billion, 1.3 billion.
Maybe it's 1,373,000,000. That's what it is.
Right,
1,373,000,000. The United States has inoculated 61% of our people. They have over 1 billion people. We have 350,000 people. No, 350 million people. And they have over 1 billion. And we have inoculated 61%, and they have inoculated 86%. What's wrong? They have a
We have to fudge the numbers the way China does. That's
No, it's, there's lying on both sides.
right. I think protectors of the status quo would say we're not a totalitarian state, that we can't force.
No, but neither is New Zealand, and they are 90% vaccinated.
Right.
Neither is Germany, over 70% vaccinated. Neither is France, neither is Norway, Sweden, Denmark. They're all vaccinated. And
But they have
they're more free than us.
They have
more democracy than we do.
They have their anti-vaxxers in France as well.
They do, but they're a small minority. It's not like here. And they're not.
So whose fault is it? Is it the anti-vaxxers in the United States or Joe Biden's fault? Aren't there enough vaccines?
It's Joe Biden. It's that people, first of all, in the United States, people have, after Reagan, who really worked hard on this, confused the government as their enemy rather than the puppeteers of the corporations that pull the strings of government as their enemy. So they resist everything that is the government. They didn't resist when they were asked to get their polio vaccine or their measles, mumps, chickenpox, smallpox, whooping cough. No, because they trusted our government at that time. Our government has failed to protect its people.
And so people
don't trust it.
Right. That I
anti-vaxxers. They don't trust it. They don't trust that it isn't just a tool of the big pharmaceuticals who will poison them to make a nickel. They just don't trust it. And look, It's not a trustworthy government. I think you should take vaccines, but still, and I do. But I think that it's falling apart. People don't have trust in it. Jacinda Ardern, the leader of New Zealand, has less than 1,000 people dead because they closed the place down. We're too busy making money to close the airports. They closed entrance to Wuhan when they got 9 cases and built 11 hospitals and eradicated it there. Cuomo closed 20,000 public hospital beds. They stockpile equipment because they're not worried about, hey, if you stockpile it, you can't sell it and turn the money over and make money.
Right.
The only thing we stockpile is weapons.
Right.
It's the ultimate outrageous capitalism of the United States, untampered by socialism, that has made it a disaster. That's why we're dying.
And there's a fatalism. There's a fatalism where we just
people. There is
people who are on the correct side. When you talk about shootings, murder has gone up in the past 2 years because of COVID, unemployment,
the proliferation of guns everywhere.
That we don't discuss. More guns are being sold now than ever in the history of
Exactly.
America, and more Americans. It used to be, one guy was buying 6 guns a month, but now it's spreading out. We're more people who are
People feel
against.
endangered and they don't know what to do. And also the NRA, which is obviously a tool, it's a marketing company. And they very cleverly figured out that it's a lot smarter if you want to market guns to say, reclaim your manhood, protect your family, get a gun, then make the armaments manufacturers rich, get a gun, get several. Much
Right.
better selling. And what they are is market, they're lobbyists for the gun manufacturers, and they're allowed to go untouched. Now, hopefully the latest disasters will put them under, but that's been allowed. There's a sort
Here
of
in New York City, which is filled with, I like to think, anyway, we elected Eric Adams, who is a cop, a transit official who ran on Law and Order, even though crime is not really going up. Murders are going up, shootings are going up.
Yes.
And so he sells himself, I'm going to get tough on crime, when in fact he needs to get tough on guns. The problem is
the social situation that drives people into crime because they have no other alternative of making an honest living. That's what he should get tough on. Because most of the murders happen in certain neighborhoods, which are poor and struggling and where the youth doesn't have much of a chance. Unless they take the venture capital opportunity of becoming drug dealers, which is one of the only opportunities offered. That's what he'd have to deal with. Giving people hope of a decent living and housing and so on.
We're never allowed in this country to address the source of our problems, because that means there's some trade association that suffers.
That's right. If capitalism, it goes unchallenged, which it does here, it doesn't in any of those other countries. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Germany, France, New Zealand. They all have socialist, communist, anarchist, as well as capitalist parties, and they have huge mediating influences. We don't.
Everything.
They've been allowed to outsource, which they're not allowed in Germany or France. They've outsourced. They outsourced in the 70s, had tremendous wealth, came back and bought our government, which is the best democracy money can buy. And so that's what you have, and people mistrust it. So when the government tells you to get vaccines, they don't necessarily believe it. And the corporate role has been hidden by our newspapers, and we don't have alternative media that's big. It's only on the internet, and you have to want it to find it.
There cannot be a solution to a problem without it benefiting corporate America, from paid family leave to paid sick leave to childcare. It has to be the only way the Democrats will get behind subsidizing daycare, family leave, child leave, is if the insurance companies or the for-profit daycare centers are the beneficiaries of tax dollars. Otherwise, it's can't be passed.
Look at the Affordable Care Act that went through the insurance companies. So 29 million people don't have any health insurance, and those who do don't go to the doctor because they can't afford the huge copays and the deductibles, because it had to go through private insurance companies instead of one of the reasons I think that every other developed country has a tiny portion of the deaths of America is they all have public health care. We're the only outlier.
So we have to wrap it up, but let me ask you this. We're told it's going to get worse. If we can only have fascism through the blessing of corporate America. I don't believe we can become a fascist state without Stephen Schwartzman and David Rubenstein from the Carlyle Group and all the financiers who control the money in America. I don't believe we can have fascism without their approval.
That's right. And they're not by a left movement because we don't have one. That's why they financed Hitler.
So what more? They got a good thing going the way it is right now.
That's right. And they can keep profiting till it all disappears. Grab it before it all disappears, which is what they're doing.
So having it devolve into a de jure fascist state where it's like, yes, this is a military takeover of our government. They're not going to, that's not good for their branding. We're not, right? We're not going to.
They like a peaceful environment so they can keep making money in peace. They don't, they didn't like January 6th.
So they're just going to keep giving us people like Biden and Harris and Buttigieg.
Exactly. That's just what they're going to do. People who are neoliberals who will let them do their profitable thing. And the only thing that would stop them is a mass movement of unified people recognizing the particular twists of oppression of all the different people, but also recognizing our commonality and joining together.
Have you read about, we have to wrap it up, but have you read about this new Marxist theory about the 10%, that it's the capitalism has evolved? There were two Marxists, I think one of them is named Levy from France. And their theory is that capitalism has evolved and is surviving by being more inclusive. They're allowing the 10% in, the salaried employees, the doctors.
Right. It's like the professional managerial class analysis of Catherine Liu. Look, it is about the 10% because you have the 1%, and then you have all the people who service them and make them possible. I would think it's the top 20%, really, but that leaves 80% of the population desperate.
Well, but their theory is, and I think they did say the 20%, that this is just a theory that these Marxists are advocating, to forget socialism, to make that 20% 80%. To work within
how are you going to do? You can't make the 20% 80% because the whole system is you make more money by getting everything for less, giving people less and getting more for yourself. And that means outsourcing their jobs however you can and getting the poorer people and least protected people in the world to work for you, then bringing the money back here and buying whatever you want, the whole government.
To be continued. Thank you. Dr. Harriet Fraad is the host of Capitalism Hits Home. It's Not Just in Your Head is another podcast with Max Golding.
No, he's out of it now with and I have a new program that's starting Wednesday called Interpersonal Update USA on WBAI on Wednesdays at 2:30. 2:30
Wednesdays on WBAI Pacifica Radio. That's fantastic news. Thank you, Dr. Harriet Fraad.
Thank you so much. This is such a good program.
Well, because of you. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, because of you.
Thank you, Dr. Fraad. Let us now go to a civilized country, Canada, where.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations to Dr. Fraad. That sounds great. A new program. I hope it streams.
WBAI Pacifica, get the Pacifica app. Professor Adnan Hussain, I don't know if you've come loaded for bear, but let me ask you a question about this idea that you can work within capitalism to extend it so that it's not just the capitalists who control the economy, but the salaried employees. I'm pulling this out of my ass. I read about this like at 4 a.m. on Sunday, but
At least
there are
you read
two,
about it.
right. There are two, I think they're French Marxists who are saying that, probably not doing them justice, that you can work within capitalism to expand the reach of the capitalists beyond the people who have all the money. Is that a fool's errand? Can that be done?
Well, I mean, maybe that's, what democratic socialism is, extending, you don't change and transform capitalism's basis in, wage labor exploitation, but you find ways to use the government to mitigate some of the worst effects and consequences of the inequality that it produces, and try and constrain and regulate some of those industries and businesses so that they have to adhere to more humane standards. I mean, that of course is a story that has happened within capitalism. Even Marx in Capital Volume 1 talks about the struggles over the working day, that capitalists wanted to extend the working day as much as possible because they get surplus value from the labor after the laborer has managed to kind of, in the first few hours of the day, produce enough that would reproduce their kind of existence. And after that, everything else is going basically towards, surplus value and ultimately profit. But it wasn't possible to sustain, 24-hour production. Once you've built the machines and you have the factory, you want to just keep using it. And that's why they wanted to extend that working day. But eventually workers organized, pushed back. There were government commissions that saw that all kinds of social problems were starting to happen in industrial cities in the north. And so you have some regulation and some humane limits being placed. So that doesn't sound to me, I'm sure there's more to their argument. I haven't read it and I haven't heard about it as well. But it is interesting. I think, this is something that's very significant and important in the whole history of capitalism, is how dynamic it is in adjusting, in seeking new sources of revenue, new sources of labor. And it is clearly a different system than it was in the 19th century. It has changed a lot. And of course, we're now entering an era where people think that you have to call it something different, that this kind of so-called knowledge economy is a new mode of production that enlists everyone. If we want to talk about how it's expanding its reach, it enlists everyone to provide data, on their own, that can be used to market to them, and people are participating in their own kind of exploitation through social media and so on. And this is kind of a new model where they're not being paid for this, right? I mean, the value is being extracted without it being an employee employer relationship. And so, this is a very dynamic system. And I recall that Hart and Negri, about 2 decades ago at this point, wrote an important book called Empire. And they were arguing that capitalism has successfully adapted in such a way that, particularly by exploiting and finding difference as something that it can market. So you see what happened in the 1990s and 2000s, is how much of, for example, the 60s era culture of rebellion, the person against the system, revolting against conformity, how nonconformity became its own mode of marketing. Everybody is a rebel. Everybody, can participate somehow in this culture of individual rebelliousness. And, these can all be appropriated and exploited by corporate culture that has developed remarkable ways to find every form of niche difference, to exacerbate those, highlight those, enhance those, and use those as a tool for incorporating people into corporate culture. So it's a remarkably adaptive system. It has found ways that, even though we might say that the 1% are the ones who are controlling the economy, it has found ways to enlist a wide array of people across different segments of society into reinforcing and seeing themselves as having interests in it, such that they find it very difficult to imagine an alternative system, or even if they could imagine that this system could or should be changed, their interests are tied up in it in such a way that it's hard to mobilize people in struggle against it to change it.
Capitalism created climate catastrophe, and capital is like money. We're being flooded. The sea levels are going to rise, and water is going to find its way towards us the same way capital finds its way towards us. Is it possible to mitigate the flow of capital the same way we mitigate the flow of the rising sea levels? That Elizabeth Warren talks about guardrails and just building dams. And do we need a major revolution to agree that no, money can't flow into this type of institution? Money, this is a public good. We build a dam. Money is not going to flow into this. Can we push the tide back without getting rid of all the water? It feels like in order to defeat capitalism, we just have to drain the oceans. The metaphor, I'm going to stick with the metaphor. It does feel like money is water, and it's we're drowning in it, even though none of us seem to have it.
Well, I guess you could say, I guess you could say that, priming the pump. I mean, if we're going to keep with the water metaphors, this is in some ways what Keynesian, economics tried to do to deal with the Great Depression and build up demand. And so, there are techniques within the system that can overcome some of the problems for some period of time. And one could say it was successful enough that it stabilized capitalism. A quasi-welfare state in the United States emerged, and that you had 30 years of basically prosperity and greater equality in the country.
So could you say to the American people, look, capitalism, capital, investing, there is a positive to it, like water, but too much water, too much capital will kill you. That within reason, if you had a strong government that could stand up to capital, it could happen, but you can't have a strong government as long as there's capital. As long as there are capitalists owning the government, that's the problem. The only thing that stands between us and the end of the world and the end of the world will be caused by the financiers, the bankers, the capitalists. The only thing keeping us from destruction is government. It's the only thing that can stand up to these.
Well, government, when it is acting, in democratic fashion, as an expression of the political will of, the people. I mean, that's, I think, the issue is that government, the state, doesn't necessarily operate consistently in that way. It's a tool, it's a set of, processes for control, for extracting taxes, for wielding force in society. It's got all of these functions, but when it's not under democratic control, it will, of course, and even when it is under, representative democracy, liberal democracy in many ways, the strength of the capitalists who wield financial power can wield political power as well. So I think just relying on the idea that if you have a strong state, you can have strong states that support the corporate interest. That is, in fact, fascism. You have a very strong centralized state that looks at the interests of, makes this partnership with, corporate industry, corporate control. So I think, the only thing that really can restrain is, and the state is a way of organizing power, right? That's what it is it's sets of institutions that manage and organize power effectively when it's a strong state. But that's what's really required is organization, political organization among the people. That's the only thing really that does ultimately restrain the inequities that are built into the structure of capitalism. So right now, I don't see much opportunity for restoring the state to democratic control. It's so outside of popular control. How many decades have we had, consensus on various sorts of issues that are very, popular that we've seen no action on? It's not that they're controversial in the public, but they're represented and portrayed as controversial issues or policies on which there is great divergence. And that's just because the way our political system is working now, it's not responsive actually to popular will. That's the first problem that has to be overcome, I think.
There was a study, I'm sure you know about this. It came out in 2014. It came out of Princeton, and I believe Northwestern. They worked together. They studied something like 2,000 pieces of legislation over a 20-year period passed in Washington, and then they measured the polling on it. And no legislation gets passed unless the richest 10% give tacit approval, even though it's popular among, even though it's winning in the polls. If it doesn't have the richest 10%, if it doesn't benefit the richest 10% in some way, it doesn't get passed. And they concluded we're an oligarchy. This is the definition of an oligarchy.
Yeah, that's exactly the kind of research I was thinking about, that it's not responsive to popular will, and that there is a certain influential class of people whose desires and wishes are achieved by the state, and theirs exclusively. Now, sometimes it may align with the rest of the population, and if it does, then great, then the rest of the people will benefit. But it really is contingent upon this 10% of the well-educated, the wealthy, the well-connected. They're the ones that the government really does serve.
How much of this is human nature? That I refuse to believe that there isn't such thing as enough. That can you correct human nature so they're not so avaricious, so rapacious? What is the Walton family? At some point, it's insanity. Can't there be a rational conversation of what constitutes enough?
Yeah, you can. In an abstract philosophical way, I think many people would certainly agree that, material acquisition and accumulation at a certain point doesn't bring actual happiness, and that, you have enough to live. And what's the motivation? Well, it's clear that, there are other motivations: power, and control, protecting one's sense of future, interest for future generations, one's family and so on. People build, and I think you had been talking about this before. I think you mentioned about educating, children, that we sort of force them into, pathways that are responding to our own projection into the future of our concerns, interests, anxieties. But I think when we talk about human nature, I'm sure there are some deep-rooted elements of personality and so forth that emerged evolutionarily over long periods of historical time as a result of early settlement of societies and the transition to agriculture from hunter-gathering. These things take a long time to change in terms of fundamental dispositions, and there must be some kind of inheritance that we have as biological and historical creatures. But I really don't think that that's very expansive or grasps really the complexity of people's actual responses. I think really it is the social environment and how you perceive that individual desire to prosper, but your understanding of what it means to prosper is so conditioned by the horizon of possibilities in your society that that's what you think of as nature, because everybody's sharing similar kinds of conditions. And in a kind of capitalist system that runs on competition, has all of these inequalities and inequities, I think it's only natural that you will see people acting in selfish ways. But if the society was organized, I feel really in such a way that success was measured and understood through a different set of social relationships, that is, ideals of service or finding satisfaction in your community. If we valued some of these other elements and not just valued them abstractly as ideals, but they were embedded actually in how society functioned, your social experience of success came from affirmation, through relationships where you nurtured and you cared and you helped others and received back, responses, and you felt secure and stable in your future because your sense of security was rooted in social solidarity and equality. I think we would behave in very different ways.
And so how do you mobilize society? Part of it is a cultural movement, but you can't have a cultural movement without the tacit approval of our corporate media. You're not, and our schools instill one thing in our children. If you sit in on a kindergarten class, Wall Street would be infuriated at the indoctrination. What is still being taught to preschoolers and kindergartners. If Steven Schwartzman or David Rubenstein saw what they were teaching kids about sharing, their heads would explode. Do societies evolve? I know humans are supposed to evolve. Is there a natural evolution of societies with or without controlling forces?
Well, this is a very interesting question, big question, but a very interesting one. I just got a hold of a book that I've been hearing a lot about, The Dawn of Everything by David Graeber and David Wengrow, two anarchists. One's an archaeologist and the other is an anthropologist, the late David Graeber. And what I gathered from initial accounts of the book and their own talks and so on is that this idea that there is a relationship, a kind of evolutionary historical relationship to societies and their forms over time, and that you go through different stages from early primitive face-to-face small communal societies to agriculture and more hierarchy, and then aggregations into cities. And that's the kind of conditions socially and economically then creates political hierarchies and more kind of violent military states that control and dominate and are ceaselessly involved with war and so on and so on. That this is all, even though scholars know that there's a lot greater variety in the relationship between political forms and social and economic relations, that there has been for a very long period of time connecting of those two. And you find it even in Marx's thought, that he really does imagine that the productive relations in society give birth to certain particular political forms and forms of government, and that inevitably will lead to conditions changing such that you could reorient the state and eventually have no state at all. Like you could have a condition of social and economic integration and equality, that there was really no need for a set of institutions that imposed itself upon the rest of society, because fundamentally his idea or understanding of the state was that it was an outgrowth of these inequities in society, and the form the state took was basically related to what the nature of the elite that controlled the state needed, in terms of organizing the rest of society to preserve their interests. And they're sort of taking aim, it seems, at that. I just got the book yesterday. I'm eager to read it. It's like a 700, page work, but it seems very interesting in that it is examining, from archaeological evidence as well as, Enlightenment thought to try and unpack actual existing relations, and also, over time, and the variety of social and political forms, and also to really introduce or reintroduce something that seems to have been suppressed in Enlightenment thought, which is that the encounter with peoples of the New World, indigenous peoples, actually spurred a lot of these ideas to try and justify the forms of hierarchy in European society, in order to suggest that you couldn't have modernity, you couldn't have technological progress, you couldn't have advancement in science and medicine and so on without the kind of oppressive social relations. And we find that this is, part of our contemporary thought too, in terms of justifying, capitalism. I mean, I keep hearing from people now, there's Paxlovid, oh, look at these pharmaceutical companies. This is the dynamism of capitalism, while forgetting that, in fact, actually, it was government investment in labs that were crucial to the processes that developed this particular antiviral treatment. But there's this idea that we have to sacrifice equality, social justice, in order to have these extraordinary technological advancements, that they won't be possible. They're only possible through suppressing and oppressing others. You can't have an egalitarian society if you want to move out of the hunter-gatherer stage, right? That's kind of the idea. And so I'm really interested to see, if your question, if they are capable of answering it, because they seem to be proposing in this book a different view on the relationship, whether there is really evolution or not in human societies.
I'm not going to defend the Soviet Union, but I will say.
Oh, come on. You want to.
I am a space buff, specifically the Mercury program all the way through Apollo. The Russians were beating us big time. They were orbiting the Earth before we were. They sent a woman into space before we did. They had satellites in space before we did. The only reason we beat the Russians to the moon is we were competing against the Russians who weren't competing against us. Khrushchev said, we don't need to go to the moon. I'm not going to spend that kind of money when we have problems on Earth. In 63 or 64, Khrushchev said, we're not going to the moon. But they convinced us that we had to beat the Russians to the moon, even though there was no competition. But the Russians were able to do it without corporations, without greed. it was maybe a totalitarian commanding heights of the economy being orchestrated, but yeah.
Well, this is one. I mean, this is one reason why I would recommend next month. Guerrilla History will have an episode on socialist states and the environment. We had a wonderful conversation with a soil scientist who was just interested in whether this idea that socialist states are necessarily terrible for the environment actually holds true. And I think you can compare it with Kristen Godsey's book about sex under socialism, being better for women. There's been some attempt to go back and actually study this history, put aside the mythologies and propagandas of the Cold War, and actually do the historical work on empirical terms and see, with a realistic assessment, what was the performance, of these societies. Of course, they had their flaws, but also what were their achievements? Maybe there's something one can learn from their experience. And I think one of the things that we learned was that socialist states, by comparison with capitalist states, were actually a lot better for the environment overall. That they took that seriously. They had better policies. They mitigated destructive environmental consequences of dirty, petroleum era and coal era industries, but they actually were conscious of it, and they didn't see the environment as just a mere externality. And as a result, it was important to do some remediation. And I think that's something that, we can understand, that you can have scientific advancement without necessarily authorizing all of the destructive dimensions of capitalism on the environment, on, human inequality, and so forth. So I look forward to that episode next month.
Great. Professor Adnan Hussain is chairman of the Religion Department at Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario. You're an American living. Canada isn't abroad, right? That would not be. But
we have a border, but abroad usually you think of as overseas, I think. Right. So it's a near neighbor.
Well, pretty soon it will be, way climate change is going, we can say it's abroad. And you are the host of Guerrilla History with Henry Huckamaki. And who's on the Majlis podcast?
Well, next month we'll be having an interview about the global war on terrorism, looking back on it, by Arun Kundnani, who's the author of several great books, one of which is The Muslims Are Coming, about Islamophobia and the war on terror.
I'm going to send you, I don't know if you saw the article in the Wall Street Journal about the $14 trillion that was spent on the war on terror this past 20 years, and how the lion's share, at least half of it, went to contractors who...
Well, that's not surprising. That's not surprising. I hadn't seen that article, but the Cost of War project at Brown University has definitely totaled up all of this. But the way it's going, this is what's so funny about all of these complaints about foreign aid. It's like, well, they've done analyses that 80 to 90% of what's spent on foreign aid goes to domestic service providers, NGOs, and contractors. So it's a way of recycling public money to private hands, which of course is the real job of our government currently, is to find ways, it seems, of taking public money and funneling it into private profits.
Yes. The Brown Project is exactly what the Wall Street Journal pulled its information from. So I don't want to embarrass you, but we talk Hannah and I talk behind your back and say, amazing things about you. But
well, that's too kind. But I'm looking forward to hearing your other guests. This is a great show. It's the first show of the year, so congratulations on another year, and I hope 2022 is the best ever in the history of this show.
So you're saying 2023, you're hoping it's downhill in 2020.
Up to this point.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Adnan Hussain. And let's go to Peter B. Collins, who I know Professor Adnan Hussain listened to in the Bay Area. Adnan Hussain grew up in the Bay Area, and joining us is Bay Area Radio Hall of Famer Peter B. Collins. And go to peterbcollins.com for a treasure trove of his radio shows, his podcasts, and his interviews. Welcome. Happy New Year. Thank you for returning.
Well, it's great to be with you, David. Happy New Year. And I wanted to wish Adnan, before he gets too far away, a happy birthday. He and his twin sister will celebrate on a date that has been stolen from them, as now a date of infamy, January 6th.
Oh.
Adnan, you're muted.
That is true. January 6th, also a great day. Used to be a wonderful Christian holiday called Epiphany, or the Feast of the Three Kings. And that also has been, I was always pleased to share my birthday with that festival. But now we had to make room for Insurrection Day as well.
Well, Adnan, I was touched by your Facebook post, and I don't know if you've mentioned it. I assume not, since David was surprised about the birthday thing. But you are fundraising for a nonprofit that your parents operate in the South Bay in Silicon Valley. And I was moved to chip in a couple of bucks today. And I wanted to mention it because I bet some Feldman listeners who had a good year in the stock market or made money in other ways might be willing to support it as well. So tell us a little about the Rahima Foundation.
Oh, well, and thank you so much, Peter, for your donation and support. It's a charitable foundation my mother started almost 30 years ago in our garage, collecting clothes, food for the large number of Afghan refugees that had come to the Bay Area. They live in Newark, East Bay, basically Newark, Hayward, Fremont, and started coming in the late 70s, early 80s as a result of the war there. It started slowly in that fashion, work she had done for Afghan refugees, and then really started taking shape in the early 90s with Bosnian and Somali refugees that were also coming to the Bay Area, to the United States. And she continued to develop it. It now feeds several hundred families a month, and provides other kinds of assistance like rent support, job assistance. And it's really become a big part of her life. She's very well known in the community. When my father retired, he joined as well, and they've been running it. So basically about 30 years in the Bay Area.
And where do you go to donate?
You can go to rahimafoundation.org, and you can donate.
Spell Rahima?
RAHIMA. So rahimafoundation.org. They work with other food banks and grocery stores, with other.
I don't mean to put you on the spot, but this would be a great idea for a fundraiser that we do through our community on a Saturday night, if you wanted. But you don't have to answer. But that would be a great way for our community to put on a show and raise money. We've done this in the past, and I can't think of better. I think we could raise a lot of money.
That would really be wonderful. They have very low overhead and support, you know, a lot of folks who are very much in need. You know, rent is insane. You know, housing prices in the Bay Area, as Peter knows, are crushing. There's been a lot of unemployment. And I do recall that at the start of the pandemic, when there were the severe lockdowns and a lot of panic, that Rahima Foundation was an essential service provider. They kept their doors open, followed all of the distancing requirements, figured out very quickly how to adapt to working in their warehouse and offices to support people who lined up, I'm sorry to say, in the hundreds for support. So it's sad that we're in a society where these charitable organizations are needed. You know, mutual aid was very important, you know, through the pandemic. I wish our government took care of its responsibilities on behalf of everyone. But unfortunately, in the meantime, some of these institutions are desperately needed to fill in the gaps. It's not enough, but so anything we can do in these circumstances will be greatly appreciated.
And it's not a local.
Adnan, I made my contribution in honor of two different people. One is my nephew's girlfriend, Arnella, and I'm sorry, I don't know her surname, but she came from Bosnia in the mid 1990s, and with her family, they settled in San Jose. And I can imagine that she got assistance from Rahima or others who have welcomed refugees, as that has become a rarer reaction to the introduction of new people to this land of immigrants. And the other person is my late cousin Greg Bunker, who started and operated the food pantry in Sacramento in the 1980s. And he passed away about maybe 10 years ago now. But he was somebody who me and my family members supported every year at this time. And so I just want to recognize both the need and the support that your family's foundation is providing. And it just deepens my respect for you, Adnan.
Well, that's really kind. I'm really touched, Peter, by your interest in this. And, you know, I'm sure people have, you know, local organizations everywhere and mutual aid groups. I encourage you to support them. But if you're looking for one option in the Bay Area, Rahima Foundation has been doing good work, and I really appreciate, Peter, your support.
Well, really the other thing that comes to mind is that, and I welcome input from some of the people who are watching our live recording on YouTube. I'm looking for a way to send some small amounts of money to the two towns that were utterly destroyed in Colorado last week. And we learned the hard way through the 1989 San Francisco earthquake response that the Red Cross is never an agency to trust a single dollar with. They use today's disaster to fundraise for next month's bonus payments to their executives.
Wow.
And in San Francisco, the mayor at the time was Art Agnos, and he had to repeatedly shame the Red Cross to get them to spend half of the, I believe it was $100 million that they raised following the severe earthquake that we had back in 1989. And I've never given them a penny since. But if there is a church group or a community organization that people know and respect in the Boulder area, I'd love to know about that, because I have other friends who I think would help as well.
Thank you for saying that about the Red Cross, which held a fundraiser at Mar-a-Lago when Donald Trump first was elected. They are notorious for not delivering to Haiti, and they are a bad organization that pays their leadership in the high six figures, if not more. Here's how I know the Rahima organization. is fantastic. Today, I swear to you, Professor Hussein, I was going to start the show by talking about beans. That the solution to the world's problems is switching to a diet of beans. That so much of our problems can be erased if everyone ate beans. The first thing you see when you go to rahima.org are chickpeas, pinto beans, lentil beans, and then you read that their pantry is in coordination with Kaiser Permanente because so many people who need food have dietary problems that stem from eating the wrong food. And I look at when you give money to rahima.org, they are buying healthy food, yogurt, beans, fresh vegetables, fish, tofu, eggs, whole foods, not garbage. I'm like, well, that figures. Professor Hussein's parents would probably have the same values as Professor Hussein. So thank you, Peter B. Collins, for telling all my listeners to go to rahima.org, rahima.org. And what a great organization. What a great way to give money. Thank you for that. Let's talk about doing a humiliating fundraiser, something that would raise a lot of money, but be humiliating for certain members of our community.
I would be happy to support that and sit on the seat of the dunking machine if that would help.
I think Henry in a wig. I think Henry will put on a wig. Henry Huckamaki, there's a wig he had to buy for one of our benefits. That always brings in money just to see Henry wearing a wig. Thank you, Professor Hussein. And
thank you.
What a great way to start the year to
happy
learn
birthday.
about the. Yeah, and happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy January 6th. I knew something else great came out of January 6th. Well, Peter B. Collins joins us. Let's talk, and thank you for your words about Rahima. I had no idea about this.
I didn't either, but I have these mixed feelings about Facebook, David. I hate the data collection. And because Apple now allows us to opt out of data collection on Facebook, we have these predatory posts about name your favorite dog, what was the first concert you went to, what was your first car. That's data mining, pure and simple. And I see at least my friends are linked to those sites, and some of them will answer the question. And there's a lot of bad shit that we can recount about Facebook. But Adnan Hussein is, a recent addition to my friends list. He puts up really interesting posts about things that I otherwise wouldn't know about. And I have I don't set any records. I think I have 1,400 friends on Facebook. And many of them do put up pictures of their brunch and, grandkids that I don't know and all kinds of effluvia like that. But
right.
But I have a core group of people who post articles and information and opinions that I truly value. And I'm seeing a lot of people exit Facebook, and I don't blame them. There are good reasons to say this is, a drain or a distraction or a waste of time. A quick story. One of the clips that circulated after Betty White passed was her appearance on Saturday Night Live, which was driven by a Facebook drive, a campaign by people saying, Saturday Night Live, we want Betty White to host. So in her monologue, she said, well, I'd never heard of Facebook. She said, while I'm grateful that I'm here, she said, it looks like a real waste of time.
Yeah, I haven't.
And so it is a mixed blessing, but Adnan posted because he and his twin sister celebrate their birthday on the 6th, and they are using that occasion to ask people to donate money to Rahima. And like you, this was the first I'd heard of it.
Yes,
And
there are.
it's just,
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I don't want to defend Facebook, but you're right. Let's talk about the new mayor of New York City, who is what, 3,500 miles away from you, all the way on the other coast. We have a new mayor, January 1st, sworn in, replacing Bill de Blasio. Bill de Blasio, I think, was the best mayor that I can remember of New York. He promised universal preschool. He delivered. Cuomo hated de Blasio, fought him every step of the way.
that's the biggest benefit that Eric Adams has, is that Cuomo is not going to Bigfoot him and try to run the subways and use the other authorities that are misplaced in Albany. But David, I want to modestly turn the tables here because you're the New Yorker. And I'm offended by the proclamation from Eric Adams that I'm the new face of the Democratic Party. Because I will wait and see. You know, campaigns are about marketing, and actually governing can create many different demands. But his alliance with the police department makes me extremely uncomfortable. And to see Bill Maher, our favorite punching bag, slobbering all over him. He's had him on 2 or 3 times, and just loves to foster this kind of phony moderate agreement at the expense of progressives. And so I'd like to ask you how you react to Eric Adams and what you see shaping up in his term.
He's a transit police officer, a vegan. He is African American, which puts a friendlier face on the police. But for African Americans who have been victimized by the New York City police, we have a problem with the police in New York City. They are bullies, and they are murderers, and they terrorize Black communities. I worry that having a Black mayor who is a police officer will be used as a way to seemingly placate the African American community when there is a serious problem with cops terrorizing African Americans in New York City. Crime has gone up a little, mostly shootings have gone up. And his solution seems to be better policing, more policing, and not speaking out, at least not that I heard of, against guns. I mean, the solution isn't more police, it's fewer guns. But we can't have that conversation because that ended about 10 years ago. The idea of getting rid of guns, that's no longer on the table. So
can I toss you a Feldman-style hypothetical?
Sure.
You do great hypothetical, David. What will he do confronted with the next Eric Garner case? Will he support the cops who wouldn't let him breathe and snuffed out his life? Will he defend them? Because after all, he was selling, what are they called? Single cigarettes.
Lucy's.
Lucy's, yeah. I mean, if we're going to adopt a broken windows, kinder, gentler, but stop and frisk approach to law enforcement in New York, what would he do in the case of an Eric Garner?
Well, I think New York State eliminated qualified immunity. So I think, I'm pretty sure that it doesn't matter what he says. It's what he does. And, you know, we have a female, I believe we have an African-American female police chief. But I think Lynch, appropriately named, is still the head of the police union. And we have to stop scaring New Yorkers. We have to stop telling them that crime is going up, because crime statistics, like the stock market, are manufactured. Those numbers lie. You can make crime statistics sing or cry if you want. It is
Well,
in the
and David, we have across the country, and I'll use Oakland as the example that I know the most about. We have a rise in homicides. And
you have a what?
An increase in homicides in 2021. So
Shootings. Why don't we call them what they are? Shootings.
okay, they're human on human killings.
Shootings. They're shootings.
Yes, but they lead to a loss of life. So they are murders or killings. And this is presented by a guy like Trump as, singularly black on black crime. But it's really people with guns. And the purported solution that is offered now by Democrats who are afraid of the backlash of defund the police, they're now saying, well, we need more cops in Oakland because that is going to stop human on human murders.
Right.
And to a mild extent, if you have more cops who can investigate after a crime has been committed, you might bring somebody to justice and prevent them from doing it again, at least for a while. But this is so irrational that the solution to bad behavior by humans with guns is being seen as a pretext to stop any further police reforms. And in California, we didn't eliminate qualified immunity, but it was modified to the point where a bad cop cannot resign from one department and get a job in another department in our state. He could move to Nevada or New York. But we made a little progress in California last year, but it's over. It's over because it doesn't poll well, because the reactionary forces are able to roust the public who watch local TV news with the stories that lead because they bleed. And what we've really seen is an increase in crime on television news. And that's not to dismiss the actual fact that more people died of homicide last year than did in the first year of the pandemic. But the reasons are very complex. And the idea that simply paying more cops to patrol the streets and abuse members of the public, not all of them do, but enough of them do to make that statement, is just preposterous. And to me, that's what Eric Adams is saying when he says, I'm the new face of the Democratic Party. He's channeling Bill Clinton, who left the campaign trail to go back to Arkansas just to be there. He didn't actually execute this mentally retarded man. He just wanted to be part of that story because he thought it would help him politically.
Right. So culturally, I believe we have to stop calling it murder and call it a shooting. Most of these deaths are because of guns. And there are now 400 million guns in America. 81 million Americans own these weapons. Every study shows that where there is a proliferation of guns, there's a proliferation of shootings. You can't have shootings without guns. Wherever they ease up on the gun laws, people get shot to death. 20,000 Americans died in 2021, were murdered by guns. That's not suicides. That's another number. 20,000 Americans were shot to death. 40,000 were injured and survived a shooting. We have a gun problem, not a crime problem. And like you said, it cannot be mitigated by more police officers because police officers are terrified of civilians, and they will pull you over for an air freshener dangling from your rearview mirror because that brings in revenue for the city. They will not pull you over if they think you are in possession of a firearm that hasn't been properly purchased. So if you want to lower the murder rate, either have the cops finally call for an assault weapons ban, which they did. Clinton did institute an assault weapons ban, and he had police chiefs from all over America standing behind him. Those days are over. The police chiefs are not calling for an assault weapons ban. Then have our police chiefs, if they're all in on gun ownership, have them go after the fully loaded Americans who are about to shoot somebody.
And David,
if the cops aren't going to speak out against the NRA, then put your lives on the line and pull over anybody you suspect is carrying an illegal firearm. They're not going to do that.
And David, putting aside the legal and technical issue of qualified immunity, the police still appropriate a sense of impunity. And a once decent newspaper called the San Francisco Chronicle, which is, lumbering along, but it has moments. And one of those moments was today, a front page investigative story about an immigrant man who presents as a Muslim, who was piecing together a living, driving for Uber, DoorDash, and his third job was cashiering at a gas station. And he couldn't afford to keep up the payments on his car during the pandemic. So he took a predatory offer from a company that is in alliance with Uber, and he rented a car. And so the car rental fees would be deducted from his Uber revenues. But driving for Uber ain't what it used to be. They've jacked up the rates and traffic has declined. And so we don't know exactly how late, but he was late with a payment on the car rental. And Uber and its allies, which rewrote labor law in California to firm up their delusion that their drivers are not employees, they also tweaked a law that cut the length of time, the grace period, that one would have for not returning a rental car. And they said, well, this is about drug dealers and criminals, who rent a car to do a job and then they just leave it somewhere. Well, that may actually be true as one basis for tightening up the law. But by shortening the grace period to 72 hours, this man then became a thief. His car shifted from a rental whose payment was overdue to a stolen car.
Wow.
Then he drove through a community in the East Bay, San Ramon, where they have license plate readers at every border. This turned up the stolen car onto the computers of the San Ramon Police Department. And some 8 hours later, as he was driving home from his third job, he was pulled over by 6 police officers with weapons drawn. He was not armed. He followed every direction. He stayed in his car at first with his hands on the steering wheel. He was then ordered to get out of the car, and he did. It turns out he was driving barefoot, which is not much of a crime, if any. And
Fred
he dropped his
Flintstone does it all the time.
So
I think Barney did too.
he steps out of the car, he drops his shoes on the pavement, he puts his shoes on, and the cops react with weapons drawn, crouching behind their squad cars. Then they deployed a police dog that bit this man in the arm to the point where he had 48 stitches, and his arm is permanently disfigured. He has problems with the hand attached to that arm, and he is now suing the San Ramon Police Department for this behavior. It occurred in 2021, after all of the, appropriate response to George Floyd and other police killings. The cops have not changed their behavior, and so this man survived. He didn't get a fatal a knee to the neck. But to me, this is an indication that even in a more affluent suburb of San Francisco, the cops are still operating with very limited oversight. And the department has self-investigated, but they won't comment on their investigation because now there's a lawsuit. And likely there will be a 7-figure settlement that includes a gag order. And I can't predict if there will ultimately be any discipline for these cops, but at this point, it doesn't look like it. So that's a long-winded story from the West Coast, but it again is part of my reaction to Eric Adams' claim that he is the new face of the Democratic Party. Because if that's the face, it's just another invitation for the party to become even more irrelevant.
We are learning that police departments, especially in smaller cities, are shakedown operations to pay bills for municipalities that don't want to raise taxes, that there are quotas, and they have discovered that by keeping primarily African Americans, people of color, in a cycle of poverty, they can pay bills. That when this officer Potter, who shot the African American kid, I think his name was Dante Wright.
You're right.
I think that was his name, because he had an air freshener dangling from his rearview mirror and an expired
license tag.
Yeah, they were looking to shake him down, give him a ticket, a fine, and then he doesn't pay it. So then he has to pay a bigger fine, and then next time they pull him over, they lock him up, and there's money to be made in locking somebody up. It was a whole cottage industry surrounding the persecution of African Americans, and cities collect fines. That's the Eric Holder, when he was Attorney General, the one thing he got right after Ferguson is they put the Ferguson Police Department under a consent decree. And the Obama Justice Department said the city of Ferguson their police department is a shakedown racket. That's how they paid their bills.
And at the time of the unrest in Ferguson, the cycle you're talking about was being used to pay the salaries of a nearly all-white police department and a nearly all-white city council. Now that has changed. Right. I believe they have a black chief, and I think that there's more diversity in the city council. But the other point I'll make is that if you even have just parking tickets, okay, not even moving violations, and they stack up because you can't pay them, well, that becomes a huge barrier when you need to renew your registration. And I don't know if this was the case with Dante Wright, but COVID left a lot of people unable to pay traffic tickets and parking tickets. And even if you could renew your registration online, if you had to pay off all your tickets in order to do that, you couldn't. And of course, the hardliners, mostly white conservatives, would say, well, if your car's not registered, you can't drive it. But we know that that's not an option for working class people.
Without mass transit. Without mass transit.
Yeah. So, this is just part. I was really fascinated by your conversation with Adnan Hussein. I just heard the last 15 minutes of that chat. But what you were talking about is, summed up in a simple phrase, that the oligarchs are able to privatize their profits and socialize their losses, while the people who earn, in 5 figures a year, pay a much higher proportion of taxes, and they are forced to submit to, paying what they actually owe. They don't have trusts and CPAs who can stack their stock options and pass them out to family members to enhance the tax breaks that these newly minted billionaires can get now. And so we really have returned to a serf or a peasant society. And the other thing that I just have to spout off about is what television does. With things like Shark Tank, it celebrates ruthless entrepreneurship, and then we've got Succession, which is a more toxic version of Dallas. If people remember that primetime soap from the 1980s, built around the Ewing family, oil barons in Texas. Well, Succession to me is just an update of that, with even more conspicuous spending. And so we have this, the reality is the oppression of the people whose only escape is to watch television, which feeds them fantasies about capitalism.
Yes. Yes.
And I don't see a cure for that anytime soon.
I swear to you, I was going to ask you this question. You were a Wunderkid. You, at the height of Watergate, I think you were a teenager, and you had a radio show in Chicago, correct? Covering Watergate.
Yeah, I started that when I was 19.
A mere child. So yes. I have told people who listen to the show, and correct me if I'm wrong, that by the time Watergate rolled around, most Americans, at least those under the age of 30, had a healthy mistrust of television advertising and corporations, that to be called corporate was to be insulted, that when a musician was considered corporate, when a rock band was considered corporate, you weren't supposed to listen to it. You were shamed by the culture. We had a distrust of corporate America, or at least a lot of Americans knew not to trust corporate America. The culture did not trust. There was a counterculture, which meant don't trust corporate America. That has disappeared. Is that fair to say, that doesn't exist the way at least it used to? Or am I reimagining?
No, I would generally disagree there, David, because okay. I think that there are more people who are critically aware of the pernicious behavior of the corporate wing of America, and that includes the people who run them and the people who own them, and increasingly the people who work for them. So I do think that it's actually increased since then. And just a quick story, where I worked in Chicago was an FM station owned by the ABC network. And in the next studio, and we were a bunch of long-haired, under 30 kids.
Paul Harvey.
Well, that's where I'm going.
Paul
Harvey was in the next studio. And Paul Harvey ruled the roost, okay, because he was this big national radio star, big ratings all across the country. But who was Paul Harvey? Paul Harvey was the guy who sold the boardroom point of view to working Americans. And he was pro-Vietnam War. He was anti-desegregation. And he, without being as obviously evil as Rush Limbaugh, was able to really brainwash is a little strong, but he really did have an impact on middle America, Nixon's silent majority, and schooling them that, these young long hairs who just want to do drugs and have sex in public and disrupt the war in Vietnam were the real threat to America. And so I worked overnight, and I would see.
You ever meet him?
Oh, I talked to him all the time. He would say "good day" to me.
Good day.
I was leaving the building at 4:45 as he was coming in. And I have a lot of respect for him as a broadcaster and a guy who was really dedicated to his work ethic. He drove a Plymouth, and he parked under Wacker Drive in Chicago and insisted on plugging his own meters. He would only allow his producer to go down during his half-hour show. He declined the offer for a free parking space from one of our greased up employees, a guy who had a full-time no-show job as a superintendent of streets and sanitation. And he said, "Mr. Harvey, you can park right next to this street sweeper. They only go out at night." And
Right.
Harvey was Mr. Clean. He wouldn't do that. But, he was on the board of major corporations at the time, insurance companies. I think for a while he was on the board of Sears. And so he really was very effective in propagandizing middle America and keeping them quiet as their wages didn't go up. But of course, with the inflation spiral of the 70s, their cost of living went way up. And he taught them just to suck it up, grin and bear it, because you're an American, you're a patriot. So,
Right.
We really haven't changed that much. It's just gotten slicker. And the concentration of media and the people who run it, they promote this capitalist message that, what you and Adnan were talking about was, small s socialism. And of course, the knee-jerk reaction is to call anything that, shares the wealth communism, because we all know that's evil and it's Stalin and Lenin and Khrushchev
Right.
and all that. So in that respect, I think, sadly, things have only gotten worse, not better.
Interesting. Great. That's interesting. I'm interested about Paul Harvey because I remember listening to him, and he was compelling. He used silences. He really knew how to capture an audience. He was a great communicator. He also taught Rachel Maddow how to do an opening monologue. And that is take any news story and start from the bottom.
Mhm.
Rachel Maddow does that, and Paul Harvey did it. So, there was a young man who wanted to be president, and he had a rich father. And he served in the Pacific and almost died when his PT boat was cut in half by a Japanese destroyer.
And after
And
this
then he-
commercial, I'll tell you the rest of the story.
That man arrived in Dallas today to a cheering crowd. That's how he would report the Kennedy assassination. And that man is John F. Kennedy, who was shot to death today. I mean, he would take the headline and start from the bottom of the story and go, and it becomes a story. It was a great exercise in storytelling. Rachel Maddow learned that from him. Just take a news story and start with the least important information and build to the top. It's the inverted pyramid.
Right.
All of a sudden they go, wow, he's a storyteller.
Okay, I have one more quick story about Paul Harvey.
Yes, sir.
As
I wanted to.
I mostly worked at night, but at one point I scored an interview with Roger Daltrey, the lead singer of The Who. And he had a concert that night, so he couldn't come in for a live interview, but he agreed to tape one. So I come in about 11 a.m. and the recording studio we had was a tiny little booth adjacent to the Paul Harvey studio. And there was a control room in between them and glass all around. So Daltrey shows up with 4 young women. And he insisted that the groupies join us in this tiny phone booth of a studio for the interview. And I was not in a position to say no. So we go in, we do the interview, and I said, Roger, you want to introduce these young ladies? And he said, well, I don't know their names. He said, but God bless the groupies. And I said, oh, lovely. And so the next day, I get one of these official memos on a special ABC radio memo form. And we called it a ton of bricks memo, because that's when they really drop a ton of bricks on you for some perceived failing. And Harvey had gone to my station manager and said, I don't know who these people are, but don't ever let them come into my studio again.
Who?
And he wanted me to be fired for that. And yes,
wow.
He did not know who was the Who.
What a prick. At least good. That's so he wasn't a nice guy.
He was unfailingly polite, but no, he was not a nice guy.
Yeah, makes sense. Really interesting. J. Edgar Hoover, Aaron Sorkin, being the Ricardos. Have you had?
Watched it. Just watched it over the weekend. Yeah.
Aaron Sorkin is a disgrace. The West Wing, which I still watch, is a lesson in learning to expect less from your government, to have high expectations, but expect less with your high expectations. He's a disgrace. Being the Ricardos has one of the most offensive endings to a movie that purports to be politically salient. J. Edgar Hoover is the hero in that movie, isn't he?
Yeah. Now, let me say that I was not a regular West Wing watcher. I maybe watched 3 episodes, and how long was it on? But I do think that Sorkin has remarkable skills. I thought his screenplay for the Chicago 7 was a good way to explain that history to a new generation which knew nothing about it. And I think that the technique he used with the Ricardos was interesting. But I would bet any J. Edgar Hoover fan $5 American that call never took place, and that this is a complete fictionalization to resolve the central crisis if in this fictional week of Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz's life. And you know, I appreciate what Hollywood does. It's not a documentary, and he does have a considerable license. But I agree with you that he ended up. I mean, Hoover. It's a complicated history. He was jealous of McCarthy's power to bring people down, and he helped bring down Joe McCarthy. Not because he was opposed to the red baiting and to the blacklisting of people who had barely any connection to the American Communist Party, but it was just about power. And McCarthy arrogated power to himself with the help of a young Robert F. Kennedy and Roy Cohn, the most odious, American lawyer in my lifetime. So I share your rejection of the ending, and we'll leave it at that for people who haven't seen it. I don't want to be a total spoiler.
Well, you can't ruin that movie. It's already been ruined. The story is that Lucille Ball was accused of being a red, more than a redhead, a red.
By Walter Winchell.
And the way it ends is she's cleared by J. Edgar Hoover. There's a big speech that Desi gives, and he's got J. Edgar Hoover on the phone saying she's not a communist, and everybody applauds. And I went, F you, Aaron Sorkin. You just made J. Edgar Hoover a hero. And it reminded me of that Muppet lady in 2008 who stood up at a McCain rally and said, I don't like Obama. He's a Muslim. And McCain said, no, he's a good man. And we just have a difference of opinion. And everybody said two things. One is how out of control the Republicans were getting with the Islamophobia, but also how heroic McCain was to say that he was a good man. What he didn't say is he said he's not a Muslim. He said, no, he's not a Muslim. He's a good man. And what should he have said, Peter B. Collins?
Well, this was a Sister Soldier moment for John McCain, because one of his fans articulated what many of the other fans were thinking, and he was able to separate himself from it without actually denouncing it.
He should have said, what does it matter if he's a Muslim? It shouldn't matter. And the message.
But that would negate the Islamophobia that was a central part of the Republican base at that time. So he was very clever. As I say, and if people don't know my reference, Bill Clinton dumped on Sister Soldier in the way that Barack Obama dumped on Reverend Wright to try to prove things to certain elements of their political base. And as I was reading about Stacey Abrams today and how she is seen as both a moderate and a progressive by Georgia Democrats, she, I think, will be looking for a Sister Soldier moment to try to win some redneck votes, because she knows that the actual progressive voter cells in Georgia are never going to vote for David Perdue or Brian Kemp if he survives Trump's effort to dump him. So this is a standard political tactic.
Sister Soldier, graduate of Dwight Morrow High School. She went to my high school. She made a statement in '92. She was a rapper, is a rapper. She said it would be great if Black people took a break from killing each other and started shooting white people, something to that extent, which kind of made sense. You know, she was speaking out against black on black violence. Why are we attacking our own? We're not the ones who are making our lives miserable. It's white people. And then Clinton used that to separate himself just enough from the black community to bring some white voters in.
But with the knowledge that those black voters were wedged in to support him.
Right.
Right. They
where else are they going to go?
Well, they weren't going to support Ross Perot or Poppy Bush.
Right. And the thing with McCain was he didn't have the courage to say, what does it matter if Barack Obama is a Muslim? He said, when she said he's a Muslim, he said, no, he's a good man. And Aaron Sorkin, the question should have been, what did it matter if Lucille Ball was a communist? And why are we depending on the FBI to clear someone's name? Why does J. Edgar Hoover have the power to be judge, jury, and executioner when it comes to persecuting somebody because of what their ideology may or may not have been? He touched on it a little, but to make J. Edgar Hoover the hero of that movie, he's a anyway. What are your last thoughts? I talked too much today. What are your last thoughts?
I just want to yield to the gentle lady and the expert on dark matter from the great state of Illinois. David, I've enjoyed our conversation, but the professor is standing by.
And we're on time today.
No,
I really enjoyed this.
We're a half hour late, but who cares?
Oh, we are a half hour late? How are we a half hour late?
Thanks for indulging us, Marianne. She was scheduled for 9:30.
Oh no, great combo.
According to the memo,
it's kind of
got.
funny that you were talking about that unfortunate Uber driver. That just reminded me that Kamala Harris's brother-in-law was the lawyer for Uber that
His name is
helped pass
Tony West.
Tony
Is his name.
Right, and he had helped push. They had lobbied for this. I think it was Proposition 22. That declared Uber drivers independent contractors, not employees.
Yes,
So-
it overturned a state law that had defined them as employees.
Right. And that was a big win for Uber. And Tony West bragged about that and his connections to his sister-in-law. And, it's just part of that mentality. I mean, the idea, I'm sure these people think of themselves as kind of basically good people. I don't think they revel in, like being the evil league, but, when you just think of the human misery that their actions result in, because they're trying to win at a game, a political game, an economic game, a game of influence. It's just, don't make heroes out of your politicians.
Right.
Well, Uber first came for the taxi drivers, and nobody said anything because they weren't taxi drivers.
Mm-hmm.
Right. David Plouffe, who got Obama elected, is one of the advisors to Uber. And what's her name? Huffington, Ariana Huffington.
Oh, she's still around.
She's on the board of directors of Uber. Blog for me, blog. That's how she founded the Huffington Post, by getting writers to write for free. Blog for me, darling, blog for me. I met her. She used to hang out at the Bill Maher show, and she would blog for me, and I went, blog.
Well, David, I'm way over time here, but I will promise if we do that fundraiser for Adnan and the Rahima Foundation, I will tell you several stories about Ariana Huffington and her one-time husband, Michael, who tried to buy a Senate seat here in California.
That's right.
Is about him going to rent boy parties? Documented?
they kept that under wraps. But
Talk about
I had the last confrontational interview with Michael Huffington before his campaign advisors said, you're not doing any more interviews. We're just doing TV ads, and we've got dirt on Dianne Feinstein, so just shut up and we'll get you into office.
Ariana ran him for office, promising to deny Social Security, going after illegal, undocumented workers, depriving them of health care, and it was to root out what was it?
They discovered that Feinstein had an undocumented housekeeper for a while.
No, I'm talking about, was it 182? There was some proposition.
182 was the ballot measure that was 4/5 unconstitutional, that purported to deal with migration from Mexico. And,
right, they couldn't go to public schools, they couldn't get health care.
And of course,
that was
it's a federal matter. And, that's why 4/5 of it were declared unconstitutional. The other piece that Huffington funded was the 3 strikes law. And they cynically used the kidnap and murder of Polly Klaas to drive through the ballot.
You got a great memory. What a great memory.
I was there. Wow. So I'll save that for a future show.
Right. And she wrote Contract with America for Gingrich, as I remember.
I
don't know about that. It's possible, but I don't recall that. I think it was a bunch of focus groups that developed the contract. But I can't deny it. I don't recall that part.
Thank you, Peter. A lot of fun.
My pleasure, David.
PeterBCollins.com for a treasure trove of his radio show, podcasts, and highlights. Thank you, sir. Marianne Cummings is a physicist, a professor, as well as an elected official. She was elected Parks Commissioner of Aurora, Illinois. You are the real deal. I mentioned you at the top of the show about, fighting within or fighting without. I still believe that we can, here's what I said at the beginning of the show, and then we'll talk about whatever you want to. If the left can't take control of the Democratic Party, which is ripe for a takeover, then they don't deserve, nor can they take control of our government. If we can't have lead a revolution within the Democratic Party that started with Bernie and the squad, if we can't finish their work in the Democratic Party, then the left doesn't deserve to take over the levers of power of government.
Well, I don't know what even is on Bernie Sanders' minds. I don't read minds, but I really feel this achingly clear that a real movement that he was starting by his 2 campaigns, I think has just floundered on the shores of, trying to salvage a Democratic Party whose primary target is them, not the Republicans. I mean, Mitch McConnell and Chuck Schumer are friends. I mean, the Democratic leadership is not really particularly afraid of another Republican takeover, because they certainly aren't acting like it they were, but they certainly were afraid and motivated and spurned into immediate action when Bernie Sanders threatened to win the nomination. And they do that. They basically were concerned about the possible influence of the squad and of some of the progressives, and now they aren't. Twitter's not going to cancel the the accounts of the squad. They're not, the corporate America is not afraid of them. I mean, they're a branding issue. They are something that Nancy Pelosi now will trot out to like brag about how inclusive the Democratic Party is and basically ignore them. I mean, so far that we have seen. So, I mean, it was a good shot. I think that but you know, as I said earlier, there are other people coming up the ranks to have their shot at taking on power within the Democratic Party. And
so is it fair to say that instead of worrying about whether or not the Dems keep the House and the Senate, it's more important to use this year to clean house, to get rid of the corporate Democrats, to support all primary challenges coming from the left? And we measure our success by how many corporate Democrats lose to
I mean,
a
that's one measure
primary.
of success, because you can, when you look at now that the Democrats do have, you know, have the House and the Senate and the White House for now, you know, what are they doing with it? And if they're doing essentially nothing with it, then you have to ask who is standing in the way of Medicare for all. It isn't Mitch McConnell. You know, it's people like Chuck Schumer. It's people like, who was the chair of the Ways and Means Committee? Alex Morse ran against
Richie Neal.
Huh?
Richie Neal.
Oh, yes, Richard Neal. It's people like that. It's, you know, these are the people who are standing in the way of any of this getting passed. So, you know, you just have to focus, and it doesn't even have to be so much negative focused. You just have to like basically pick one or two things that you will, you know, that are non-negotiable demands once you have power, and run with them. And
Right.
You know, they don't, part of the problem, I think I was discussing it maybe on office hours about, you know, a Bernie inspired group, which is the Progressives of King County, is that, you know, we have a problem spreading ourselves too thin, and we have a problem of staying to a lane, in our lanes enough to actually get something done. Now, in early 2017, when the Democratic Party was still reeling from the results of the November election, we were just right in there getting petitions, running for office. Several of our group made it to office. I was one of them. And, you know, so we were very focused and very successful. Then a lot of groups looked to us and were trying to get us to help them with this and that and the other thing. And I saw a little bit of our energy dissipate. And I said, guys, these are a lot of regular Democratic groups who otherwise really are against us. A lot of we need to, it's not like we have to like be in an open fight with any of them. We just have to, you know, like just focus on what we do well. And we recruit and we get people to run for local office. And we also sponsor and promote and endorse progressive candidates running for any office at any level. We've already endorsed 4 candidates. There's several others. We had a very interesting little office hours discussion, because there is another person who did not run for public office, but is a librarian in our chat room. And we were discussing who's on his library board up there in St. Charles, Illinois. And so it's like, these are the kinds of offices we want to get people in, because when you
Absolutely.
talk about it, you talk about a deep bench, but you also have to get a culture going, accepting certain things. You know, like now it is utterly acceptable in the Park District on the board to talk about single payer and talk about $15 minimum wage and talk about social equity. And even we've got our Republican executive director of the Park District talking about wage compression, meaning like, let's keep a limit on the top wages and start raising the bottom wages, you know? So you just, so now the ideas that are like Bernie ideas are not at all. They're not at all radical. They're friendly. You know, it's like
Right.
We don't have to be divisive over these issues when you really explain them. I was listening to a bit of your show earlier I didn't quite get her name, but it was Howie Klein is endorsing a candidate, though I think for the 3rd Congressional District of New York, you were talking to earlier today. And she talked about you can approach things like Medicare for all without immediately having to be divisive. Like, this is what I'm for. What are you for? You know, no, you can talk to people like the way Bernie approaches this. Like, you know, imagine if you didn't have to worry about copays, if you didn't have if you didn't hesitate to go to the ER because of like, oh my God, what is this going to cost me? You just went when you were sick, and so on and so forth. It's Melanie.
Melanie Dorigo, Dorigo2020.com. People need to give money to her.
That's
yeah, and the thing that I would like to do with office hours is we have a very powerful Zoom platform. You know, I pay extra for it. We can be doing fundraisers for local politicians who are vetted by the community throughout the week. And I agree with you. What you said, that was just fantastic, because the right understands it. They're going to the school boards. People need to run for office as you did. You were a Bernie delegate, and then he said, run, and you heard him and you ran for Parks Commission of Aurora, Illinois. And I cannot stress this enough. It's the ground up. Without a ground game, we can't change anything. And a ground game means politicians at the local level who are to the left and not corporate Democrats, and run. Everybody should run and pay attention. My sister has been talking about this, that she's so fed up. She's got Josh Gottheimer as her congressperson, who won't hold a town hall because the man is trading millions of dollars in Microsoft stock and other plays in the market. It's a disgrace. But she says on a local level, she is inspired every day by her local city council, the school board. Every day she has hope.
One of the other things that we're doing, because we're the progressives of Kane County, so we're certainly not a Democratic organization, but there are people who are organizing to recruit precinct committeemen, progressive precinct committee persons for the Democratic Party. And, you know, anybody can do that. And it doesn't take much. It's like 10 signatures. And it's the kind of thing that people don't even think of doing. Most committeemen are appointed, not elected. And the appointees, yes, they can have influence, but the elected committeemen get a vote on important issues in the party. So that's one of these things that goes underneath the radar. After the 2016 election, I was a precinct committee person. And after the 2016 election, in retaliation for anybody who was a Bernie bro, I mean, the Democratic Party just decided to run heavily funded for precinct committee people, which normally don't cost anything to run. You go door to door. But, you know, they basically took a bunch of us out and didn't bother running anybody in the precincts that didn't have anybody representing them. And then they ended up appointing them. So that's how that went. But that's kind of that wave. That was 4 years ago. And now they're just kind of like they're distracted once again. And COVID has distracted everybody. So we're going to just, you know, quietly get people to run for precinct committee person. When I was precinct committee person, most people who are Democrats, they really don't, like a lot of people, they're not heavily political, that, you know, they've been Democrats all their life. And when somebody comes through the door and they talk about a candidate, like I did Bernie, hey, guy sounds great. You know, that's for the most part, if you have a one-on-one connection with voters, they're much more likely to vote for your candidate when they've had a personal connection. So,
There's a hive think that takes hold in the party where there becomes this received wisdom that you don't challenge because it's just accepted that the only way the Democrats can win, this is what the Clintons did. The received wisdom was the only way the Democrats could win is if they were the party of corporate America, pro-business and pro-Wall Street. So the idea that on a local level that the Democrats would challenge a Target or a Walmart from coming in or a Starbucks at the expense of the mom and pops, the received wisdom is no. These box stores, these franchises are good for our tax base without it being challenged, when in fact, they're not good for the tax base. They're bad for the city. How does Aurora, how are you doing fighting these big box stores?
A lot of Aurora, we just had a Walmart's that left, and that was the Walmart's at the other end of the west side of town. It's been tough because COVID has intervened, but there was a movement 2 years ago that's picking up again to take, instead of getting another big box store in there, which would just one decision made by one company, and then you've got several hundred jobs gone, turn that into a mall, because it's a nice big interior with many, many small businesses, that there are plenty of little state grants. We've got the DECA grants from the state of Illinois, which is economic development grants, and to have just kind of promote very small, very local business, so that if a couple of businesses go out of business, you don't have a debacle like we did when Caterpillar closed shop a few years back, when John Deere closed shop, several years before that, when Walmart's left several years ago. I mean, there was a lot of, that took a lot of jobs, weren't great paying jobs, but the city of Aurora, it's a very diverse area. And even though John Lash, who was on your show and ran early last year, even though he lost, because he ran, our mayor had to do a whole bunch of stuff, to show that, he's wrong. I'm on top of all of this stuff, including a citizens board for the police. So, and we also handed him a couple of losses for which he's still pissed. But it was a great day. I mean, my first day in my second term, as one of the park commissioners, I get an irate phone call from City Hall and an irate phone call from my executive director of the park district, because I had spoken out at a city council meeting, and that's, the details are kind of boring, but the bottom line is we won, and they're pissed. We won.
Right, and you're an elected official. You're an elected official. You're allowed. You answer to the people.
That's the thing. I think people I get over upset, get very too upset over the fact that people are pissed off at them. Now, I've had a whole lifetime of people being pissed off at me, so I'm kind of used to it. I figure if people aren't getting pissed off at you, you're probably not doing anything. I mean, that's not a hard, fast rule, but the thing is that there is an idea in the Democratic Party, for instance, that you have to support, that we have to be friendly to big business, but a big chunk of that is self-serving on the part of the candidates who are supported by those big businesses. In other words, a whole pile of things could get done within the Democratic Party, but they couldn't get done, and Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and all the leadership be in their positions of power, because the only reason they're in their positions of power is because they keep the party in line. They get the money because the donors know they are reliable votes. Nancy Pelosi not only knows how to count the votes, she appears to be able to bring people to heel with enough threats and cajoling and things. So anyway, they are loyal servants to those that brought them. So if you are going to threaten that, they're not going to be nice to you. until they sort of
I once interviewed, years ago, I interviewed a city manager in Southern California who purported to be a liberal. And I asked him about the big box stores. And I said, do you have the power, if you had the political will, could you ban the big box stores? Could you ban McDonald's? Any franchises from coming into the city through zoning and make it an entire city of mom and pops? I remember, I think it's San Bernardino. I remember driving through, it might have been San Bernardino on the Central Coast in California, this tree-lined main street. This must have been 12 years ago. This is the most beautiful city I've ever been in California. What is it? And I looked around. It was a main street devoid of franchises. And I asked one of the shopkeepers, I think it was San Bernardino, and she said, yeah, we zone the franchises out of here. We don't allow a Starbucks. We don't allow McDonald's. Is that legal? Can you do that? Can you zone out?
You can certainly zoning. Look, that's why like local government to first order, for years and years was like real estate people, because there's a lot they can do in terms of they decide what gets built, what doesn't get built. There's a lot of power on these in City Hall. And you can, I know in say that you can't make a McDonald's and make it look like a McDonald's. It has to be Adobe. It has to be charming looking. It has to conform. You can't have it sticking out like a sore thumb. You can force these places to like pay minimum wage. They did that.
But can you ban fast food outlets from a city? Can you say there? I know in New York City they banned a Walmart. They wouldn't allow Walmart to come in.
Well, didn't they? Aren't there areas in New York City where like Burger King had to be kosher? I mean, like Burger King had kosher versions of everything they offer.
That's business. I mean, if it's in Corona Heights, they're going to be kosher. But in terms. Okay. What kind of power does a city have to create business and keep the money in the city?
Oh, they have a lot of power. I mean, there is a lot of power. They have the power to, as I said, just the zoning laws. The big battle that we won was that a donor to the newly reelected mayor wanted to expand his gas station to a place that was a kind of charming old, is kitty corner from where they had their current gas station, but it was an old farmstead area. It was wetland. Plus it was part of a recently incorporated to Aurora place where people were not getting city water. They were getting well water, and they incorporated with the specific proviso that they would never change the zoning, that this would always be either open space or residential, would not be commercial. And, we don't have to go on and on about, the runoff from gas stations per year. But, when you're in an area that is getting well water, that's an issue. We won that battle. But that's, there was a lot of stuff that we blocked that could have gotten done through City Hall because we worked through our aldermen. I mean, the mayor can do most of the stuff that the mayors do is kind of unopposed, but you get one or two aldermen who are speaking out, and then you make an issue out of it, and then you bring the press into it. I think the reason why I got in trouble, which was not trouble at all, but the reason why I got everybody pissed was that they got a certain reporter for a certain local newspaper to say that I was speaking for the Park District when I was speaking out, when I clearly was not. But, and I'm certainly allowed to speak out, but it's, they try to do this kind of nonsense, to look, I had a problem early on with the head of the school board. Again, another very influential position, not paid. And these people are trying to nickel and, they're bunch of people who don't want their taxes to go up, and the head of the school board was just all this outrageous lying about publicly about how I was conniving with the executive director of the park district to funnel thousands and thousands of tax dollars to, I mean, it was clearly a lie and everybody knew it was a lie. It still kind of bothered me. I mean, when I first heard it, it was kind of a shock, you know, and it happens, but then it actually happens and it's a shock. But then you get over it, you know, and that's what, if you get over people just, you know, being in contention with you and you don't take it personally, that's very important, then it's fine. Look, I think that's why Bernie Sanders has been able to be so independent. He never joined the Democratic Party because he gets enough flack from Democrats to remind him that, you know, they don't really like him. And that allows him to just sort of, he's built a position of power and influence, mostly influence, that does not rely on the Democratic Party whatsoever. So,
right.
And you know,
what did you want to talk? What was on your mind? I kind of.
Yeah, I just come here. You know, there was. I did notice something that they're not charging. They are dismissing all inquiries into this nursing home scandal. Remember Cuomo? Early in COVID, he first required homes to accept COVID positive patients when the hospitals were overflowing. And why were they overflowing? Because Cuomo and others had been over the years closing down hospitals to save money and wanted to further close down hospitals in the middle of a pandemic. So it was engulfing the hospitals. So they wanted these nursing homes to accept COVID positive patients. And then he hid the real data about the deaths in nursing homes for a long time. And so a certain, bunch of investigations revealed that, and that maybe his actions were responsible for tens of thousands of deaths. But that's been dismissed because they got rid of him on sexual harassment charges. So they're not looking into that, nor are they looking into the fact that he was doing it as a favor to his donors, who were private nursing home, managers. So
it's interesting.
Anyway.
Not to discount sexual assault.
No, and I would never do that, by the way.
Right, but you can kill how many thousands of old people?
Oh, there were like 40,000 that had died in nursing homes, and that was just in the first few months of COVID. And I've heard numbers that he was directly responsible for upwards of 16,000 nursing home deaths by his actions.
Right.
And,
that's okay. That's okay. Yeah. But whisper into an employee's ear, cara mia, you gotta go. Not to discount. I mean, he should have gone, but he should have gone for that. But he should also go for killing people.
Yeah, but that was just business. So that's just the way it goes. There is a new law that's going into effect, and ironically, it was, I think, one of the last bills that old Trumpy signed into law, which was the No Surprises Act. Did anybody remember that?
No surprise bills.
It was the No Surprises Act. Basically, one of the biggest problems with the Affordable Care Act, one of the major loopholes, was that people in emergencies go to specialists, or specialists are called in while they're on the operating table that are out of network, and suddenly you're hit with a $30,000, $50,000 bill that your insurance provider won't pay for. And so that was enough to get bipartisan support on. However, not without a lot of haggling. it's not just a flat fee. It basically sets up an arbitration process, which is more complication, but nonetheless, it does address this. It kicked into effect January 1st. So it kicked into effect on Saturday. But, you know, the other thing that it doesn't do is that it, for some reason, ambulance rides are not covered by this. But emergency helicopter rides are. Okay, so it's so that's a step. It's a small step. It's one of these incremental sort of, you know, things. But on the other hand, there is a way for people not to get hit and thrown into bankruptcy with enormous bills that they mostly had. You know, this is not when you are dying or bleeding or something, you know, you're not in a position to go shopping for services. You know, you have to sort of, and in many areas, there is no choices. You have to take this ambulance, you have to go to this trauma center, you have, you know, so it's, I think that more and more when these things get explained publicly, you will see the kind of Rube Goldbergian nonsense you have to go through to solve problems like this in a system where we still have to entrench the for-profit insurance providers, as well as the for-profit hospitals and big pharma and the whole 9 yards. So anyway, I think that
why do we allow it? Why do we allow it?
Money.
So why does the 99%?
Why do we allow it? Because we were told that we have to suck it up and vote blue no matter who. That, you know, eating half a bowl of excrement is better than a whole bowl of excrement, and, you know, so on. I mean, our standards. You mentioned
Well,
the West.
True. That is true. As somebody
you mentioned
who's
the West Wing, and I did watch the West Wing and was rather amazed by it for a long time. I mean, it was a very hyper articulate show that managed, you know,
right.
to be for. But on the other hand, it sort of lulled a bunch of us in the back of our minds that no, the president isn't this idiot, you know, like cocaine brain damaged, you know, psychopath scion of a CIA dude. He's really a Nobel Prize winning liberal from the Northeast.
Right.
And that was in the back. So we could tune in every day and see a universe where, you know, some of the Republicans actually had principles and the Democrats actually had a spine. And it was like total fantasy land. And we could just, it was like shooting up. Like,
but equally ineffectual. Joel Bartlett was as ineffectual as Bill Clinton.
I would not have been able to say that 10 years ago, but I actually looked back and said, holy crap, they really seduced and bamboozled us the same way Obama did. The same way. It's like, they did it again.
The whole message of the West Wing is people with good intentions, people who think of themselves as lefties, hyper-educated white men and women come to Washington and they learn to grow up. They learn to grow up and compromise and give up. What?
I'd say hyper-credentialed people come to Washington and get their minds right. You know? And
growing up means giving up. That's the message from Aaron Sorkin's West Wing. You grow up by giving up. Only a child refuses to compromise everything they believe in. That's the Aaron Sorkin.
But, you know, that was, that was an era where we still believed that Obama could be a FDR transformative scale president. I mean, I wanted to believe, I wanted to have hope even after he, you know, disappointed me bitterly in his first year as senator. I still wanted to hope that, no, this is part of a long range plan. You know, he's gonna land this. He's gonna land this.
Right.
But he did, only not for us.
The West Wing. I believed, but for, what's his name? Newt Gingrich, Bill Clinton would be giving us free health care. That's how stupid I was. but for the Republicans.
You know, you can blame Thomas Frank for like popping that bubble. For me,
Yeah.
I mean, I have to say that his book did radicalize me quite a bit. And then when you go back, you can see a whole bunch of things making sense finally. That, oh, this is, they danced with who brought them. Of course they did that. And they really, it was a shortcut. I mean, you really want to think that you've hit on a new technology or you've hit on a new idea that allows you not to work as hard. Believe me, I don't want to work hard. If there is a new idea in physics or mathematics that cuts through a lot of ugly crap, I'm on all for it. But, you know, this going to Wall Street, we're going to have a technocracy. And of course, these people is going to be very diverse, and we will no longer have the problem of prejudice or sexism or racism or anything like that. And of course, we'll do good for everybody. And it was a shortcut. And then once people are comfortable, you're feeling less urgent about the discomfort of the people you just left or the neighborhood you just left. You know, it's like, well,
Right.
you know, it's just one of those things. You have to grow up and accept hard things for other people. Notice that it's it's the hardship.
Right. Right.
Yeah, the hard decisions are not you losing your job or your kids losing healthcare or dying. The hard decisions are somebody else's kids, you know, dying someplace and losing their healthcare and losing their jobs. So, you know, it's just it's a learning process. I think that's why people need to get involved in politics, because it is sobering. I mean, I was just going through our budget again, and I'm still looking over the fact that one company seems to be getting an awful lot of construction work, both for the Park District and the city. And, you know, I want to see their bidding. I want to see all the bids. I want to see. And I think even my being there asking this question, which former boards that were appointed never asked, I think that even somebody watching like makes people behave, even when they don't have to behave, because, you know,
Right.
all that powerful? No, but it would be kind of unpleasant if Marianne caught something, you know, so they don't. So you show up. But so it gives you also appreciation. Like, these guys aren't my enemy at all. I mean, a lot of people are working extremely hard. As I said, people are working extremely hard, even in completely corrupt systems, just to get things working so that some of their constituents are taken care of. You know, it's hard work. And so you appreciate that. So you're not just a bull in a china shop. You know, I've been accused of wanting to throw bombs. I'm the opposite of a bomb thrower. You know, I may just offend a few people. That's not being a bomb thrower. You know, that might question a few people's cherished beliefs. But I actually have a respect for the people that show up and do anything at all. And, but, you know, you have to be able to call out people when they're wrong. I'm thinking that this next wave of people who are going to be running for Congress are, you know, they're not going to have time for the performative nonsense. You know, they're not going to, okay, the squad got to have their covers, their cover shots in Vanity Fair and all that. But I think the people that are coming up are really ready to, you know, to do the work. And
Last
we gotta
question.
keep pushing them. Yes, sure.
Last question. Very quickly, January 6th, what do the Democrats do if it passes without any activity?
Oh, I have no idea what they're going to do, because I think they're
That will be
planning on
bad for
using-
fundraising, correct?
Yeah, I think they're planning on using that as their, you know, stand-in for all the other crap that they didn't get done. I mean, what's left of Build Back Better? I mean, it's just, you know, there's just a tsunami of lobbyists hitting back the small tattered remains of any kind of progressive policy that is in that bill right now. And I just don't see, and there's absolutely zero fight for Voting Rights Act, for, you know, at least temporarily suspending the filibuster. There just seems to be zero political will from the leadership for any of that. So,
It'll be if we lose it all, it will be because of the Democratic Party creating a vacuum. We knew what the Republicans were. The Democrats were the vacuum that refused to stand up and offer an alternative.
well,
Professor Marianne Cummings, thank you. I hope to see you Thursday.
yep.
Thank you. Let us now go to Denton, Texas, where Professor Mike Steinel has been waiting, and he is the band leader for this travesty of a show, but we can't seem to get him in. Are you there, sir? Did I disconnect you? Well, unmute, ask to start video. Professor Mike Steinel, there you are. Well, almost. We're at Mike's place.
Hey, David.
Hi. It's good to see you, sir. Did you have a nice New Year's?
Pretty tame. I think I'm into bed at 9.
Professor Mike Steinel is a jazz trumpeter, composer, educator, member of the University of North Texas Jazz Studies faculty from 1987 to 2019. He is the author of several highly acclaimed books on jazz, including Essential Elements for Jazz Ensemble, Volumes 1 and 2, Building a Jazz Vocabulary. His latest is Running the Changes. It's also about jazz. You can listen to his latest release, Song and Dance, the Mike Steinel Quintet, featuring Rosanna Eckert. It's out on Origin Records, and Saving Charlie Parker is your latest detective novel. Is that correct?
I would call it's jazz history and time travel.
Jazz history and time travel.
Yeah, I have two what would you call them, mystery novels. The Lake House, which you can find for free on YouTube. The Lake House, one word, Lake House, Part 1 with a Roman numeral. But more importantly, I am a member of the David Feldman Book Club. Look at that.
Look at that.
I've got Virtue Hoarders. I'm holding up for those who aren't on the YouTube. I'm holding up Virtue Hoarders, which is great, by Catherine Liu. And I just got yesterday Somewhere in L.A. by Jose Arroyo. How you say it?
Arroyo. It's great.
Arroyo. Yeah, Arroyo. Sure. And God, we haven't seen it in a while, but it's a very funny book. It's a funny thing. Mike Rowe, How Comedy Writing Made Me Fat and Bald. Anyway, I buy all the books you recommend.
Yes, and it comes with the Feldman guarantee that if you don't enjoy the books, Professor Mike Steinel will reimburse you. No, I will reimburse you for the book.
What if you get deluged with actual people that say, I didn't like the book. I want my $4.98. Jose's book is great.
It's great.
It's cartoons, and I think I love this one here. It's a whole 5 people in black costume, and they're all raising their hands, and it says 9:30 p.m. Somewhere in L.A., an improv troupe decides that Justin has to go. And Justin's in the background, and he's hamming it up.
You have to see it. It's unfair. I mean, Justin looks, or they're all a-hole. That's an improv.
What's the deal with improv groups?
Well, it looks like Justin is having the time of his life, getting all these big laughs, and they're furious that he's getting all these big laughs. But Justin shouldn't be stealing the show because it's an improv
group. It's yes and. It's yes and.
We share. Yes. Surprisingly, we have a small audience, but they buy books. They don't read them. And they always say that they buy them.
That's mean. That's very mean for you to say that. Hey, did you get my song?
My listeners.
Did you get my song? I have a new song.
Yes, I did, sir. Yes, I did, sir.
I have a couple of things odds and ends to pick up from your last couple shows.
Okay.
One of them is you mentioned Trotsky, and you failed to mention one of the most interesting things. I think Peter B. Collins, did he mention that Trotsky was killed by a Spaniard?
Jose mentioned it.
Okay, yeah, Jose.
Hang on.
Trotsky was actually killed by his Spanish gardener. And he was killed. The guy took a mountain climbing axe and hit him with it. And it stuck
Not
in
an
his
ice
head. Not an ice pick, no. And this is bringing up the other thing. The other loose end was David Ives. We talked about Sondheim and his last interview, he was working on a collaboration with this great playwright named David Ives. And David Ives has written all these one-act plays. This is called All in the Timing. These are great, very funny. And one of the plays is Variations on the Death of Trotsky. And the thing about the Trotsky thing is that the doctors didn't want to take. He didn't die right away, and they didn't want to remove the axe. And so he had an axe in his.
More damage.
Yeah, because like if you get stabbed and the knife is there, they say don't take the knife out.
Right.
Wait, let a professional remove the knife, or your wife after she stabbed you in the back. But anyway, honey, just leave it in there. No, don't take it out, please, don't. But anyway, so we saw this play in New York. Oh, it was so good. It was on 40.
So Trotsky had an ice pick in his head that the doctors.
No, an axe. It's an axe.
An axe.
Yeah. And so the play for this whole one act, Trotsky's on stage with an axe coming out of his head. It's hilarious.
No
Just
hat.
that.
You can't get a hat to cover it up.
No, one of the lines is his wife walks in and goes, "Leon, you have an axe in your head." He goes, "Yeah, I noticed that when I was shaving today." And then they go through and All in the Timing is all about time, and a lot of these plays have they're separated. They're little vignettes separated by a bell. Like the first one's called The Sure Thing, and it's just a series of a guy trying to approach a woman who's sitting in a cafe, and he keeps saying the wrong thing, and then there's a bell, bing, and they have to start over.
Well, that's funny.
Yeah, it is. It's great. Excuse me, is this chair taken? And then she says, "Excuse me? Is this taken?" "Yes, it is." "Oh, sorry." Betty says, "Sure thing." Ding. And then Bill says, "Excuse me, is this chair taken?" "Excuse me, is this taken?" "No, but I'm expecting someone in a minute." "Okay, thanks anyway, sure thing." Ding. And eventually it gets down, he says the right things, and they both enjoy Faulkner. But it takes a long time. It just keeps going. It's brilliant. And another one is Philip Glass Buys a Loaf of Bread. You know the music of Philip Glass?
I know of it.
It would be like this. Oh, are you hearing anything? You hear my piano?
Yes.
And it would do that for like 15 minutes. And then after 15 minutes, it just goes and goes and goes. So anyway,
who was this piano teacher? Somebody famous had a father who taught Philip Glass piano.
I don't know about that. I don't know.
Yeah.
But anyway, this David Ives, wouldn't that have been great to see this David Ives collaborating with Sondheim on a musical? That's really a shame that didn't happen. But
well, it took a long time for Trotsky to die.
It took a day, I guess. And then they just left that thing in his head.
Rasputin, some of that Russians, Stalin.
Now, why do you say ice pick? Had you heard an ice pick?
I heard ice pick.
Well, in the play, he brings out, my fear of ice picks. He says, and you promised me there's no ice picks in the house. He finally brings the gardener in to talk to him. He says, Ramon, did you hit me with your axe? Did you embed an axe in my head? No, I smashed you in the head with an axe. He said, why did you do that? He said, I couldn't find an ice pick. And then the wife says, well, maybe he's just a literalist. Maybe he went to the head gardener and said, does Trotsky want to look at the nasturtiums today? And the head gardener said, axe Trotsky. Axe Trotsky.
Why are you axing me?
Then anyway, that was one. Go ahead.
A communist had a gardener.
Yeah, it was a member of the. Well, I'm sure they had servants. Yeah, of course. That's why they went to Cuba. Cheap labor, David. You know what I'm saying?
Or Mexico. Wasn't he killed in Mexico?
Oh, I think you're right. Yeah, Mexico. Well, there you go. Cheap labor, David. You know. Hey, the other thing was, did you finish the Beatles thing?
I haven't even cracked it.
You're kidding.
But I was listening to It's a Hard Day's Night today. Interesting.
That doesn't count. You got to watch this whole thing. I talked about it on my Facebook page. I got very frustrated in the third episode because they just jack around. They're doing everything but working on the show that's like, now it's a week away, now it's 5 days away, now it's 4 days away, now it's the day after tomorrow, and they still haven't figured out what they're going to play and how the songs are going to go. And they're doing Shake, Rattle, and Roll. They're doing, interestingly, John is doing, many times John will take the song that Paul is working on and sing it in a funny voice, make fun of it, kind of. I thought, that's kind of, that's not even passive aggressive. What's that?
Does Paul get upset?
Not at all. Not one bit. You know what's so amazing is they have this clash and they're trying to work it out, and they're so gentle with each other. They do, on the day after George walks out, he just says, I'll see you guys in the pubs. And he says, I'm leaving. I won't be back after lunch. And they try to do stuff, the three of them. And then the next day, they go to lunch. And the producers, there's no cameras, but the producers put a microphone in a potted plant on the table. So you don't see them, but you hear this very frank discussion about how they understand George's role and George's frustration with his role, and his resentment about really not being part of the music making process. But then they go to his house on a Sunday to talk it out, and they come back and they say he didn't say anything.
Do we see that? It feels like reality television.
Absolutely. It is like reality television, except it's real. And another thing I noticed, there's very little profanity. I don't think I heard one F-bomb. And today, if you had a rock group, listen to your show.
They were aware that they were being filmed.
Yeah, it's just a different time. Yeah, they were aware. But even when they're in that lunch and they're just talking and they don't think they're being filmed, I was surprised that they got away with that. And but at one of the meetings, Yoko did all the talking. Like John doesn't come in the next day after Sunday. John doesn't come in, I think, if I get this right. And it's Paul and Linda and the producer, the director, and
Peter Jackson was.
No. The Michael blah blah blah. Michael. He's got three names. He's this kind of insufferable guy who wants to. His big idea is we're going to film the concert in Libya. They're going to go to this ruin in Libya, and they're scheduling. They're still a week out from scheduling it, And how are we going to get there? Well, we'll get a boat, we'll get a ship, and we'll take all the equipment there. It's a week away, and they don't know what they're doing. It's so amazingly unorganized. But you get to the end when they go to the rooftop and they do the concert, and it is so unbelievably good. They were such a great live band. You could see why they were so compelling. I mean, all those studio albums were great, beautiful, and I love them. That's another thing. But Paul's bass sound and the way he hooks up with Ringo, and it just cooks. The groove is so. I mean, Ringo's a very simple drummer, but his groove is great. And they only do 4 songs, and they do each one at least twice to get different cuts. And a lot of that rooftop music that they did was the actual things they used for the album of Let It Be. They went back the next day and they finished up the album, and that's it. They don't do anything again until they do Abbey Road a couple months later. Abbey Road is after, but this album came out last.
Right.
So anyway, I just say, if you're a little frustrated, just know that there's a huge payoff. And I've even told...
It's the kind of thing, I started watching the first 20 minutes, and it was a history lesson on the Beatles. It was Peter Jackson. So I got turned off by that. And then I thought, this is a great way to spend Christmas. But then I had to rewatch Succession on Christmas, and then I fell down a rabbit. Like the Beatles, I've got this, like it's waiting for me. It's this treat. Did you watch it in one sitting?
No, it's too long. It's 6 hours. And
how are you going to watch it again?
Of course, I will. Because there's some things I want to go back and go, oh. Because I was confused at times because they're working on music for Abbey Road. I'm going, that song's not on. But Abbey Road is before this album. I didn't realize until later when I did some more reading that Abbey Road was later. And Abbey Road's basically a studio album. But you know, the frustrating thing was how they jack around, and second, they just don't want to tune their guitars, and it's so god-awfully, out of tune. There's only one time when George goes, I need to tune. And everybody's, talking and stuff. Be quiet, I need to tune my guitar. And he tries to tune up. But I think
when they do finally record, they're in tune.
It's in tune enough, and it's actually, that's the sound of the Beatles live. It's a little out of, if you listen to those early things, like I Want to Hold Your Hand and She Loves You, yeah, the guitars are a little out of tune. There's enough of them.
On purpose?
No, I think it's a neat effect. I mean, rock and roll isn't perfectly in tune. Hey, this is an interesting thing. I have a good friend who's a brilliant arranger. His name is Rich DeRosa. He was on the faculty. He is on the faculty here. Great arranger. And he was helping me with one of my pieces, and he was in his studio playing my music on his computer or his keyboard with a string patch. And I goes, and he was playing, something, and I said, why does an orchestra sound so beautiful? And right away he says, because it's out of tune. And I went like, what? But you got, if you have a violin, a second violin, a cello, and a viola quartet, they have to be right in tune, or otherwise it's going to sound bad. But if you start to add more people, it's like a choir. The hardest thing to do is to make something sound good with 4 parts, one on a part. But if a big choir, 400 voices, it's the out of tuneness that becomes the richness. And I think with the Beatles, I don't think it's on purpose, but I think that it didn't bother them. And their singing all the way through is kind of sloppy until they get on the rooftop, and then it's they're John and Paul, they have little parts that they do together, and it's pristine. It's, you know, rhythmically perfect. And just the joy, like Paul's joy. There's one priceless moment, and I try to put it on my YouTube page, where when the police show up and they try to shut it down, and they're downstairs, and this the bobbies with the you know, the beanies and the thing around their nose, and they're insufferable. You know, they think we've had 30 complaints. You know, this is unnecessary. What are they doing up there? Well, they're recording an album. Recording an album. You know. Meanwhile, down on there, a huge crowd gathers on the street below, and they're going crazy. You know, but they finally get the police. What's that?
Go ahead. There's a famous story about Al Franken. And Conan was there. It was SNL, and George Harrison was performing on Saturday Night Live. So Paul McCartney stopped in. He was with Ringo, and the three of them started jamming together in the writing room.
Oh, wow.
And Al Franken opened his office door and said, "Shut the fuck up. I'm trying to get this show ready." And he slammed the door. And
what an asshole.
And the Beatles stopped. They were scared.
God.
And then supposedly the next day during the table read, Lorne Michaels said, "Al, do you want to explain yesterday?" And Al Franken said, "Anybody can say they saw the Beatles." I don't know how much of that is apocryphal. But
what did he mean by that? Anybody can
say they saw the Beatles. How many can say they told them to shut the fuck up?
Oh, I see. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Broke them up and they stopped. But that is a true. I don't know how much of that is true. I do know that they were jamming in the writers' room at SNL.
It's probably true. That's a funny bit.
Al Franken opened up his office door, told them to shut the fuck up, slammed the door, and they stopped playing. And
that's funny.
That is pretty great. I mean, that is pretty great. Like,
yeah.
It's like a once in a lifetime opportunity to hear the Beatles.
That's why these cops are so clueless as to they're seeing the last performance live of the Beatles, and they're trying to shut it down. They get to the roof. This is what I want to tell you about. They get to the roof, and they're doing "Don't Bring Me Down." No. What are they doing? Yeah, I guess they're doing "Don't Bring Me Down," and Paul's playing, and he turns around and looks at him. And he turns around and smiles real big and goes, "Woo!" He goes a woo. He does like a Beatle woo. And then he turns later with John singing the verse, and he kind of plays and dances and like he's vibing them, you know, like, what are you guys doing, you know? And then he jumps around. You got to watch that part because he comes back around and he does a little dance. Now here's the weird thing about that. I tried to do a screen capture of that. I played it on my on my computer. And you know what Movavi screen capture is?
No.
Well, that's the thing. You decide what you want, and you can record a video off your screen. You ought to get it. It's pretty cool.
Have something.
Right.
Yeah.
I go to edit it. It's black. It's black. I go, that's weird. I fix around with my computer, you know. So then I go, well, I'll just do a still. So I do a screen grab of this point where Paul's doing this dance. And the screen grab is black. And I did a little going, Apple TV, no, HBO, or whoever's, they figured out somewhere you cannot, Disney. No, it's not on Disney. Yeah, it is on Disney. You cannot copy that stuff. And then I got my phone out and I filmed this little clip, and I made an MP4, and I put it on my Facebook thing, and put a little thing. I just finished this. You got to watch it. Blah 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 blah. It's up there for about 10 minutes, and then I get a thing. Your video is blocked. Man, they are policing the crap out of that.
Yeah, but they do that. Like, there are certain platforms where if you play any music that's licensed, they can figure out there's some kind of marker in it, and they can tell.
You think it was the music or the visuals?
The music, maybe. I don't know.
Well, in terms of the screen grab, just coming up black, I mean, that's just a still. I was shooting a still. I paused it. I'm shooting a still picture of it. Now, when I did it with my camera, it worked, you know.
Right. Here's something to watch on YouTube. Paul McCartney performed on the roof of the Ed Sullivan Show for Letterman. This must have been 10, 15 years ago.
Oh, really? To recreate their rooftop thing?
No, he just decided that he was guesting on Letterman, and Letterman said, why don't we have him perform on the roof of the Ed Sullivan Theater in front of, on Broadway, and everybody could, it would be kind of like, Get Back. So, interesting to watch, because Letterman had a great director. It's a great lesson in how to be a horrible director, the way it's shot.
Oh, really?
Because you have Paul McCartney on the roof, and it became about the director. All these sweeping shots and all about these cuts. And I'm thinking, can I just look at Paul McCartney, please?
Yeah, really.
And it's such a great lesson in in why technology and artifice gets in the way of something that's just really good. If you've got Paul McCartney, why add seasoning? And it's a great lesson in how not to direct, and how people can get their thumbprints on something where they don't belong. It's McCartney on the roof of the Ed Sullivan Theater.
Sounds like I don't want to watch it.
No, it's really interesting to see how a sweaty director can get in the way.
How do you know he was sweaty?
Because it's sweaty to do something like that. To have 15 shots in 1 minute, and you just stay on Paul McCartney. That's all you need to do. You don't need anything else. But I've got Paul McCartney. I'm the director. I'm going to put my fingerprints all over this to ruin it.
Yeah.
People ruin things by touching it.
Well, I tell you what, it's worth, to anybody who hasn't seen the Beatles thing, it's worth the $14.99. You get the Disney
What
Plus.
else do you think they have? Or what else do you think that we don't know about that the Beatles are sitting on?
Well, somebody in the chat somebody in my Facebook page said, "Oh, there's a director's cut, 16-hour director's cut coming out, Peter Jackson." I would like to see what they did in. I think they learned their lesson about the cameras and decided not to film anything in when they did Abbey Road. You know. You want to talk? You want to talk about the song?
Yeah, Christian Smalls, who's been on this show, is being harassed by the New York City Police Department. He formed Amazon Workers Union, and they're going to vote out by the fulfillment center at JFK, and he's being hassled by the New York City Police Department. They arrested 2 of his cohorts for no reason whatsoever. It's a page out of the Pinkerton Guards. It's New York City police acting like Ford, Henry Ford's police in Detroit, and the Pinkerton Guards just doing the bidding of Jeff Bezos. Pretty horrendous. You would think New York City police would pick on, well, he is black. Christian Smalls is so. So you wrote a song about.
Well, let me tell you about the title and kind of the rabbit hole I went down to get. It's called Ain't No Chairs. And I started looking into, well, first of all, Bessemer, there was a vote at Bessemer, Alabama at the plant last April. And it was fraught with a lot of, they did a lot of dirty shenanigans. But the vote was 1,798 against and 738 for. And that's like 2,500 votes total. But there were 6,000 people at the plant. So most people didn't vote. A majority of people didn't vote. And one of the things that they did, that Amazon did, is they got the postal service to install a mailbox on their grounds. And they put it in a tent. And they had a camera on it. And they said, yeah, you can just drop your ballots off here. And we'll make sure they get counted. And there may have been, they denied that they did anything in terms of not counting the ballots or throwing ballots away. But still, that intimidation, they're going to do another vote. The National Labor Relations Board threw the election out because of unfair practices. It'll probably turn out the same, because one of the things about that plant, and Amazon in particular, the turnover rate for Amazon warehouses is 150% per year. Mm-hmm. In other words, so nobody's going there to, this is my dream to work for Amazon. A lot of it's temporary. A lot of it's what they call peak. There's a couple of lyrics. The main lyric is there ain't no chairs in this Bessemer place, in this Bessemer shop. And when I read that
people do want permanent jobs at Amazon, part of their business model is to get rid of them.
Right, because they don't want them to get pensions or anything like that.
Right.
But one of the scariest thing is there's no chairs in these plants. They don't have to put chairs down. People work. The normal shift is 10 hours a day for 4 days a week. But in peak time, which is now, well, no, it's over. But from Black Friday to Christmas Eve is peak time. Most of the workers are working 12-hour shifts and doing 6 a week. And they walk probably, depending on what their job. Some are sorters that just sort things and put them in bins as they come in. It's hard to really get online descriptions of how bad these plants are, because I think Amazon is cleaning up the web. But I got on a site where people were talking very frankly about things, getting hit by robots. There's robots. You have to be very careful. If something spills on the floor, you can't pick it up, and it slows you down. They're being clocked by computers. Some are walking. If you're a picker, you go from different places. You may walk 15 miles a day. The breaks are 10 minutes long. Parking is atrocious. Some people say they can't even get to their car. They have to be in the parking lot 30 minutes before. If you're late, if you get 3 dings, 3 write-ups, you get fired. So being late is a write-up. Not making your peak. There's a line in there that said, I got to make my peak. Your rate is something like, it might be like 700 items an hour that you have to mail.
700?
700 items an hour. And if you're not keeping your peak, they ding you. And if you can't keep up with it, I mean, these people write about how they are exhausted when they're done, So I wrote this song from the perspective of a worker at Bessemer, where they don't have any chairs. They say they have a break room. They don't have hot food. They have cold snacks in vending machines that they can get, and very few places in the break room to sit down. So people sit on the concrete floor. The thing that sparked me to write this is there were 2 deaths at late November, on the 26th and the 28th, 29th of November. 2 men died at the Bessemer plant. There's been a total of 6 people died at that plant, at the plant while working in 2021. One guy had a heart attack, and he complained of feeling bad. He went to HR and says, I need to go home. they said, well, you don't have enough sick time, so you better stay or we'll fire you. And then he died a few hours later. And they were slow in attending to him. He died on the floor. Another guy felt sick. He went off into a trailer somewhere by himself, and he was feeling bad, and he had a stroke and died. So it's a horrible thing. This is a serious song. I haven't written many serious songs.
And of course, there were the victims. I think 5 died in the tornado in Kentucky.
Edwardsville, Illinois.
In Illinois.
They didn't have they can't use their cell phones, so they didn't get the warning in time, and the roof collapsed on them.
And you need, the first responders are trying to find you. You have a cell phone. You can be, easier to find.
Yeah.
Hey, before we play this song, some things you can control in life, and one of the things is not supporting Amazon. Just cut it out of your life. Do not shop on Amazon, period. Nothing good comes from Amazon. Nothing. Do not support Amazon, period. People should, I got rid of the affiliate links. Selling crap on Amazon it is an evil, evil company. Jeff Bezos is evil. Do not support Amazon. Nothing good comes from Amazon. He's destroyed Main Street. He's destroyed bookstores, record stores. He's destroyed the lives of ordinary workers who are forced into these warehouses with no light, no protective equipment for COVID.
Yeah, it's horrible.
No pee breaks. The man is evil. The man is evil. Amazon is evil. Evil. Do not give Amazon your money. Period.
It's hard, it's hard not to. I think that getting these places union, Amazon is the second largest employer in the United States.
Yeah.
And if they had a union, I personally think that the union that's trying to organize is the wrong union. The retail wholesale and department stores union. They need their own union. It ought to be.
What Christian is starting.
Yeah.
AFK. Yeah, that union in Bessemer is run by some Harvard law grad out of Connecticut.
Stuart Applebaum.
I try to get him on the show. I understand why people don't do my show. We're a tiny little show. Christian Smalls does my show. Not only did Stuart Applebaum not get back to me, I wouldn't expect a Harvard law graduate to get back to me, but I would expect somebody from that union to get back to me. I said, can I get a representative from your union to come on my show? I didn't expect the Harvard law graduate running that union to come on. Never heard from them.
Yeah.
You're right. Bad union.
Yeah, and Christian said they came in and they didn't really handle it well, But anyway, so this song is kind of serious. I've done silly songs. I really thought long and hard for about 2 weeks whether I should do this song, and then I thought I really worked on it hard. I hope you like it, but it's you kind of go out on a limb when you try to do something serious because people go, if you do something silly, if they don't like it, fine. I just did a silly song, just a throwaway, but it's kind of. I think I kind of like this one. We'll see if you like it.
Okay. Here is new music. It's called Ain't No Chairs.
Ain't No Chairs.
Professor Mike Steinau.
Ain't no chairs in this Bessemer shop. Packing all day, you don't ever seem to stop. A man went down 'cause his heart gave out. Get back to work, we all heard them shout. They said the EMTs are coming, that's what they're for. And life slipped away on a cement floor. I know the bookstores are all gone away. I got me some books, I'm gonna read them someday. Right now I gotta make my rate on all these extra shifts. If I can make it to Christmas Eve, the kids will have nice gifts. And the boss man will have his money so he can go up in space. There still won't be no chairs in this Bessemer place. When I was young, my dreams were bold. Now every day of my life's controlled. Last year we had a meeting and they made us go. They gave us all pins that said vote no. Maybe this here union can give us a little more and put some chairs on the Bessemer floor. I'm hoping this union might make things right, but some days I don't have the strength to fight. This plant down here can take its toll. It'll break your body and crush your soul. Feels like this packing ain't never gonna stop. And there still ain't no chairs in this Bessemer shop. Still ain't no chairs in this Bessemer shop. Still ain't no chairs in this Bessemer shop.
That's amazing. Professor Marianne Cummings, you have the score for us on. Let's unmute. Let's ask the Professor Marianne Cummings.
I had to have a standing ovation for that.
Okay, you're welcome to stand.
Yeah.
There ain't no chairs in this Bessemer place.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Professor
something about
Marianne. One second. Thank you, Professor Marianne Cummings, for speaking on behalf of everybody here. That was fantastic. That's high praise coming from Professor Marianne.
I know that. She's an artist.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, she's an artist.
No, but you were going to say, I interrupted you about something else. That really is.
No, I mean, when I read that there aren't any chairs, I thought, wow, what a place. You imagine just being on your feet all day long. And they say the bathroom breaks, you can't even hardly get to the bathroom and back, in 10 minutes. And no cafeterias, cold sandwiches if you want them, if you want to pay for them.
I don't know how it's possible to be on your feet that long. I remember I was like 24 and I was pumping gas in Sausalito, California. And I was, and I bought shoes. I was a kid and I couldn't stand. I remember going, my feet are killing me. And no matter whatever sneakers I used, I just, I was in my early 20s and I had trouble standing on my feet all day.
Yeah, well, I wish him a lot of luck. I hope they can get something organized down there, because I know that area. I did my sabbatical down in Birmingham, and it's had some tough times, for racially and economically. But it's a beautiful state, and it's got a lot of nice people down there. And I met a lot of music educators. There's some really good feeling between the races down there. Not everybody,
right.
But I was very heartened by it,
And Bessemer, Alabama has a long history of African Americans unionizing.
Yeah, they in the 30s, that was one of the areas that was immune from the Depression, because the steel mill there was right in Bessemer was going crazy, and that had a lot to do with the development of some really great jazz musicians that came out of Birmingham and Montgomery.
And the African American labor movement.
Yes, which was then tied into, Martin Luther King was there, and it's all intertwined. The labor movement and civil rights, when that was a powerful marriage.
Yeah.
Between those two movements. We need to do it again.
Yeah. There's an argument in the chat room that's kind of interesting. I had said not to shop on Amazon. Some people are saying that you're not supporting the workers by telling people not to shop on Amazon. That calling for people to boycott Amazon doesn't help the labor movement because, for whatever reason.
That's a dilemma. As I sit here, I go like, how could I help beyond just writing a song? It's just a song, But I suppose there's some way to donate money to somebody, but I don't know exactly how. These things are often very localized, and
but for a future episode, because I'm open to criticism, obviously. I think since our votes are ignored, the best way to make your voice heard here in the United States is how you spend your money. If you don't approve of somebody's business practices, you should not give them your money. And you should make it known that I don't approve of how you treat your workers. I'm not going to participate in this. That's why I'm a vegan. I will not participate in the exploitation of Tyson workers and, of course, the chickens. I will not participate in Big Ag and the slaughterhouses. Will not do it.
Yeah.
And that makes me better than most people. The fact.
Well, it does.
Vegan,
well, that's true.
It does. I'm not a good person, but by being a vegan, I can lord. That's one of the few things I can lord over others. Like Marianne Cummings, ran for office and got elected. That makes her superior. I'm a vegan. That's my little, yeah, what do you got there?
I love this cartoon. It says, this is one of Jose's, and it says at 6:51 p.m. somewhere in LA, a marijuana salesman tells a customer what the government doesn't want him to know.
Now, unfortunately, there's only one place to buy that.
I think I don't know about
You
that.
can only
I
buy
guess
it.
so.
You can only buy his book on Amazon.
Yeah.
You know, let me offer up this suggestion to the chat room. Meatless Mondays. If you give up meat just on Mondays, you can lower greenhouse gases. So an Amazon-less Monday, Tuesday, think twice before shopping on Amazon.
Donate.
I understand that a lot of people don't live in Manhattan where all you have to do is walk outside and whatever you don't need is readily available. You need Amazon.
Yeah.
But try not to shop on Amazon the same way you try not to eat meat.
Donate to Mike Elk at Payday Report.
Yes. How's he feeling?
I keep going on the site. There's no update since the 23rd of December.
He hasn't been reporting at all.
No, he's sick. What do you think of In These Times?
It's great. In fact, we have people from In These Times on the show. Why? Why do you
They have a labor reporter. I wrote his name down, and he's done. It's really interesting to get into the details of the Bessemer thing. It's kind of there's just the same story, the AP story,
right? And
they kind of harp on the fact that it was a 2-to-1 defeat for labor. There was twice as many people didn't want it, but they don't talk about all the shenanigans. The mailbox, and also in the song there's a thing. They had a meeting, and they were required to go, and it was all about anti-union. It was an anti-union meeting. Every person was required to go, and then they handed out buttons that said "Vote No." Yeah. And then you're being filmed all the time. You're working, so if you go and vote, and there was a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure put by Amazon, and it's. I think unions need support, so that'd be one place, is to.
It really is the solution.
Yeah.
Unions are the solution.
I mean, if Amazon paid a living wage and was kind to their workers and gave them breaks and had cafeterias and was a great place to work, they wouldn't have that turnover.
Right. They want that turnover.
They do.
Yeah.
It's by design to be cruel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for that song.
You're welcome.
I'm going to play that more and more. We've had, just to explain what's been going on, I do this entire show on one computer, and I've maxed out my CPUs, whatever that means. So we're doing this on just low voltage until I wipe this computer clean and then reinstall all the software. So I haven't been able to play a lot of your music and
that's okay.
Videos.
That's all right.
This is an a cappella version of the David Feldman Show. All the technology is gone. And I have to say, there's a part of me that doesn't miss it. There's some. This is just old school without all the bells and whistles. There is something nice about doing the show without having to worry about all the other software. But
yeah, I got my computer fixed. I did it myself. I figured it out, and it was. I did
my hair and do my computer. What was it?
Sure. Well, do you have Dropbox?
No.
Dropbox is a thing that you can share files with somebody else. Yeah. Okay. So I had the Dropbox set up, And I didn't know that it was set up to copy anything from an external hard drive.
Oh, so it was eating up all your stuff.
So I was maxing out my hard drive, and I was taking stuff off and putting it on the external. And then Dropbox was just copying all the new stuff back. So I kept coming back to the computer. I got rid of all these files. I was cleaning out like crazy. And it would go right up to the max. And then it just slowed down and wouldn't do anything. And on the last 2 songs that I did, it didn't save the actual bulk file. It saved just the MP3, which is a drag because I don't have those songs now. I don't have mixable versions of them if I want to tweak them.
No.
But
Anyway.
that's
Thank
probably
you.
more than you want to know.
Uh,
Happy New Year, David.
Thank you. Thank you. Happy New Year to you too. And I look forward to you coming back next week. Your stuff.
I should be here. I have no plans.
Yeah, and you're not going up to Kansas anymore.
Too cold up there. They got snow. I don't want that. It's cold here.
I think it's cold, and we had snow here today. I think. What do I know? Thank
All
you,
right.
Professor Mike Steinel.
All the best, man. Happy New Year.
Thank you. Great song. Mike Steinel is a jazz trumpeter, composer, and educator. He was a member of the University of North Texas Jazz Studies faculty from 1987 to 2019. Author of the highly acclaimed Essential Elements for Jazz Ensemble, Volumes 1 and 2, Building a Jazz Vocabulary, and his latest is Running the Changes, all about jazz theory. He's got a CD out on Origin Records entitled Song and Dance, the Mike Steinel Quintet, featuring Rosanna Eckert. That is our show. And let's see, we've got some people with their hands raised. Let's go to John Hayes. Hey, John.
Hey, David.
Go ahead. I saw the fighting in the chat room.
Yeah. Well, my point is, we only got so much money to spend and so many products to buy. So why buy them from a shit source like Amazon? Your money's still going to go to somebody,
Right.
Somebody else, if you can do it. I know some people can't. But
Right. Isn't it amazing that you have some people? I mean, I hate to be glib and insensitive, but some people have no choice but to shop on Amazon.
yeah, and before that, they had no choice but to go to Walmart, and that's also the case with people who don't have internet access.
Yeah.
In some places, but I'm saying if you can, just like it's easier to go vegan if you can in a lot of cities, a lot of places. If you
That's
can,
good.
why not?
It's getting easier and easier. By the way, I had some beans. It's go to rahima.org, Professor Adnan Hussein's mother's charity. Did you go there and see all the beans and the lentils and the chickpeas? Because I had beans last night that were so incredible. It was beans, carrots, and celery with salt, sesame oil, and soy sauce. I know I shouldn't have salt or sesame oil. The next day, it was breathtaking last night. And then today, before the show, I had more where the ingredients get to know one another. There's nothing better than that. Nothing. And if everybody did that a couple of times a week, we could reverse diabetes, obesity, climate change, and war. The answer is switching to beans, putting more beans in your diet. Right, John?
Well, there is, Sharon doesn't like beans. I think it's Sharon. So, and maybe she has an allergy or something. So in her case, it would have to be something else. But
is Sharon your wife?
No, Sharon in the chat room. You know Sharon.
Oh, Sharon doesn't like beans.
I think it's Sharon. I could be wrong.
Okay. Well,
somebody. But there's other options.
Yeah, like rounding people like her up and placing them in re-education camps. She'll like beans. when we have the vegan re-education camps. Thank you, John. Let us now go to Benji in Florida. Hey, Benji.
Hey, Happy New Year, brother.
Thank you.
Hey, man, I'm sure you heard, we're kind of seeing some record high daily cases of COVID down here again.
Yeah.
So I'm very sad to say we're going to have to cancel the surfing lessons I was going to give you.
Oh, okay.
Put the Speedos away, man. You don't want to catch what's going on in the waves down here, bro. I don't think you want to deal with some of these misguided Trumpers down here either, man. Some guy was yelling at me today telling me that Trump put Christ back in church. What? Like, this is the man who spent more time in Stormy Daniels than he ever spent in a church, man.
Right.
And that was said to be only 90 seconds. His supporters, man, they sound like Eddie Murphy's prearranged bride in Coming to America. Just ask him anything. It's like, who do you like? Whoever Trump likes.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you hate? Whoever Trump tells us to hate.
Mm-hmm.
It's insanity. But hey, big news, bro. Swamp Foot Studios Florida has officially reached out to Pamela Anderson about being the physical model for my boob top mattress, officially from the Memory Foam Mattress Company.
Yeah, tell me about the Memory Foam Mattress Company.
The only motorboatable mattress company on the market.
A motorboarding mattress.
Motorboatable mattress. Only motorboatable mattress.
It has mammary foam.
Mammary foam.
Not memory foam.
Not memory foam. Mammary.
How does that work? How does that work?
It's a boob top. Boob top mattress.
Boob top.
Sweeping the nation. It's going to be big, man.
I want in on that.
Yeah, it's going to be big, man. I reached out to them, and the response was encouraging, man. That at first they said that Pam wouldn't piss on me if I was on fire, but then they invited me to have sexual relations with myself. Jokes on them. I was going to do that anyway, but then I asked them. I said, "Does Pam have any New Year's resolutions?" And they said, "Fuck you." And I was like, "So I'm really looking forward to this coming year."
Wow.
Pam Anderson, to me, man, she's still like my pinky toe. Eventually I'm going to bang her on my coffee table. Listen to this, man. My wife just texted me earlier. She asked me if I'd seen the dog bowl. I'm like, no, I haven't seen the dog bowl. Hell, I didn't know he had that skill. I don't know about my wife sometimes, man.
Yeah.
She's, of course, she's married to me, so her judgment's already in question, but she's got a degree in psychology. She's not a shrink. She can make things shrink, clothes and bank accounts and things enclosed in skin. My wife needs to be careful though, man, because according to my phone, there are a lot of beautiful local singles in my area that are just dying to meet me.
Right.
My wife told me the vacuum cleaner broke. It stopped sucking. Maybe it didn't break. Maybe it just got married. No. Hey, man, I've been helping my wife write her resume, and you're a decorated word, man. Maybe you can help me out a little bit. What sounds more business-like to you? Orgy or gangbang? I'm not sure on this one, man. I feel like the guy with no arms and no legs that I tried to get directions from yesterday. He's been really stumped. But hey, man, I got to get out here, brother. I'll see you Friday night, man.
Thank you,
Happy
Benji.
New Year, and Happy New Year, all my brothers and sisters out there.
Thank you. That's our man in Florida, Benji. Always funny. The only good thing to come out of Florida is Benji. Let's go to Mexico. Rodrigo. Rodrigo in Mexico. Are you there? Rodrigo. Did we lose you? Rodrigo.
Hi.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. I fell asleep and missed your Godfather thing on Saturday.
Oh, you fell asleep on Friday.
Yes.
I told you not to listen to the podcast before office hours starts.
I wanted to share a little holiday cheer with a heavy side of sarcasm. So the bad news is that the bad people think we're stupid and have stopped hiding their true intentions. The good news is that the bad people are showing us who they are, and we need to take advantage of this. Biden's administration has so many failed promises, it's hard to believe Trump could be worse. Nancy Pelosi is such an inept politician, she doesn't know how out of touch she is. And I could keep going, but David has mentioned many of the examples I was going to use, so instead I'll say this. Many of us are skeptical that someone who wants to protect everyone protects anyone. But if the people you're following never speak up about minorities being bullied, they're much more likely to decide that poor whites could be successful if only they were willing to work hard and leave you behind. And I could go on a rant about how Max Blumenthal and Jimmy Dore are trying to convince people that the CIA told Google to modify the algorithm to make 600,000 people watch a 1-hour video that deconstructs Jimmy Dore's multiple lies while they talk to their 1 million audience also on YouTube. But I want to mention that Matt Binder is still demonetized on YouTube after a bunch of right-wingers complained about his show mysteriously breaking the rules. There's someone lying here, and it's the people propping up a party started by a former OES intern. Speaking of the CIA, and remember, please, that Trump passed around $2 trillion in tax cuts for the rich who use their tax cuts to buy NFTs instead of hiring people. Meanwhile, student debt has passed 1.7 trillion. If Biden forgave that debt, all that money would get dumped into the economy. And don't get me started on Hillary Clinton pretending that she lost to Trump because of 75,000 Bernie voters choosing Trump in 3 states when only 66% of eligible voters showed up to vote on 2016, and 1.7 million of the 138 million who voted left the presidential ballot empty, or the grifters convincing people that if you stop voting Democrat, the Dems will come crawling, begging for your vote. I mean, if Hillary is still pretending that her loss was Bernie's fault, the Dems aren't going to change just because you leave them. Or Joe Manchin, who, if he really wanted to help miners instead of protecting his stock in coal mines, could just ask for early retirement for the last 33,000 coal miners in West Virginia, and that would be cheaper than anything else being discussed. And just let me end by congratulating David on passing 36,000 followers on SoundCloud. I couldn't guess how many actually listen regularly, but 36,000 is a good number. So congratulations.
I have 36,000 followers on iCloud.
SoundCloud.
Oh, I guess that's good.
It's not Apple Podcasts.
Not Apple Podcasts, no. Thank you, Rodrigo.
Thank you, David.
Thank you. Well, that wraps up our show. Thank you, Rodrigo. Thank you to all our guests. Please, if you'd like to sit in our virtual studio audience, go to my website and sign up over there. Sign up for office hours. Sign up for my newsletter. Follow me on Twitter. Follow me on Facebook. Congratulations to Kimberly Garfoyle and Don Jr. They've announced they're getting married. Isn't that sweet? The lovely couple is getting married. And if you're interested in sending them a gift, Don Jr. and Kimberly are registered with the law firm of Sidney Powell and Lynn Wood. So if you want to send them a gift, I don't want to say The Trump family is broke, but Kimberly demanded a prenup. All right. That's it. I want to thank our guests. I'm ending the show. I'm still fighting. I'm still swinging at it. I want to thank all our guests, starting with Mark Breslin, Howie Klein, Melanie Darigo. She's running for the House of Representatives, New York 3. David Cobb, Dr. Harriet Fraud, Professor Adnan Hussein. Listen to Guerrilla History and the Mudgeless podcast. Peter B. Collins, Professor Marianne Cummings, and of course, Professor Mike Steinel. This is our first show of the year, and I thank everybody for listening. I hope a safe and happy New Year awaits all of us. Get vaccinated, wear a mask, stay strong, protect the weak. I'll see you Thursday.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.